Chapter 1301, Shiuzation. Xia Fei turned off the Bixia orb and returned to the group, still feeling confused. Lone Peak Shen and Turbid Shadow Lin saluted Xia Fei, saying seriously, "If there's nothing else, we'll depart with our brothers now. Let's meet again in the future." Xia Fei smiled. "The two of you assisted me, so I should at least treat you to a few cups of wine. Why don't you stay for a few days?" Lone Peak Shen shook his head. "We will accept your kind intentions, but as a major battle has just concluded, now is the time to strike while the iron is hot. We naturally must drink, but it should be saved for the future." Since Lone Peak Shen and Turbid Shadow Lin insisted on leaving, Xia Fei let them be. The two of them actually joined in. "If I didn't see it myself, I wouldn't really believe it," Radix muttered. Xia Fei did not have much of a relationship with those two. Even if they were all neophyte dragoons, they were not part of the same force. Radix was rather shocked that Xia Fei had actually managed to get the aid of the illustrious Lone Peak Turbid Shadow. Xia Fei said nonchalantly, "What's there to be so shocked about? I gave them conditions that they couldn't refuse. After being treated so coldly by the Annihilators for so many years, Lone Peak Shen and Turbid Shadow Lin are about to go crazy. They needed a chance to refresh their achievements and reputation, raising their status in the eyes of the upper echelons. What could boost their reputation more than taking down the Devil Shadow Dragoons? Besides, I didn't insist for them to join in. I only gave them a chance and let them choose." Radix nodded. Xia Fei had truly seen through the two kings of darkness. The Devil Shadow Dragoons had betrayed the Annihilators and become the number one enemy. Lone Peak Shen and Turbid Shadow Lin had pursued an enemy of the Annihilators, and those above would undoubtedly be happy to hear it. Thus, they had long ago concealed themselves on the border zone of the Low Realm, observing the strength of Xia Fei's side. When Xia Fei had charged at the Dragoon array with the Skywings and Auroras, the two of them had chosen to strike while standing on the same starting line as him. With the battle done, the two were anxious to report the matter to their superiors, hoping to get an early promotion into the Annihilation universe. This was why they had been in such a rush to leave. Every neophyte dragoon had a direct superior. Xia Fei belonged to the Blue Blood Psadin clan, and the same was true for Lone Peak Shen and Turbid Shadow Lin. Without Lone Peak Turbid Shadow, Xia Fei might have still been able to win, but it would not have been in such an overwhelming fashion, which had the dragoons running for the hills. The Skywings were not numerous in number, nor were the Auroras, so if they had won through bitter losses, Xia Fei would have lost a lot of authority in the Alpha universe. Joining with Lone Peak Turbid Shadow to attain victory at the smallest price fit Xia Fei's requirement. Thankfully, the two had readily agreed to cooperate. The Low Realm warriors began to clean up the battlefield. Slaughtering thousands of Founder-tier experts had brought the Low Realm's equipment to a new level, and the millions of exotic beasts provided excellent raw materials for making weapons, armor, and medicine. Xia Fei was in no mood to worry about such things. Earlier, he had made an agreement with that mysterious figure who had helped him twice, so he was now anxious to know who that person was and what they wanted from him. "I'll send the two custodian slaves back. You guys continue, but remember not to let your guard down," Xia Fei ordered. Rooting the dragoons and killing Nanshazi had let everyone vent their emotions. Presently, they were all in a festive mood, and none of them had noticed the grim look on Xia Fei's face. The two custodian slaves were dazed. Nanshazi was dead. This archvillain who had caused all of the unrestricted lineage to turn traitor and had led to countless disciples' deaths at the hands of the custodian slaves. The two undead felt a sense of liberation. Xia Fei could sense that something about them had changed, but as he had his own worries, he did not pay it much attention. Upon returning to the unrestricted pavilion, the two custodian slaves swiftly headed inside as if they needed to be somewhere. As for Xia Fei, he stayed at the entrance and took out the Bixia orb. This time, the mysterious person had finally turned to face Xia Fei, but to his surprise, this person had only half a face, the right side of which was covered in a metal shell, as if the man had sustained a severe injury well beyond any hope of recovery. "You did very well this time. By defeating the Devil Shadow Dragoons but not completely wiping them out, you have created the most favorable situation for me." The mysterious man got straight to the point. Xia Fei frowned and chuckled bitterly. "It's never been my habit to let an enemy go. If I could choose, I would have preferred to keep them all on the battlefield." The mysterious man shook his head. "Being ruthless has its advantages, but you also have to look at the situation. What would those above think if the Devil Shadow Dragoons were wiped out in the battle with you? Years of effort put into re-establishing that fearsome Dragoon Legion of the Fiend clan, and when they betrayed the Annihilator universe, the Annihilator experts were unable to hold them down at all, yet you managed to kill them all. If those old scoundrels heard of this, they might even debate whether they should eliminate you or not. Xia Fei was stunned. These words were true. As the old saying went, the peasant committed no crime, but treasure hidden in his walls was a crime in itself. A powerful annihilator force had been slaughtered by Xia Fei from the lower 5 stars. Anyone would feel extremely envious and suspicious. This would be terrible. So you had me hold myself back, Xia Fei said. Correct. You dealt the Devil Shadow Dragoons a huge blow, so those above won't suspect you of siding with them. You have strength, but you don't threaten the Annihilator and won't betray them, too. This is the best situation you can get yourself in. Starting from here on, you must be inconspicuous, the mysterious man said sternly. Inconspicuous? Xia Fei loved being inconspicuous, but trouble always had a way of finding him. This was not something Xia Fei could control. Just who are you? Why are you telling me all this? Xia Fei questioned. I am your friend in the Annihilation Universe, the only friend you have on that plane, the mysterious man said firmly. Xia Fei had long ago noticed that the Annihilator Universe, which symbolized supreme strength, did not have any good people. The Blue Blood Psadin clan had initially treated him rather well, and he had their patronage, but what became of it? When Xiu Yi had fallen ill, Roderick sent Xia Fei to treat her, and when he succeeded, Roderick was the one who had taken the credit. If he had failed, Roderick would have pretended to not know him and let Xia Fei be a scapegoat. Xia Fei was disgusted by such tricks. Xia Fei shook his head and smiled. My apologies. I truly do have few friends, but you are not among them. The mysterious man somewhat said emotionally, you saved Yi and are the savior of my Xiu clan. Whether or not you consider me a friend will not influence my choices and judgment. You're Xiu Yi's father. Weren't you dead? Asked Xia Fei hastily. Xiu Jian had once said that Xiu Yi's father had died in the middle of a secret mission. Xiu Yi had been born during this mission and had been in grave condition throughout her life. This was just how dangerous that mission had been. Xia Fei found it incomprehensible that the dead man would be alive and had even helped him twice. Suddenly, Xia Fei remembered Roderick. It was truly strange how the patriarch of the Tsadin clan had been so desperate to get on good terms with Xiu Jian and Xiu Yi. Xiu Yi was a genius, born with an open 7th brain region. If not for the invasion of that evil spirit, she would have been a master among masters. This was proof that she possessed incredible genetics. Did Roderick want to get on the good side of the Xiu clan because of this reborn father of hers? In the eyes of others, I truly am dead, and many people hope for me to die, the mysterious man whispered, but I, Xiu Zaishan, can't be killed so easily. The more they want me to die, the more I'll stubbornly live on. Xiu Zaishan seemed enraged, his face twisting in savagery. Back then, my wife and I went to investigate an ancient battlefield, but we were assailed by a lethal attack, and the ambushers were my own people. I inadvertently came upon someone else's secret, and they wanted to kill me because of that. You know what happened afterward? We were stuck on the ancient battlefield for an entire year. My wife was pregnant, so she could only give birth to Yi on the battlefield. After that I was finally able to return, but Yi was gravely ill and my wife was dead. Still, I managed to live. Who framed and tried to kill me are questions I must find answers to in this life, or else I won't be able to die with my eyes closed. As he talked, Xiu Zaishan's eyes almost burst out of their sockets. He evidently was seething with hatred. He was no longer a mysterious big shot, but a true man who had sworn to avenge his wife. It was as though a devil had possessed him. Xia Fei sighed. He could understand Xiu Zaishan's feelings. He had also once gone crazy because he had mistakenly believed that Avril was dead. After pausing, Xiu Zaishan resumed speaking. Fortunately, an elder in the Annihilator, who just like me had many questions about the past. He saved me and gave me the task of investigating from the shadows. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and said indifferently, if I were you, I wouldn't tell this to a stranger. Right now, I have evidence on you, and if my mouth is loose and news that you're not dead gets out, you may have to die again. He glanced at the steely gaze of Xiu Zaishan's mute expression. I don't believe that you're some idiot who would casually hand your life over to someone else. That you've lived this long means you're not an idiot, but are actually extremely smart. This makes things strange. You're a smart man, but you've told an outsider your secrets. I don't believe you if you say that you claim to have no ulterior motives. Xiu Zetian was not too surprised. You're right, but what you don't realize is that I told you all this because you and your people are inextricably connected. Xia Fei was startled, for this was the second time Xiu Zetian had mentioned Xia Fei's people. It seemed like Xiu Zetian was paying particular attention to Xia Fei and the Skywing clan. What did Xiu Zetian mean when he said that Xia Fei was connected to all this? That was even weirder. How could chaos in the Annihilator have anything to do with him? You want to know the reason? Xiu Zetian asked. Xia Fei nodded. Very well. You're in a very solid position right now. In the Annihilation universe, you have me and that elder, and Alpha is the result of your own hard work. Right now, you need to be very inconspicuous and break through the founder tier. When the time comes, you will receive the transfer order and get permission to enter the Annihilator universe. After the betrayal, the Devil Shadow Dragoons will be brought out from under the Blue Blood Satin clan's control. Your new commander will be me. Xiu Zetian's eyes were very resolved as he looked at Xia Fei. Xia Fei asked in confusion, you're saying that the name of the Devil Shadow Dragoons will still exist? It must exist, even if you are the only one left in it, Xiu Zetian said solemnly. Chapter 1302, Taking Lasting Draconid Essence. Xiu Zetian departed, leaving Xia Fei with an enormous question. According to Xiu Zetian, Xia Fei and the Skywing clan had an inextricable connection to the momentous shift that had taken place in the Annihilation universe. This was the most suspicious point. Xia Fei had never even been to the Annihilation universe, so how could the chaos there be related to him? Regardless, Xia Fei had obtained an important piece of information from Xiu Zetian. He would soon enter the Annihilation universe as the last Devil Shadow Dragoon, and if everything went as expected, he would come under Xiu Zetian's covered operation division, Dark Soul. Just the name of this covered operation division was hair-raising enough. All of the forces in the Annihilation universe responsible for executing secret missions were under Xiu Zetian's Dark Soul. Most bizarrely was that Xiu Zetian had not mentioned what the Dark Soul do, giving Xia Fei a lot of room for imagination. Radix frowned and asked Xia Fei, why do I feel like Xiu Zetian's Dark Soul is yet another source of trouble? You can tell from the name that it does only those unseemly and shady things. Xia Fei was speechless. Trouble, endless trouble, was always following him and had followed him for many years. Originally, Xia Fei had been quite looking forward to entering the Annihilation universe as a neophyte dragoon, but now that things were a fine mess. Before he had even gotten into Annihilator, the Devil Shadow Dragoons had turned traitor, and then this Xiu Zetian guy had come out of nowhere to pull Xia Fei into a covered operation division. Sighing, Xia Fei said uncaringly, forget it. Whatever will come will come. Xiu Zetian is no fool. He must have his reasons for saying all that to me. I'm beginning to look forward to joining this covered operations division. After all, this is the only way I can get closer to the truth. As Xia Fei talked, he walked into the unrestricted pavilion to search for the two custodian slaves. You believe that Xiu Zetian is Xiu Yiyi's father? Radix asked. I do. When true emotions are revealed, a sorrowful aura will engulf a person. Xiu Zetian was telling the truth, and the sequence of events makes logical sense. Xia Fei nodded. The two custodian slaves were not just standing around in their usual spots but were instead in a secret room, kneeling in front of the statue of their ancestor. Smiling, Xia Fei asked, why are you two here? Do you miss the venerable elder who founded the unrestricted sect? Xia Fei had not been hoping for a response, for the two of them had never talked to him before. However, to his shock, he heard an immediate response. Yes, we miss our master. Zing. Xia Fei went pale. He massaged his ears. These two undead could talk? Was he hearing things? The two of them waved, having Xia Fei sit down next to them so that all three of them were facing the statue of the ancestor. My name is Spirit. My name is Star. The two custodian slaves spoke. Spirit had a pale complexion, while Star was somewhat darker. Together, their names made the Spirit Star. Xia Fei had been with them long enough to see many differences between the two, but others would find it very hard to tell both apart. After all, their faces were both stiff and emotionless. After a momentary daze, Xia Fei pointed at himself and said, My name is Xia Fei. The two custodian slaves almost instantly made faint smiles simultaneously. Though they were rather ugly smiles, it was clear that they felt amused over Xia Fei's answer. We know that your name is Xia Fei, said Spirit. Star said, you and your clan, just like our ancestor, have treated us, very well. The two of them spoke in a rather fragmented manner, speaking slowly that it often took 3 minutes to think about what they wanted to say and 3 more minutes to say it. Xia Fei felt very excited, not at all minding that they spoke very slowly, very patiently listening nonetheless. It seemed like the two custodian slaves wanted to express their gratitude to Xia Fei and the Skywings. When the ancestor had passed on his body technique to them, it had come at the price of them guarding the unrestricted pavilion until the end of the universe or the end of the unrestricted lineage. The old saying said it best, developing the 4 limbs make one's head simple. Spirit and Star were once normal people, but as they continuously cultivated their body technique, their brains worked slower and slower, and their bodies became stiffer and stiffer. When others saw them moving agilely in battle, this was actually because they were using their body technique. When they were not using those techniques, their movements were very slow, as slow as if they were going in slow motion like in movies. Everything had its price. While that body technique, which did not fear soul injuries, were incredibly powerful, the price was that any practitioner's minds worked slower, and the more one used it, the stiffer their bodies became. Later, the custodian slaves ran into the weirdo that was Xia Fei, who spent every day chatting with them, causing their slow minds to think about his words. As time went on, the problem of their slow thought processes had been somewhat alleviated. The two custodian slaves had needed a long time to understand that the unrestricted lineage was actually gone, and as a corollary, they were no longer required to keep to the rules set by the ancestor. However, the moment they did, they allowed the Skywing wolves to walk freely through the pavilion. After another long period, they came to understand that, as they were no longer bound by these restraints, they were no longer custodian slaves and could do what they wanted. This was why the custodian slaves had left the mountain and helped Xia Fei defeat the dragoons, and also why they had chosen to start a conversation with him. Xia Fei smiled happily. Although it had required them a long time to understand that they were free, understanding was a good thing. Moreover, the constant pestering from the Skywings had made their minds become more nimble. As the old saying went, the more one uses the brain, the faster it works. The next day, the Skywings circled around Spirit and Star and listened to them talk about themselves. The Skywings nodded to every sentence, and at certain impressive parts, they even gasped in unison. Xia Guanghai cheekily put his arms around their shoulders and laughed. Your body techniques are so formidable that you should just teach them to us. In this way, you can also carry forward the legacy of your ancestor. After a long while, Spirit understood what Xia Guanghai had just said and told the other, good. Star shook his head. Not good. Spirit looked at Star for a while before asking, not good? Why? After another while, Star replied, head, not good. After 15 minutes, Spirit understood and said, right, body technique good, but head not good. As the Skywing wolves clamored around Spirit and Star, asking the two to teach them body technique, Xia Fei obtained a rare moment of peace. He brought Avril back to the forward base and spent every day either cultivating or with Avril. Xia Fei knew that his path in life was thorn-covered, and until he reached the end, all peace was temporary. Avril also knew that whenever Xia Fei spent time with her, a long parting was in the foreseeable future. Thus, she always cherished and enjoyed rare moments like this with him, and so did he. Their times went by very passionately. Of course, for Xia Fei, cultivation was still the most important. Only strength could protect himself and the people he loved. This world would always belong to the strong. In his cultivation room were 5 crystalline white fruits, the lasting draconid essences that Yang Ji had given to him. Lasting draconid essence was a mystical substance created when a draconid or a egg dragon molted. Even the person who had written the serpent-swallowing whale manual knew what the effects of eating it were. Acting cautiously, Xia Fei had not taken the lasting draconid essence yet, even using pharmacological analysis tools to dissect its composition. Alas, this mysterious byproduct of a dragon could not be probed by such tools. From how certain Yang Ji appeared, he obviously felt that eating the lasting draconid essence would be extremely useful to the body. It's worth trying, Xia Fei stroked his chin and muttered. Radix frowned. You can try it once. Still, isn't it strange that the pharmacological tools can't analyze its composition? Xia Fei replied nonchalantly, since it's a byproduct of a dragon, it's quite normal for it to be resilient against any probing. Currently, I'm at 2 key junctures, the threshold to peak founder with the attainment of a 9th soul mark and my promotion to the annihilation universe. These 2 thresholds are far too difficult. If I don't have some assistance, it'll take me far too long to get across them. Xia Fei currently had 8 soul marks, the next step was the peak, and after the peak was the Annihilator tier. Fukin was so powerful, but he had still been stopped at peak founder, unable to advance to Annihilator. It was clear from that this threshold was not easy to break through. After all, it was the difference of an entire plane. Without help, Xia Fei might spend decades without any success. Annihilator was the strongest level in the universe, the apex of the apex. Xia Fei must confess that becoming an Annihilator was very tempting, particularly after Xiu Zetian had spoken those inexplicable words to him. Xia Fei sensed that some unfathomable object was waiting for him in the Annihilation universe. Smiling, Xia Fei put a lasting draconid essence into his mouth. Better to try than to keep hesitating. Whatever mysteries these lasting draconid essences held, he would find out when he tried them for himself. Clack! His teeth bit through the skin of the lasting draconid essence as if he were biting through a pistachio. An intense fragrance instantly gushed out. This fragrance was very special, and it was suffocating. Not even the perfume made from 100 million flowers could compare to 1/10,000th of this scent. Xia Fei quickly shut his mouth. This fragrance, which was incredibly potent, might have some special use, so Xia Fei did not want to waste any bit of it. He quickly swallowed the entire lasting draconid essence. Strangely, Xia Fei felt his stomach swelling as if it had become bloated from overeating. All of his pores opened as his stomach began to release the fragrance of the lasting draconid essence. However, at this point, the intense aroma of the lasting draconid essence had now become odorless as if it were nothing but air. The change in fragrance and its release seemed to take something out of his body, causing Xia Fei to feel light. Frowning, Xia Fei muttered, "It seems to be purifying my body, but there's not much of an effect." This left Xia Fei feeling puzzled. Yang Ji had talked up the lasting draconid essence so much, the lasting draconid essence even had such an intense aroma. It was also very bizarre for that aroma to become odorless in the end. How was it that all of these factors had amounted to so little? What was the reason? As he attempted to draw a soul mark, he found that, exactly as he expected, the benefits of eating the lasting draconid essence were pitiful. Even a batch of purifying medicine made by Xia Fei could achieve better results. Purification was the thing a warrior most needed after energy. Warriors needed large amounts of energy to grow, and in drawing in large amounts of external energy, they brought impurities into their bodies. Why was it that higher tier and higher purity origin crystals were more valuable? Why was spirit energy more formidable than soul power? These were all questions about purity. Spirit energy was better than soul energy because it was purer. Soul energy could not make soul weapons because it lacked purity. Warriors needed to constantly take in energy, and they needed to constantly purify it, expelling those impurities. The lasting draconid essence seemed to be a fruit that could help purify the body, but the level of purification did not make sense at all. Xia Fei was silently cursing Yang Ji for talking up this fruit so much, the man had clearly been exaggerating. After some thought, Xia Fei threw another lasting draconid essence into his mouth. He had learned his lesson this time and swallowed it whole without chewing. Chapter 1303, Peak Founder. The lasting draconid essence's effect was not as strong as Xia Fei expected, so Xia Fei decided to eat all 5. Other than the first one, which he had crushed open, he swallowed the remaining 4 whole. He continued cultivating, constantly trying to draw his 9th soul mark, but he was incapable of doing so and could only ever manage simple lines. In the blink of an eye, it was the 3rd day. Xia Fei spent 12 hours a day holed up in the cultivation chamber, earnestly and diligently cultivating. He was expending quite a lot of spirit energy, about 1,000 units a day. Fortunately, in devouring divine beasts, Xia Fei had obtained 300,000 units of spirit energy. Together with his original stockpile of 26,000 units, he had a reserve of 326,000 units. Xia Fei had used up around 40,000 in his battle with the evil shadow dragoons, and after this stint of cultivation, he still had 280,000 units, enough to sustain him for a long time. Alas, Xia Fei was currently trying to reach peak founder. Purely trying to force the issue with energy did not have as obvious effects as before, and his cultivation progress had slowed significantly. Of course, this was only when it came to Xia Fei. To outsiders, his advancement was still miraculous. The afternoon of the 4th day, Xia Fei was eating lunch with Avril. Cucumber slices were a necessity when eating zhejiang noodles. Pod even made some oxtail braised in red wine, seafood soup, and steamed grouper fish to accompany it. This robot was becoming more and more like a housewife, even improving on his cooking. Xia Fei's taste buds were having a delightful time, even the skywings would come over to his place to eat from time to time. His cultivation continued as per usual. There were no shortcuts in cultivation, only persistence. Though Xia Fei sometimes used medicines to aid him, the hard work backing it could not be underestimated. As dusk approached, Xia Fei suddenly felt a momentous shift within his body. The lasting draconate essences, which he ate 4 days ago, seemed to have a delayed effect, only activating today. A powerful stream of energy formed, traveling along Xia Fei's energy channels, rushing through his body like a tide. It was clear that this stream of energy was making its way out of his body. A strange wind stirred in the cultivation chamber, and Xia Fei was in the center of this storm. "Are you all right?" Radix asked in shock. "Fast. It's very fast." Xia Fei gritted his teeth. Radix quickly understood that Xia Fei was talking about the wind. A vicious gale had somehow kicked up in Xia Fei's body. The wind created by the lasting draconate essences were carrying the impurities out of his body. Clearing out impurities was very important to warriors, but this was not the only effect of the lasting draconate essences. The lasting draconate essences were like engines as they pushed Xia Fei closer to forming his 9th soul mark. Xia Fei finally understood why Yang Ji had put so much importance to the lasting draconate essences. It was precisely because of their bizarre ability to propel one's cultivation progress. Soul mark cultivation involved using spirit energy to draw complicated lines. Success would come when these lines solidified into a soul mark. This was like using spirit energy as a brush to paint. The process had many obstructions. This was akin to a person grabbing another's arm and preventing them from drawing. Right now, 2 streams of energy had seized Xia Fei's arm. The first was the power that obstructed the 9th soul mark's solidification, and the second was the lasting draconate essence's propelling force. No doubt that the lasting draconate essence's propelling power was presently playing a crucial role in his cultivation. Besides getting rid of the obstructing force, it allowed him to vigorously draw out the soul mark. It was extremely fast. The soul mark's image constantly shifted, as Xia Fei's spirit energy rapidly worked, pushed on by the lasting draconate essences. Charge! Charge again! Xia Fei did not know how long this mysterious energy could last, so he put all his focus on solidifying the 9th soul mark. Finally, under the effects of the lasting draconate essences, Xia Fei succeeded in drawing out the final soul mark of the founder level. Peak Founder, achieved! Boom! The cultivation chamber shuddered as 9 soul marks emerged from his body in a dazzling display. However, there was something different from before, the power of the lasting draconate essences. After propelling Xia Fei to finishing his last soul mark, the remaining energy began to pool in his 7th brain region. After flaunting their might for a moment, the 9 soul marks returned to his 7th brain region, too. As they revolved, they began to absorb the remnant energy of the lasting draconate essences, converting it into spirit energy that Xia Fei could use. Xia Fei's jaw dropped. The process had all been so mysterious that it hardly seemed to be under his control. Nonetheless, everything had proceeded very naturally as though that was how things should be. The 9th soul mark. Xia Fei, you've finally stepped onto the apex of the founder level. Radix said the moment he saw Xia Fei open his eyes. Xia Fei nodded. This lasting draconate essences were truly something else. They single-handedly pushed me all the way to the peak of founder. Frowning, Xia Fei began to think things over, as was his habit. Normally, reaching peak founder should have been something to be very proud of, something worth celebrating, but Xia Fei had, instead, begun to ponder the process and sum up his experience. Placing a hand under his chin, Xia Fei muttered, a lasting draconate essence is very powerful and is extremely useful to a warrior's cultivation. Intelligent life forms are the ancient dragon's bitter foes. Is it because high-ranking warriors seek to get these things from the dragons? Startled, Radix asked in surprise, what sort of mindset is that, to consider questions from a dragon's viewpoint? That's just bizarre. Don't forget that you're human, and dragons are mortal foes of all sapient life. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and asked coldly, what's wrong with my mindset? I was just wondering why humans and dragons are mortal foes. Is it because dragons are too wicked or because humans are too greedy? From Xia Fei's perspective, this sort of deductive reasoning was a habit. Furball was devotedly loyal to him, and the custodian slaves had started to talk again because of him, too. None of these was a coincidence, for Xia Fei treated all life equally. Even a human would be hunted down and killed if they offended him, and even an ugly exotic beast would be treated like a friend if it attempted to flatter Xia Fei. To him, even the unrestricted pavilion's undead were just like the Skywing wolves, his brothers. As for Furball and Little Goldie, there was no need to mention it. Even the weed peacock Blue got along rather well with him. This was why Xia Fei had the most varied group in the entire universe: a human, a grass, a ball, a bug, a soul, and other strange friends. The lasting draconid essences had helped Xia Fei advance and had subsequently deepened his understanding of the powerful dragons. If even the byproduct of their molting had such miraculous effects, the dragons themselves should be even more mysterious. They truly deserved their place at the top of the food chain. The Skywings did not know that Xia Fei had reached peak founder. He only told Avril. She naturally felt very euphoric. It was a common wish in the Pan-Human Alliance for any family to have a daughter like Avril. This was because she was very lucky, having married a good man. Not only was he strong, he also treated her very well, causing countless young maidens to be green with envy. Alas, there was only one Xia Fei, and as long as he refused concubines, all those girls had no chances of getting close to him. Time went by very quickly. Peak founder had never been Xia Fei's goal. After holding a small celebration with Avril, he went back to the cultivation chamber. His next goal was Annihilator. At the same time, the mischievous Xia Guanghai had finally succeeded in convincing the undead to pass on their body techniques to the Skywing wolves. There was nothing to be done about it. The Skywings had just treated Spirit and Star too well. If the undead could not agree even to something like this, the two would feel that they were too ungrateful. The body techniques Spirit and Star practiced were different from Xia Fei's Chilled Ligament Ghost Valley. Chilled Ligament Ghost Valley was reserved for spiritualists and needed pure spirit energy to be cultivated. As for the body techniques passed down to Spirit and Star by their ancestor, they were normal arts suitable for soul warriors. Such body techniques could not make the Skywing wolves faster, but they could still make their bodies tougher and more resistant to soul attacks. It would no longer be the case where a single soul technique could bring them down. The Skywing's studying of these body techniques proceeded in a frenzy, and there was no telling what sort of effects this would have on the wolf pack. After all, these body techniques were flawed, and one needed to be cautious when learning them. Xia Fei would receive reports from White Haze through the Big Xia Orb almost every day. Just like Xiuzation had said, the Annihilators had begun a merciless purge against both itself and the Alpha Universe. Xia Fei did not know how far the Annihilators was going to go with this purge, but entire clans were going missing almost every day in the Alpha Universe. The Annihilation Universe was ruthless, wiping out entire clans, not even sparing the children. It was often a case where a clan of 10 million people would disappear overnight, and even the planet they resided on would cease to be. Amid this storm, the Skywings, Auroras, Venus of Eternal Night, Lone Peak Turbid Shadow, these three clans and one organization that had stood by Xia Fei were naturally unharmed. This was because they had fought against the rebels, making their stance crystal clear. The worse off were those clans that had tried to play both sides. The Annihilator only needed to be slightly suspicious of these clans to wipe them out. The entire universe was engulfed in the shadow of slaughter and blood. The Annihilators are truly quite vicious, Xia Fei muttered after listening to White Haze's report. This is why I said that there's no way those Annihilators couldn't pacify such a rebellion. They just wanted to use this rebellion to start a purge. Anyone disloyal to them, even those clans that are only possibly disloyal, will all be purged. Radix nodded. White Haze had only given general estimates, but this was already shocking enough. The number of people being purged every day was being calculated in the hundreds of millions. At this moment, Xia Fei's communication device sounded. He opened it up and saw that Xia Guanghai was calling. Xia Fei, that weirdo we ran into at the Red Pine Nebula has come. Do you want to see him? Xia Guanghai whispered. Yang Ji. Xia Fei was startled. He then wondered inwardly, was he really born in the year of the dog and followed my scent all the way back to the Lore Realm's forward base? After some thought, Xia Fei replied, I will. That guy is very strange, so send him straight to my home to see me. Chapter 1304, The Emergence of the Ig Dragon Clan. In the Dark Universe, a divine beast, an Aerophant, slowly trundled along, carrying Xia Fei and Yang Ji. The Aerophant was a rare docile divine beast, famous for its slowness and obedience. It was covered in pure white fur, and it had 3 long noses, each 1 kilometer long. Like the arms of an octopus, they pushed aside any asteroids in its path. This Aerophant was, in fact, not at all like a terrestrial elephant, rather, it was like a crane with its long nose, with a very thin figure. Only its long noses could be likened to that of an elephant's trunk. This guy is too slow. Where are you taking me? Xia Fei asked with a frown. The appointed day had not yet come, but Yang Ji had already dragged him out of the Lower Realm's forward base. Xia Fei was spending less and less time with Avril as of late, so he had hoped to spend more time with his beloved. We're going to my home, of course. While little Bao is slow, he's very efficient. In any case, isn't enjoying the scenery on the journey very pleasing? Yang Ji replied with a smile. Xia Fei pursed his lips. He could not deny that riding a divine beast more than 3 kilometers long and traveling through the stars was quite a pleasurable experience. Alas, Xia Fei was used to putting efficiency before everything else. From the first day he had unlocked his 7th brain region, he had been in a race against time, rarely stopping to give himself a vacation. The impatient Xia Fei and the easygoing Yang Ji were two extremes. The latter chattered on about how delicious the food on earth was and how anxious he was to have the former visit his home and make Chinese food. Yang Ji had also taken a great liking to Avril, Xiao Yu, and even Pod. He felt like Xiao Yu and Avril were both Xia Fei's wives, so he babbled on about how Xia Fei had too few wives and that, once he was an adult himself, he would be taking 1 to 200 wives. Xia Fei had no opinion about this. How many wives Yang Ji married was entirely the man's business. Yang Ji could tell that Xia Fei was in no mood to enjoy the magnificent sights of space, so he urged the Aerophant to move faster. We're here, Yang Ji said, pointing ahead. So fast. Xia Fei was startled. As he had been thinking about other things this entire time, he did not notice at all that they had reached their destination. Looking back, he saw that they were now extremely far away from the Lower Realm's forward base. It seemed like the Aerophant was a spatial divine beast, moving slowly but crossing spaces that could be measured in light years. In front of them was an asteroid belt arranged in the shape of an eye. Little Bao had stopped right in the middle of it. Is this your home? Xia Fei asked. No, but we'll be there once we pass through. Yang Ji smiled. Humph. Little Bao let out a low snort, and its 3 long noses suddenly grew, extending into the darkness of space. Strangely, the space in front of it rippled like water, little Bao's noses actually penetrating into the darkness. The 3 noses pulled outward from 3 different angles, creating a triangle. Rumble. Space opened, revealing a vast sea of stars and a fantastical planet. Pure white. This planet was pure white as though it had been carved from a piece of mutton fat jade and sparkled amid the black canopy of space. Xia Fei could clearly see sharp cliffs, the milk-like lakes and waterfalls, the white flowers and grass covering the fields. Xia Fei was stunned. He had never imagined that something so pure could exist anywhere in the universe. Those white clouds were like cotton candies, so tempting that he wanted to eat them up. While Xia Fei reeled in shock, little Bao flapped its wings and approached the hallowed white planet. It flew right through the clouds and landed at the base of a white cliff. The white mountain was 20,000 kilometers tall. Atop the smooth cliffs was an absurdly large palace. Waterfalls spilled from the summit, the air moist and warm. White. Everything was in perpetual white. A stairway of unimaginable length, leading up to that mystical palace atop the mountain, was suspended in the air. This is your home? Xia Fei swallowed and asked. At this moment, he felt no more than a country bumpkin. Up till this day, Xia Fei had always believed that the Half Moon Hill villa of Avril's family and the Skywing clan's Fiendwing villa were the most impressive sights in the universe. However, it was only today that he learned that Fiendwing villa was pathetic compared to Yang Ji's home. Grandeur. Yes, it was all about grandeur. Yang Ji's home was brimming with stunning holiness. This was no house. It was a sacred church. A god's paradise. Suddenly, a gale howled. 2 pure white behemoths flew down from that sky-high palace, melodious sounds coming from their mouths. Their wings unfurled to a span of 800 kilometers. Necks like snakes, strong hind legs, slender forelegs, bat-like wings. Dragons. These could only be dragons. Xia Fei instantly became nervous, for that oppressive aura was just too powerful, and he could almost not stand. Little Bao prostrated himself swiftly, his head touching the ground as he dared not to even look up at those 2 mighty dragons in the sky. Furball cautiously observed the beings in the sky. As for Terror Genesis, Cloud Sea, and Southern Star, they clattered in unison. All of them were stunned by the sudden appearance of these huge dragons. Little Goldie was the only exception. This king of dark space cared little about the kings of normal space. All it displayed was curiosity. Yang Ji placed a hand on Xia Fei's shoulder and said awkwardly, "My mom and dad are really reckless. Please don't blame them." Xia Fei nodded stiffly, but deep down, he was feeling stunned to the extreme. It turned out that Yang Ji and his family were dragons. No wonder Xia Fei had felt a holy energy upon stepping onto this planet. It was because this was the territory of dragons. Whoosh! The two giant white dragons descended, and as they got close, they suddenly transformed into humans. They were a man and a woman, both dressed in white and seemingly in their middle age. "Welcome, my friend." The white-clothed man opened his arms and walked over with a smile, welcomingly embracing Xia Fei. The lady was much more reserved, only standing at the side and smiling from there. "This is my father, Yang Guang, and my mother, Hang Xiao." Yang Ji introduced the two hastily. Yang Guang? Hang Xiao, 1. Quite the meaningful names. Xia Fei privately wondered how they, as descendants of dragons, had picked such gentle names. "My name is Xia Fei." He lit a cigarette and tried to keep himself composed. Yang Guang laughed and pointed at Xia Fei as he told his wife, "Little Ji was right. He really is one of our friends. Look, he didn't look surprised at all when he saw us, and he certainly doesn't hold any hostility toward us." It was definitely wrong to say that he did not feel surprised, however, Xia Fei's innocent and smiling face was truly deceptive, and he was also a good actor. This was why Yang Guang and Hang Xiao did not think that he was that surprised while Xia Fei's heart was on the verge of jumping out of his chest. Smiling, Xia Fei said to Yang Ji, "I did guess that you had some connection to the Draconids, but I didn't think that you'd actually be one." Yang Ji and Yang Guang both waved their hands, with Yang Guang hastily explaining, "We're called Ig Dragons. We don't have anything to do with Draconids." Madame Hang Xiao added, "Yes, Ig Dragons definitely aren't Draconids. It's only a name. We're not even related." Yang Ji grumbled, "Mom, Dad, I told you not to show your true forms, but now look at what you've done. You've gone and scared Xia Fei." Yang Guang said helplessly, "This is what we promised our friends. I lost a wager, so I promised that whenever our friends or their descendants came to our house, I would not only welcome them with my true form but would even let them ride me once. This was what we agreed on, so I don't feel any regret," Yang Guang said seriously. Riding a dragon. Xia Fei was stunned. This was something that was just too tempting. Dragoons had to ride dragons to be considered true dragoons. Was today really the day he got a chance to ride a dragon, to laugh proudly above the 9 heavens? Yang Ji nodded. "Oh, so it was a promise." Turning to Xia Fei, Yang Ji smiled and said, "Since you've got the opportunity, you should ride my father a little. Even I only got this chance when I was little. Now that I've grown older, father doesn't let me sit on his back anymore." Xia Fei waved his hands quickly. "No need for that. As a junior, Xia Fei should respect your dignity. In addition, what relation do I have with your friends? You must have made a mistake." Yang Guang was not taking this argument at all, erupting in laughter. Rumble. Yang Guang suddenly transformed and threw Xia Fei on his back. Flying into the sky, he said, "A promise is a promise. No regrets. If you have any problems with that, we can talk about once I finish taking you around this 8th universe." Bang! The white dragon rocketed into the sky, so fast that Xia Fei could barely open his eyes. Yang Guang had 2 horns on his head, so Xia Fei stood on his head and tightly held onto one of them. "The 8th universe. This is the 8th universe." Xia Fei shouted. "Correct. In that long ago battle, the universe was divided into 9, and this is the 8th universe. The paradise for my Ig Dragon clan and the exotic beasts." Yang Guang laughed as he explained. Whoosh whoosh. Wings, which spanned for 800 kilometers, took him above the heavens. Yang Guang instantly brought Xia Fei into the sea of stars, freely wandering the vastness of space. Awoo! With every planet they passed, hundreds of millions of exotic and divine beasts would prostrate to the ground, paying respects to White Dragon Yang Guang. Boom! Yang Guang let out a low roar, so intimidating that it was difficult to describe in words. While the Ig Dragon clan was very affectionate to Xia Fei, Yang Guang radiated the aura of a king of beasts when in front of these exotic and divine beasts. His every moment left hundreds of millions of beasts shaken, and his every breath made them shiver. Dragons were dragons, the apex of the food chain. Xia Fei would never forget this sight. Riding a dragon, traveling the stars, and receiving bows wherever he went, even a god could not have greater power than this. After taking Xia Fei around the sea of stars, Yang Guang stopped in the void and began to suck in air. Xia Fei felt like Yang Guang's stomach was about to explode from the air pressure, but it seemed like the latter did not plan to stop. After taking in an unfathomable amount of air, Yang Guang let out the strongest sound in the universe. He opened his giant maw, and the stream of air fired out like a laser. This sound was broad, deep, and boundless. It passed through star systems, star regions, galaxies, reaching every corner of the universe. Perhaps this was not even a sound but rather a god declaring, "Let there be light." Chapter 1305, Lasting Draconid Essence Explosion. Xia Fei was shocked. The entire galaxy was in shock. The Ig dragons lived up to their name, standing on top of the biological food chain, only second to the ancient mega dragon. Yang Ji brought Xia Fei to make an inspection of his territory and returned to that white 20,000-mile castle. Yang Ji and Hang Xiao were already waiting by a wide platform. Whoosh! The white dragon swooped down, and Xia Fei leaped off from the dragon's back. Aside from the shock that he was feeling, there was exhilaration. Sometimes, life was just that unpredictable. Xia Fei had been searching for the traces of the dragons and came up empty-handed, yet when he was least expecting it, he had bumped into and inadvertently become friends with the Ig dragons. A dragoon roaming the galaxy. Xia Fei had managed to experience an unparalleled pleasure of this world, and it was all thanks to the fiends. That clan of the legends, which was said to comprise all the greatest strategistical geniuses, had long gone extinct. As such, Xia Fei had no idea why the Ig dragons were so adamant on being friends with Xia Fei and the fiends. Xia Fei and the three royalty of the Ig dragons entered a large palace. The grand palace of the Ig dragons, of course, gave off an atmosphere both sacred and majestic. It was unknown just what sort of power it took to construct such an extremely white castle. After they took their seats, Yang Ji and his family smiled brightly at Xia Fei. As someone who had a habit of thinking, he was presently in deep thought. Meanwhile, Yang Ji and everyone seemed to really like seeing Xia Fei think, so they did not bother him. He's really alike. He's exactly the same as that person when he first arrived. I still remember it vividly. Yang Guang's spouse smiled as she whispered this to her husband. Madame Hang Xiao was always smiling. Despite the fact that she was a Ig dragon, her smile was very pure and hid no other emotions or thoughts. Every action she made was with that faint smile. Yang Guang chuckled. I told you, there are some things that will be passed on. Xia Fei is most definitely a descendant of them. This was when Xia Fei lifted his head up and asked, curious, whose descendant am I? He could not help but light himself a cigarette again. Cigarettes had a very pungent smell to them, and Xia Fei would not normally smoke in front of others, but as he was struggling with some complex emotions right now, this was already his third stick. Friends, the people that I'm most fond of. Yang Guang replied naturally. Those guys were the only ones who had never once treated us as aliens. They're nothing like those so-called powerhouses that look at us with strange gazes, even going as far as to say that people not of the same species don't share something. People not of the same species don't share the same minds. That's a very selfish saying. Actually, even people of the same species may not work together in commonality but will more likely harbor resentment and fight among themselves, instead. Bang! Yang Guang slapped the table. That's right. That's also what that person said back then. Xia Fei was speechless. It looked like these people were really treating him as a fiend, but he was clearly human. This had not changed from young till now. Am I very similar to the fiends? Xia Fei decided not to beat around the bush anymore and asked them this directly. Yang Guang burst into laughter. Not just similar. You're practically the fiendest fiend. Xia Fei was shocked. This statement was thought-provoking. While he had been making use of the fiend clan's laws and weapons, this was the first time someone directly identified him as a fiend. There was also the Skywing Wolf Pack. If Xia Fei was a fiend, what would that make the Skywings? Could the entire clan be descendants of the fiends as well? In the Annihilation universe, the place which represented the greatest concentration of strength across all the realms, the fiends were a tabooed race. If what Yang Guang said was true, then that would make Xia Fei an enemy to the entire Annihilation universe. Instantly, Xia Fei felt his blood boil. He had originally asked a simple question, but a strange sensation suddenly surged inside him. same as when he ate the lasting draconid essence fruit. Except this time, it was even more intense than before and was like a time bomb that had exploded within him. Swoosh! Before Xia Fei could even process his thoughts, every pore in his body abruptly opened, and his internal qi was released outward. The main source of energy from the lasting draconid essence fruit was qi flow, and if Xia Fei failed to expel it as soon as possible, he could very well explode and die. Lasting draconid essence. You've consumed lasting draconid essence. Yang Guang leaped to his feet and yelped in surprise. Yang Ji, who was standing at the side, asked blankly, I did indeed hand Xia Fei 5 lasting draconid essences the last time. He couldn't have possibly eaten all of those, could he have? Yang Guang glared at his son in spite before he went sprinting to Xia Fei. Such foolishness! Xia Fei has yet to reach the annihilator tier, just 1 lasting draconid essence alone could kill him. Yang Ji lowered his head as he tried to explain in a small voice, I thought he's about to make a breakthrough, so I gave him some. Yang Guang held Xia Fei and asked with much urgency, tell me the truth, just how many lasting draconid essences did you take, and how did you consume them? Xia Fei, who was panting heavily by now, rasped, 5. I chewed one up and swallowed the rest. Swallowed? You actually dared to swallow lasting draconid essences? The draconid qi they produce can tear you apart. Yang Guang yelled with widened eyes. Yang Ji was also speechless. How could he have known that Xia Fei would dare to swallow the lasting draconid essence? The secret contained within the fruit known as lasting draconid essence was the draconid qi. Draconid qi referred to the tyrannical qi that the draconids expel. It was all contained inside, and it would express itself like a storm. The trick to consuming lasting draconid essence lay in the user's physique, and this was to say that the amount of dragon qi one should take must be according to their level. Xia Fei was not exactly at a high level yet, so he could not ingest too much draconid qi. The correct consumption method ought to have been to chew lasting draconid essence, so as to release a portion of the dragon qi and so that he would only be taking in about half of its energy. Alas, the situation right now was that, while Xia Fei had consumed the first lasting draconid essence with the right method, chewing before swallowing, and was naturally inconsequential the powerful dragon qi helping purify his body and in reaching the peak founder cultivation, Xia Fei had actually swallowed the rest. Those 4 lasting draconid essences had not been digested this whole time and had just been stored in Xia Fei's stomach. Gradually, their outer shells got dissolved by his stomach acids and split open, sending all that dragon qi to be absorbed by Xia Fei's body. Yang Guang sweated profusely as he muttered, 4 lasting draconid essences, and only 1 has been activated. If all 4 get activated, Xia Fei will most likely be finished. Is it possible for us to retrieve the other 3? Asked Yang Ji in a hushed tone. Yang Ji felt guilty seeing the critical urgency of Xia Fei's situation. After all, as he was still young, he had no idea that the lasting draconid essences were the pride of the dragons and that humans would have a very hard time withstanding the powerful dragon qi. It's impossible. The exterior of the lasting draconid essences are already very fragile, just the slightest touch will cause them to shatter. Right now, we can only pray that the remaining 3 will be able to hold on, giving Xia Fei time to absorb this one first, Yang Guang spoke gravely. They got Xia Fei to lie down on the floorboards, making as little movement as possible while maintaining stable breathing. Yang Guang advised, Xia Fei, there are no better solutions right now, so do your best to use the energy the lasting draconid is giving off. Whether you divert it into cultivation or convert it into other forms of energy, it's fine as long as you don't keep any of it inside your body. Xia Fei did not answer. In fact, he was already doing what was advised. On one hand, he was expelling out even more dragon qi from his pores, on the other hand, he was consuming large amounts of the energy by focusing on cultivation. He was devoting every fiber of his being to madly cultivate. Unfortunately, the energy contained within the lasting draconid was too strong. In about half an hour later, the second lasting draconid burst as well. Xia Fei experienced a different type of breathing, as his irises turned violet. His soul mark, the soul mark in his 7th brain region, was rushing like crazy. Advancement? Xia Fei did not dare to think about it. Right now, he was solely concentrating on using up all the energy that he was provided. Safeguarding his life was far more important at the moment. This situation was extremely dire. This was when Yang Guang raised his head, turned to face the outside of the palace, and hissed, "Who is the blind fool that actually dared to barge in at this time?" Rumble. 2 wings, which spanned 800 miles, unfurled. Yang Guang leaped down from the Grand Palace, which was well over 10,000 miles wide, and revealed his true form as he went diving toward the base of the mountain. He was just like a predator that had pounced on its prey. "Old Dragon King, it's me again. Do you dare to fight another match with me?" This voice had come from the base of the mountain. Yang Guang was stunned. He could not dare to believe his ears. Was it actually him? As he got closer, he saw a middle-aged man standing on the ground. He was a lanky figure, with a head of white hair blowing in the wind and his hands behind his back. A slight smile was plastered on his face. Whoosh! Yang Guang landed right in front of the man and grabbed him by the shoulders before flying right up to the Grand Palace. "You came at just the right time. You've always bragged about how your medical skills are unparalleled. I happen to have someone who needs your saving right now. Save him and I will bury the hatchet with you. Fail to save him however." Roar! Yang Guang let out a powerful bellow, which had shocked this person so greatly that he covered his ears and he went slightly pale. "Old Dragon King, just who could it be that worries you so?" the middle-aged man asked curiously. "A descendant of my friend." Yang Guang boomed. "Friend?" That man was surprised. Suspicion filled his eyes, but he said nothing. Soon, the old dragon Yang Guang brought the middle-aged man to his own grand palace without any consultation whatsoever. He pointed to Xia Fei and said, "That's him. You'd better act fast. If he dies, I'll really take your life this time." The middle-aged man recognized Xia Fei and was in for a shock once more. He mused in his disbelief, "Xia Fei? Is that Xia Fei? You recognize him?" Yang Guang asked, surprised. "Of course, I do. I personally examined him twice in the past." This person said as he made his way to Xia Fei's side, wondering, how did Xia Fei get into this state? Yang Guang hurriedly related the situation of how Xia Fei had eaten lasting dragon essences on his own. The man immediately panicked upon hearing this, lamenting, how reckless. He was practically toying with his life here. Swoosh! This person's palm flashed, pulling out a golden coconut from out of nowhere. It shone glittery gold, very extraordinary looking. Wasting no time to use tools, this person immediately poked out a hole on that coconut's shell with his finger and then poured the milky white juice inside it to Xia Fei's mouth. "Quick, drink it," this person growled. Xia Fei was in absolute agony and could not care less about anything else, guzzling down the coconut juice as much as he was able to. Fact sure was stranger than fiction. The coconut juice was like a thick viscous glue, and it proceeded to seal up the dragon qi, which was running rampant inside Xia Fei's body. It even enveloped the other two lasting draconid essences that had yet to break. Could this be? Yang Guang was startled, pointing at the golden coconut as he gasped. The middle-aged man answered, "That's right. That was the coconut that had flowered from the coconut tree in God's Eden all those years back. It's the last one, too." Yang Guang nodded. "So it's a miracle fruit from God's Eden. With that, Xia Fei's life should be safe now, shouldn't it?" "That's hard to say. It will still depend on Xia Fei's ability to control energy and a smidgen of luck," the middle-aged man replied. All of a sudden, the middle-aged man turned to Furball. Seeing as Xia Fei was in trouble, Furball and little Goldie were of course very anxious. "There is another solution, but Xia Fei may not agree to it." The man eyed Furball unpleasantly. Chapter 1306, When a Holy Beast Devours Draconic Power. "There is another solution, but Xia Fei may not agree to it," the man eyed Furball unpleasantly. The Ig Dragon Yang Guang was stunned, frowning. "You're not suggesting that Xia Fei eat his personal holy beast, are you? I knew you had ill intentions. To think you humans could come up with such a sinister method. If you dare to even do that, I won't be sparing you any time soon." That middle-aged man seemed to have found the accusation hilarious, waving his hand dismissively. "Old Dragon King, what are you saying? Even if I want Xia Fei to use such a method, he doesn't have the sufficient cultivation to devour a holy beast, which is beyond the three realms, right now." "Then what do you mean?" Yang Guang asked, curious. Shatterstar is an energy-type beast, and only he is capable of drawing out the energy gathering inside Xia Fei's body, the middle-aged man said as he looked at Furball. Furball seemed to understand what had just been said. He let out a long sigh, for he had also thought that he was about to be eaten, and his liver twitched at that. After a pause, the middle-aged man's gaze sharpened as he said gravely, "However, the energy inside the lasting draconid essence is still dragon qi. Whether or not the holy beast Shatterstar can withstand this unique aura that the Draconids give off is another issue altogether. Even if he succeeds, would harboring draconic power in him cause a mutation to the beast? I can't be sure of that. Yang Guang felt disappointed. As the king of Dragons, he naturally knew the dangers of dragon chi to exotic beasts. In this world, aside from the Draconids, no other beast dared to challenge them. Even Furball, nurtured into the parallel existence by Xia Fei's hand, would still have to keep a low profile before the Dragons. This had nothing to do with fear, it was just that the holy beasts would not naturally be enemies with the Draconids. If Yang Guang were a divine beast or a holy beast like Furball, the latter would already be showing his face by not paying any attention or attempting to kill it. Though holy beasts were considered beasts, they were very unique existences among them. They were the most incomprehensible existences. Even the Draconids had companions. By comparison, there was only one Shatterstar in all of the universes. Like a lone swordsman, no one knew where he came from, and what trump cards he had up his sleeves. If Furball were to swallow dragon chi, it was really hard to tell just what the outcome would be. A holy beast plus a dragon, it was reasonable for Furball to turn into some monster, not to mention the fact that Furball was already an existence that defied logic. So that's what you're worried about? Yang Guang nodded, understanding how frightening it would be if a holy beast consumed dragon chi. Yes. At the end of the day, Furball is a holy beast. Not to be disrespectful, but you and I both only have about a 70% understanding of this strange existence known as holy beast, but I'm not the least bit sure of what would happen to a holy beast if he devoured dragon chi. Would he turn hostile against us? What major changes would take place? I really have no idea, the middle-aged man said in a deep voice. The Dragon King Yang Guang gnashed his teeth and coldly snorted. This is my territory, the 8th universe. Do it. Let's save Xia Fei's life first and worry about everything else later. That man nodded. A holy beast transforming was no doubt frightening, not to mention this holy beast being the energy-type Furball, already known as Shatterstar even before his transformation. If he were to really mutate, he might truly shatter universes. Dragon King Yang Guang was no coward, and the Dragon couple should be able to contain the situation if anything were to go wrong. With this thought in mind, the middle-aged man squatted and told Furball in a low voice, I know you understand what I'm saying. Right now, you're the only one who can save your master. The decision to do so rests entirely with you. Awoo! Sure enough, Furball flashed them a determined gaze and let out a powerful roar, almost as if to say, is there even a need to discuss this? Let's just do it quickly. An exotic beast had unwavering loyalty toward their master, and Furball had already risked his life for Xia Fei many times before. Even if there was a possibility for him to mutate as a result, turning into something that no longer recognized his kin, that would be a problem for the future. At present, Furball hated how he could not die in Xia Fei's place. Reaching out a hand, that middle-aged man said solemnly, hand over the lasting draconid essences. If you want the holy beast Shatterstar to alleviate Xia Fei's suffering, he will first need to consume the same amount of lasting draconid essences as Xia Fei. Yang Guang gulped. This was a truly insane act. Xia Fei had consumed 5 lasting draconid essence fruits, and that was already an extreme amount. Now, Furball needed to eat 5, too. By pushing through, both master and pet combined would have consumed enough energy to obliterate an entire galaxy. Hand him some. Yang Guang ordered his son, Yang Ji. Taking the lasting draconid essence fruits in hand, the middle-aged man first got Furball to lie down and then pressed his hand on the holy beast's stomach, shoving all 5 of them down Furball's mouth as he instructed loudly, swallow them all, right now. Furball loved eating energy, and he was terrible at eating anything else. Usually, Avril would be chasing after him, eager to feed him treats, which was a torturous experience for him entirely. Furball shut his eyes and forced himself to eat the 5 lasting draconid essences, a serious look on his face. Immediately after, the mysterious middle-aged man pulled out 2 shriveled blueberries and carefully placed one each in Xia Fei and Furball's mouths respectively. Dragon King Yang Guang was taken aback once more. He was just about to open his mouth and ask when that middle-aged man said at once, you don't have to ask. Yes, they were also miracle fruits from God's Eden, allowing Xia Fei and the Shatterstar to entwine their lives together. Yang Guang pouted, seemingly very envious of the fruits picked from God's Eden. The shriveled blueberries melted very quickly and went into Xia Fei's body, and Xia Fei could feel this strange sensation overwhelm him, which was akin to being sent into a fantastical universe and floating in space. Too much dragon chi had accumulated inside his body that Xia Fei had no time to pay attention to anything else. He was currently doing everything he could, working his soul mark, trying to absorb the astronomical energy. Xia Fei had always been proud of his energy control. From the very first day he became a warrior, Xia Fei had demonstrated a level of control that made others envious. However, today, Xia Fei could actually feel that his superb energy control was lacking. Too much energy, draconic power, had accumulated inside his body. It was well beyond the scope that he could handle. Don't give up. Never give up. Xia Fei repeatedly told himself. The more critical the moment got, the more Xia Fei's willpower would show itself. No matter how much agonizing pain he was enduring, his steel-like willpower gave him the strength to persist. Xia Fei was not going to give up on his will to live until the very last second. Beyond, that mysterious middle-aged man placed one hand firmly on Xia Fei's body and the other on Furball. He seemed to be waiting at a critical juncture. With his two eyes shut tightly, a deathly silence pervaded that empty grand palace. Amid the silence, an earth-shattering shock was brewing. This was a battle, pitting Xia Fei and Furball against draconic power for the very first time. The moment that mysterious middle-aged man was done with his preparations, everyone saw him suddenly exerting force and sending two blasts of energy into Furball and Xia Fei's bodies at the same time. Yang Ji was stunned. Xia Fei was already being tortured from having too much energy, yet this man had actually sent even more energy into his body? Just what was the thought behind this? However, in the next second, an even more surprising scene unfolded before their very eyes. The two lasting draconid essences in Xia Fei's body, as well as the 5 in Furball's belly, all burst at the same time. The wind howled. The fatal dragon chi filled the entire grand palace. The technique, which this middle-aged man had just utilized, was strange and nimble. Both hands panned swiftly, and the palm he originally had on Furball's body was now on Xia Fei's, and vice versa. Secret art, life concordancy, he yelled. Rumble. Everyone heard a loud explosion, and the entire palace rocked for quite some time. There was no longer Furball and Xia Fei. There were just two Xia Feis. Startled, the middle-aged man gushed in excitement. Turns out they have an existing death contract with each other, and they even know a doppelganger technique that can let them exchange energy seamlessly. That's very handy right now. A death contract, also known as a blood bond, was a pact that humans formed with exotic beasts to live and die together. This meant that if either Furball or Xia Fei were to die, the one remaining would not survive, either. Xia Fei initially had too low cultivation, and it was too hard for him to control Furball, which was why he had used such a crazy method. Now, it turned out to be a blessing in disguise. With the two sharing an even tighter bond, it was even more suitable for Furball to absorb the energy that harmed Xia Fei. Why aren't they moving? Yang Ji exclaimed, tugging on the hem of his mother's clothes, extremely nervous. After that middle-aged man had used his secret art, Furball and Xia Fei had both become immobile, and even the immensely powerful dragon chi was nowhere to be found. The middle-aged man got up and dusted his hands, appearing to be very exhausted. The highest form of energy is the spirit, mental strength. Right now, Furball and Xia Fei have already entered the pure spirit realm, and that is the domain of gods. All we can do at present is wait, see if their spirits are powerful enough and if their mental strength is crazy enough. Yang Guang nodded and sat down in his chair. This series of thrills had left the Ig Dragon King a little short of breath. Does this mean Xia Fei and Furball had left for the spirit realm? What about the dragon chi from the lasting draconid essences then? Yang Ji asked, curious. They've all gone over, that mysterious man said in a low voice. The moment secret art life concordancy had taken effect, not only did Furball and Xia Fei become one, they were also sent to a sealed space. This was akin to the out-of-body experience spoken in urban legends. Anyone, even a commoner with no martial skills to speak of, had a spirit, and the same went for beasts. The moment warriors hit the limits of their physical strength, they would then begin to pursue mental strength, and spirit energy and soul power were the manifestation of this. The wind was howling. It was as though Xia Fei were standing atop a mountain range, against a powerful and chilling storm, but this time, he was not alone, for there was a white little ball with him. Like him, Furball was also standing up against that mighty dragon chi. Furball's addition only increased the burden on Xia Fei when he was dealing with the draconic power by himself. After all, Furball had also brought along 5 more lasting draconid essences, equivalent to dealing with double the enemies. However, despite the overwhelming pressure, the addition of Furball had increased Xia Fei's tolerance. He was not an energy-type holy beast just for show, Xia Fei was a master at energy control, and Furball was the top energy-devouring monster out there. Who knew how much energy could Furball store in his stomach? Xia Fei could control energy, while Furball devoured energy. Both complemented each other and allowed them to just barely hold on. Roar! Dragon Qi was Dragon Qi. Though it had no form, it was still able to let loose an angry roar as though it were a living dragon. A harsh cry instantly penetrated the galaxy. 9 soul marks floated high in the sky. Xia Fei had activated his soul marks, which were now like 9 brilliant, burning suns, transforming the Dragon Qi into an energy that he could control, spirit energy. Meanwhile, a white halo had enveloped Furball, as he struggled to adjust the energy intensity. When the Dragon Qi was too powerful, Furball would swallow it into his stomach, thereby weakening it. Furball would then proceed to unleash some before finally maintaining this spirit realm at the levels of Dragon Qi that Xia Fei could manage. That middle-aged man was right, Xia Fei with Furball were indeed able to turn danger into safety. However, the true danger lay in Furball. He was attempting to devour draconic power as a holy beast. This was crazy. Xia Fei sped up his actions without saying a word. That was because the Furball beside him was turning more and more manic. Evidently, the draconic power was having an unpredictable effect on Furball. In fact, his 2 eyes, which were as big as green beans, had already turned bloodshot at this point. Chapter 1307, Dissolution of the Blood Contract. The 8th Universe, the back garden of the palace in Yggdragon's territory. Xia Fei and Furball were in a precarious situation. The abundance of energy from the lasting draconid essences were beyond what Xia Fei could bear, and he had no choice but to borrow Furball's strength. Alas, Furball had become very frenzied after absorbing Dragon Qi, and his 2 eyes were now bloodshot. In the spirit realm, Xia Fei and Furball's souls were intricately linked, but at this moment, the holy beast was actually behaving abnormally, not allowing his master to get near him. Furball, are you all right? Xia Fei asked telepathically, very concerned. Xia Fei got even more worried after seeing how frenzied Furball had become. Awoo! Furball's answer to Xia Fei's inquiry was a rage-filled bellow. Xia Fei was stunned. Ever since he first tamed Furball, this was the first time Furball had thrown a tantrum at him. In the past, whenever Xia Fei abused Furball, the creature would at most duck to one side and ignore him. What had actually happened today? Furball was actually acting distant with Xia Fei. The conversion and accumulation of the Dragon Qi was almost over, but the tension between the owner and his pet had reached new heights. Clap! The final sliver of Dragon Qi entered Xia Fei's 7th brain region, and all was quiet in this mysterious space in the spirit realm. Though Xia Fei and Furball were only a few meters apart, it was no different from being an entire galaxy away. Right now, Xia Fei could completely not recognize the Furball in front of him. Furball momentarily looked into the distance, then flicked his eyes to Xia Fei. It was almost as if he were hesitating. His habit had always been to leap into Xia Fei's arms and fawn over him by acting all cute. Alas, this was not the case anymore. Furball had turned big and powerful. When the holy beast devoured the draconic power, it was unavoidable for there to be a temperamental change after. What were the draconids? They were, of course, the apex existences that stood atop the food chain. Arrogant and aloof, unparalleled. Furball also had a prideful heart, and it was only because the stars had aligned that Xia Fei had managed to get him to enter a blood contract with him. Right now, it was even more impossible for a draconid to accept a contract, which would have him showing subserviency toward a human. The more draconic power Furball absorbed, the more arrogant and tyrannical his desire to make the world surrender to his might became. However, old habits die hard. Furball, who had become used to Xia Fei's companionship after all these years, was somewhat unwilling to leave just like that. The situation right now was that of Furball struggling against the chaos inside him. It was as though there were 2 voices inside his head. One was from the great transformation he had undergone due to the draconic influence, hoping Furball would leave Xia Fei and become a dignified and imposing tyrant in the universe. The other was Furball's. He was fond of Xia Fei and even Avril. He liked Little Goldie and the Skywing Wolf Pack, so he felt reluctant to leave. These 2 completely different powers were troubling Furball greatly, and he had no idea what he should do. In the spirit realm, Furball would let out uneasy cries from time to time, his voice evidently pained. Xia Fei saw all these, and he could not bear to see Furball suffering more. All of a sudden, completely unexpected, Xia Fei said something groundbreaking. The corner of his lips curled. Xia Fei broke out that genial smile and said softly, "You may leave." Zing! Furball was startled. His two small eyes stared blankly at Xia Fei. He could not believe that the latter had actually made the first move to release him. With a pause, Xia Fei sighed. "Having been with me for so many years, showing such fierce loyalty, you've never owed me anything. Instead, it is I who owe you. When we first entered the Lore Realm, and I found myself surrounded from all sides, you sacrificed your life and used the singular Shatterstar strike. Ever since that day, I've already decided that if there ever comes a day when you wish to leave, I won't stop you but will instead support you wholeheartedly, for you're the best friend I've ever had in my life. Everyone has the right to pursue their freedom and desire. I quite easily get into trouble, so there's no reason for me to let you deal with all such random nonsense. You deserve to have your freedom and your life back." Xia Fei swallowed his saliva. His eyes had become moist as his voice quivered. "Go. Come back and see me sometime if you miss me. Also, Avril's snacks are really quite disgusting, and I've had trouble telling her off. Every time Avril forced you to taste what she made, I could only bite the bullet and swallow, just like you did." The atmosphere was bittersweet and silent, and the only sounds that could be heard were just the owner and pet's heartbeats. Xia Fei was Xia Fei, all right. He treated his enemies with viciousness, while he showed incomparable tenderness and concern for his loved ones. When Furball wanted to leave, not only did he not stop him, Xia Fei even encouraged him to go about his life. In Xia Fei's mind, Furball had never been just some personal holy beast but rather a friend, who had been with him through countless hardships. He was a close confidant. Furball's two beady eyes trembled, as his entire body shuddered vigorously. Clearly, he was getting even more emotional than Xia Fei. Holy beasts had no friends their entire lives, and they did not have anyone of the same kind, but Furball felt that he was different from the other holy beasts, as if he had something more. Suddenly, he saw Xia Fei make a swipe with his palm in the air, pulling out a complex string of rope-like things, which were tightly bound together. This was Xia Fei and Furball's blood contract. Bang! Without any hesitation, Xia Fei pressed one palm on it, and that complicated knotted rope was completely disintegrated. Xia Fei and Furball's blood contract had been dissolved. Dragon King's White Grand Palace. Yang Guang, Yang Ji, Hang Xiao and that mysterious stranger were all staring at Xia Fei and Furball. Seconds passed, yet neither of the two moved at all. "How are they?" Yang Ji asked, curious. That mysterious middle-aged man heaved a long sigh and answered, "I already told you, Xia Fei's strength, along with Furball's, can surely turn danger into safety. The only real danger now lies with the holy beast Shatterstar. There's no way to predict just what will happen when a holy beast absorbs dragon chi. There's a very high possibility that Furball will choose to leave Xia Fei, and if he rejects this, the two will engage in an intense battle inside the space, with Xia Fei possibly having to slay Furball." Yang Ji was shocked as he exclaimed, "It's that serious?" The middle-aged man laughed mirthlessly. "That's not the worst outcome, either. The worst-case scenario will be Xia Fei dying to the holy beast Shatterstar's soul attack." The three dragons sucked in breaths of cold air. It would be really tragic if Xia Fei died at the hands of the exclusive exotic beast, which he had reared all these years. Unfortunately, none of them understood Xia Fei, and they were even more clueless as to the fact that he had not only allowed Furball to leave, he had even encouraged the latter to do so. He was the one who tore the blood contract between them. There was a series of sighs, which echoed in that palace. This was especially true for Yang Ji. He was the one who gave Xia Fei those lasting draconid essences, yet it had actually caused such a disastrous outcome. Yang Ji felt very uneasy deep down, and his mother, Hang Xiao, did her best to console him. All of a sudden, Yang Ji raised his head, stared outside the palace and hissed, "What is it with today? To think another would dare to enter our lands. Just what's going on here?" Just as his voice died down, a shrill whistle came from outside, which pierced through the clouds and echoed in the grand palace. Instantly, everyone inside arched their eyebrows, with the old Dragon King Yang Guang showing a startled expression. "It's them!" Whoosh! Yang Guang immediately rushed out of the palace. He did not reveal his true form and was, instead, glaring straight into the eyes of four individuals, above the clouds. These four were wearing masks, which effectively concealed their true visages, completely disguising themselves from top to bottom. All that could be seen were their eyes, and those gazes held unreadable glints. You people aren't welcome here. Yang Guang growled while still glaring fiercely. These 4 people thought nothing of his statement, alas, and one of them even quipped back, actually, none of us wants to be here at all, but we can't find the metal tome that our master left behind, which is why we came over to ask the esteemed Ig Dragon King if he's seen what our master left behind. Humph! Yang Guang snorted and pointed at the one speaking. Are you Gale Sky Devil's spirit familiar? If I recall correctly, you're called Gale. That's right. That person nodded. Yang Guang swept his gaze across the 4 present and said, how rare for the legendary Wing, Gale, Sea and Calamity to all be present in my 8th universe. Just as he said this, a woman's voice could be heard from behind Yang Guang, since they are guests, why don't we invite them into our quarters to have seats? Yang Guang snorted coldly. I do wish to do that, but I'm afraid they won't dare to join me. From the distance, it could be seen that Hang Xiao and Yang Ji had also exited the palace. The 4 actually displayed very good behavior when they saw the 2, even bowing to them. Lady Hang Xiao. His Royal Highness the Little Prince. That mysterious stranger, who had exited the palace right after the rest, stood with Yang Guang's group, though he remained silent. Oh, even the man from God's Eden is here. What a coincidence we're having today, to be able to meet so many old friends. The person of God's Eden has the last name Chu, so I believe that you're a descendant of the Chu family. There's this very lively individual from the Annihilation universe, and he goes by the name of Chu Jingfeng. The way he did things was also very similar to the elder Chu Xiaotian, keeping a low profile to hide his prolificacy, specializing in the research of strange things. The 4 mysterious individuals had started a discussion, but that middle-aged man merely puffed out his chest and remarked in a serious tone, you're all correct, I am someone from the Chu family of God's Eden. Chu Xiaotian is my grandfather. Chu Jingfeng. To think that this middle-aged man was actually the one who had compiled the 1000 soul rankings, the most powerful jack of all trades expert in the annihilation, Chu Jingfeng. He was also a God's Eden descendant. Do you know who we are? Chu Jingfeng smiled slightly. Before the 4 great sky devils departed, they left 4 treasures with the fiends, the broken wing sky devil Palatutha's armor, flying eagle plume, a secret manual, which the Gale Sky Devil medicinal cauldron prince recorded in a metal tome, and a pair of short swords called the Paired Comet, which twins Bitter Sea Sky Devil Forgotten Veil and Calamity Sky Devil Forgotten Treble have left behind. Everyone alive knows about this, but what the commoners don't know is that, aside from those treasures, the Sky Devils also left behind 4 people, and they're of course you 4, the Wing Gale Sea Calamity, spirit familiars of the 4 great Sky Devils. Clap clap clap. The Wing Gale Sea Calamity gave a round of applause. You truly live up to your reputation as someone from God's Eden, knowing all sorts of random knowledge. Indeed, we are Wing Gale Sea Calamity, each taking a word from the Lord Sky Devils. Today, we're here for one thing and one thing only. We seek the Legacy Metal Tome, which the Lord Medicinal Cauldron left behind. The Ig Dragons have extremely close ties with the 4 lords, so we wonder if the tome was left here. The soul pets of the 4 great Sky Devils Wing, Gale, Sea and Calamity spoke as though they were one, each taking turns to say something about their purpose. Ig Dragon King Yang Guang wore an unfriendly expression on his face as he growled, I will only say this once, the Legacy Metal Tome is not with me. Wing Gale Sea Calamity did not believe him, as they all murmured to one another, the old Dragon King couldn't be lying, could he? When faced with an existence like the Metal Tome, saying a lie or two isn't impossible, though. So what if it's not impossible? This here is the territory of the Ig Dragons, and there's even someone from God's Eden. We may not be able to beat them. This situation looked very strange. The Wing Gale Sea Calamity kept discussing with one another as though there were no one else present. This was when something unexpected occurred. Above the white grand palace of the Ig Dragons, thick black clouds had gathered, and lightning even flickered and struck. A phenomenon in the sky. Is someone about to cross the Annihilator threshold? The 4, Wind Gale Sea Calamity, were startled, all of them looking curiously in the direction of the palace. Chapter 1308, left, but returned. All of a sudden, an abnormal phenomenon occurred. Dark clouds began to gather above the Ig Dragon's white grand palace, with violent flashes of lightning accompanying the oppressive accumulation. Above the Founder tier was the Annihilator tier. This was the tier known for causing widespread destruction with the flick of a finger. The situation happening right before their eyes was none other than someone making a breakthrough from the Founder tier, something that would only appear when somebody had successfully crossed the threshold to the Annihilator tier. Xia Fei. Both Dragon King Yang Guang and Chu Jingfeng had the same thought, but they were currently having a standoff against 4 great Sky Devil spirit familiars, so not one of them made a motion. Alas, unlike them, the young Yangji could not keep his composure. Old Dragon King, don't you have quite the guests here in your home today? It was Wing of the 4 spirit familiars who looked up and asked this. I've met that person before. He's the one who released me from the Sky Devil tomb and also the one who took away Lord Palatutha's armor. Medicinal Cauldron Prince's spirit familiar, Gale, shrugged nonchalantly. Flying Eagle Plume and Paired Comet are nothing to us. What we need now is the Metal Tome. With that said, the Wing Gale Sea Calamity looked in unison at Dragon King Yang Guang. We will believe Lord Old Dragon King's words this time and will be taking our leave. Till we meet again, Gale said to Yang Guang, and he gave a polite bow. Dragon King Yang Guang said with a straight face, send them off. Rumble. 3 simple words, yet they had been said so imposingly. His voice rang clear. It was enough to shatter the hearts of the people around him. Just as Yang Guang said those 3 words, a chorus of bestial roars and cries echoed from the cosmos around him, like a tsunami crashing in on them. Yang Guang was exhibiting his might to the 4 great devil spirit familiars before him. They had entered the 8th universe, which was the Dragon's territory. The expression on the 4's, Wing Gale Sea Calamities, faces remained unchanged, and they merely let out a sharp whistle, yet this shrill sound was akin to a passerby whistling a pop tune, completely at odds with the angry roars of the beasts. However, it just so happened to cancel out all those cries. Just like that, the 4 departed. Chu Jingfeng sighed and turned to Yang Guang. Those 4, Wing Gale Sea Calamity, sure are powerful, what with them being the Sky Devil Lord's true inheritors. Yang Guang snorted, they're surely up to no good with them seeking the Metal Tome. Let's go look and see how Xia Fei's doing first, we can talk about everything else after. At this moment, the black clouds, which had come to shroud the White Grand Palace, had reached their maximum density. This gigantic mountain, which reached well over 20,000 miles high, was completely covered in thick blackness and terrifying thunderbolts, almost as though the mountain was on the verge of being overwhelmed. Whoosh! 9 soul marks swiftly flew out and began surrounding the 20,000-mile-high mountain, becoming bigger and bigger as they circled around it. All of a moment, the soul marks shrank together to form a strange 9-faced entity, and then a 10th soul mark appeared. Compared to the 9 soul marks at the Founder tier, the 10th soul mark representing the Annihilator tier was far larger, and the lines between the mark were even more profound, spinning around madly. Bang! The soul mark disappeared sans a trace, and the black clouds had also parted. Even the thunderclaps ceased. A single ray of sunlight shot down, and it made the already magical white mountain even more mystical looking, leaving half in white and the other half in grey. Everyone rushed into the palace hall, only to find Xia Fei already awake with a lit cigarette. Meanwhile, Furball was gone. Xia Fei, you promoted. Yang Ji laughed. Xia Fei nodded. The situation was obvious. Dragon Chi had helped Xia Fei escape from the fetters of the Founder tier, while Furball's temperament had undergone a major transformation as a result of absorbing the Dragon Chi and leaving his master's side. It's not such a terrible outcome. At the very least, Shatterstar didn't attack his master and only left, Chu Jingfeng thought inwardly. This was already the best outcome that he could have hoped for. Chu Jingfeng looked at Xia Fei, only to discover that he did not seem to be too disappointed. It was almost as though Furball's departure had been a consequence that Xia Fei already accepted. Yang Ji kept peppering Xia Fei with questions, but the answers the latter gave were all very simple. Everyone present knew that the crossing of the Annihilator threshold was anything but simple. It would never be as easy as what Xia Fei had made it out to be. However, since Xia Fei did not wish to discuss this matter in detail, everyone could only keep quiet and not focus on it further. Come, let me introduce you to. This one is Chu Jingfeng, and he can be considered our friend, Dragon King Yang Guang said. Can be considered. Chu Jingfeng furrowed his brows. He had gotten in a fight with Yang Guang back in the day, and though they now got along better than before, it appeared that this old dragon was still harboring some disgruntlement over that affair. Xia Fei was stunned, gasping, so you're Grandmaster Chu Jingfeng? I've long been an admirer. Yang Guang harumphed coldly. How is he considered a grandmaster? More like an idler if you ask me. Chu Jingfeng did not pay this side comment any heed and continued smiling at Xia Fei. The dragon chi is something else. Now that you've managed to absorb as much of the energy from the lasting draconid essences, and you've also transcended to become an annihilator, this is a matter truly worth celebrating. Still, you were far too reckless with your usage of the lasting draconid essence. You nearly met with a catastrophic disaster. You clearly have the serpent swallowing whale secret manual, so why didn't you follow what's written and administer it accordingly? Xia Fei shook his head. You know of the serpent swallowing whale, too. But of course. It's me who wrote it. Chu Jingfeng chuckled. Xia Fei was startled. So that's why. Still, it doesn't seem like the serpent swallowing whale had any records of the lasting draconid essence. How's that possible? Let me take a look. Chu Jingfeng took Xia Fei's serpent swallowing whale and flipped through it several times before laughing. My disciple was truly too careless. He only told me that he had given you the serpent swallowing whale but not that you didn't get the full version. With that said, Chu Jingfeng swiped a finger across his spatial ring and retrieved an even thicker book. He then proceeded to hand it over to Xia Fei, as he took that incomplete copy and stashed it away. Xia Fei curiously browsed the book in its entirety. Sure enough, the full version of the serpent swallowing whale was jam-packed with content, which was unlike the one he had had before. There was a much lengthy description of the lasting draconid essence recorded on its pages compared to the incomplete version. Chu Jingfeng remarked, speaking of which, I have quite the fated relationship with the unrestricted spiritualists' Grandmaster. I even know that those old coots of the unrestricted sect, who are still alive, can be considered acquaintances of theirs. On top of that, the relationship between Fukin and that good-for-nothing disciple of mine is quite good, too. Fukin once got heavily injured, and it's Su Luanbu who helped him on his road to recovery. The earlier copy of the serpent swallowing whale is something that I gave to my disciple long ago. I had yet to complete it back then. My disciple gave this to Fukin, who then gifted it to you, which is why you ended up with that unfinished secret manual. Xia Fei nodded before asking, I wonder if old man Fukin is doing all right. Chu Jingfeng answered, Fukin has already left. From what my disciple told me, he transcended to the annihilator tier a step before you did. It seems like he has gone off to find Sima and Mozen, the final two inheritors of the unrestricted sect in the annihilation universe. Sighing, Chu Jingfeng said, the unrestricteds can be seen as pillars of spiritualists, yet the only ones remaining are you, Fukin, Sima, and Mozen. Who knew that there'd come a day when there are just a handful of you guys? Life is truly too unpredictable. Xia Fei already knew well that there were very few unrestricted sect members left out there, which was why he had not been too surprised by this news. Instead, he asked, who were those earlier then? Everyone was shocked. Yang Guang asked in a grave tone, you sensed their presence? Xia Fei answered, yes. I seem to have met one of them in the past, too. Chu Jingfeng laughed and did not deny anything. I know about that. You ran off to the Broken Wing Sky Devil's tomb some time ago and released a strange creature. That's among one of the four. Xia Fei was surprised and listened to Chu Jingfeng continue on. Saying that their people isn't exactly accurate. I can't grasp what kind of existence they are, either, but when the four great Sky Devils departed back then, they were worried that the fiends would remain stagnant. As such, they each left a weapon. The Gale Sky Devil Medicinal Cauldron Prince was a technical sword who's not good at fighting, so he left a legacy of his. That flying eagle plume you have on you is Broken Wing Sky Devil's war armor. You ought to know just how powerful it is. Chu Jingfeng truly lived up to his reputation as a miscellaneous expert and had quite the abundant knowledge when it came to a variety of things. Xia Fei nodded. The eagle feather was no doubt powerful, and with that armor, be it a soul or a physical attack, as long as it landed on the armor, either would be mitigated accordingly. Such a formidable existence was practically heaven-defying. Besides that, the Lord Sky Devils even created 4 spirit familiars, and they're none other than those 4 who barged into the 8th universe earlier, Wing, Gale, Sea, and Calamity. They each took a word out of the 4 great Sky Devils and made those their names, Chu Jingfeng said. Spirit familiars? What's that? Xia Fei asked, curious. Chu Jingfeng took a moment to think about what to say and explained, think of it as a kind of substantial spirit, nurtured from thin air. The use of the 4 great Sky Devils' power, that technique may require Gale Sky Devil to explain properly. There's no way I can explain it as well as he does. In any case, just think of them as spirits with their own bodies, like biological creatures cultivated in a laboratory. Spirit with physical bodies? Xia Fei had seen spirits before, and from the earliest encounter with Phantom and now with Radix, neither had any physical form and was no more than a shadow following Xia Fei. What kind of spirit could have their own body? Furthermore, they were cultivated from scratch in a lab. The technology used was really incredible, worthy of the four great Sky Devils' methods. Chu Jingfeng paused for a bit before continuing. Too bad that the four great Sky Devils' spirit familiars are neither human nor beast, and their personalities are quite strange, too. While they ought to be listening to the Fiend's racial leader, they're too powerful and so there's no way for the Fiend's leader to control them. As time went by, the four great Sky Devils' spirit familiars became the greatest scourges of the Fiends, causing trouble everywhere. The Sky Devils left their familiars in order to help the Fiends overcome any future difficulties, but that's top secret information that others can't know about. After all, a trump card should remain hidden till it's used to attack potential enemies when they least expect it. When the Fiend's racial leader was left in a terrible fix by the spirit familiars and was truly helpless, he used the method of restraint that the lords had imparted, trapping the four into the tomb. It won't be too late to let them out when the need arises. Xia Fei was stunned and immediately asked a follow-up question. Was this because of that time when I broke my way into the Broken Wing Sky Devil's tomb, unwittingly letting one of them out, that the four great Sky Devil's spirit familiars are back in the world again? Chu Jingfeng nodded. That's right, but you couldn't be blamed for it, since you lacked the inside information back then. Gazing out into the distance, Chu Jingfeng said meaningfully, actually, letting those four spirit familiars out to cause a little trouble is good, too. This universe is already in pandemonium. Everyone could hear a howling in the distance after hearing that, as though someone was approaching at high speeds. Bang! A white lightning streaked into the Ig Dragon's palace, stopping right beside Xia Fei. Everyone was stunned, for this was no stranger, this was Furball. He was a lot bigger compared to the Furball of the past and had a full body of white hair, which shimmered in light luster, looking very much like a firefly in the darkness. His two eyes did get many times bigger than before as he swept a crafty gaze around. There was a slight smirk on his lips, an uncanny mimicry of Xia Fei's. A peak holy beast. Yang Guang knitted his eyebrows and gasped. Chu Jingfeng also pointed at Furball, intrigued. He didn't leave you. How's that possible? Your contract's no longer in effect. Xia Fei thought nothing of it and reached out his arm for Furball to hop right up on, looking absolutely refreshed. Most likely because this little guy missed me, Xia Fei pursed his lips and said softly. Chapter 1309, Do Not Get Near Furball. If Xia Fei's promotion to an annihilator was the first surprise, learning that Furball had reached the peak of a holy beast's cultivation would be the second. However, even if the exciting news of these two was added together, it would be nothing compared with the shocking scene everyone was now bearing witness to. Furball did not leave Xia Fei after absorbing the dragon qi. He had still chosen to follow Xia Fei. Chu Jingfeng was utterly speechless. He was a miscellaneous expert, having authored The Serpent-Swallowing Whale, compiled the 1000 Soul Rankings, and it was as though nothing in the known universe could escape his eyes. This time, however, Chu Jingfeng had been proven so ridiculously wrong. Furball unexpectedly choosing to stay completely went against the understanding Chu Jingfeng had toward beasts. It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could a holy beast, which had absorbed dragon qi, remain by a human's side? There must be a problem somewhere. Chu Jingfeng muttered under his breath. Yang Guang and his family were also very shocked, but they very quickly accepted Furball's choice and even felt happy that Xia Fei still had such a powerful assistant. Furball looked very pleased with himself, seemingly communicating with little Goldie by his side. Since the holy beast had reached his peak form and had even ingested the ever-varying dragon qi, little Goldie was all the more determined to worship the former. Squatting, Chu Jingfeng curiously examined Furball but did not expect that just getting near the beast would cause Furball to let out a tremendous roar, which had Chu Jingfeng taking several steps back. He has draconic prestige. Chu Jingfeng gasped. Draconic prestige was the awesome might that only draconids possessed. A single roar from Ig Dragon King Yang Guang could make the beasts in all known stars and universes to get down on their knees, and it was all because he possessed the draconid's draconic prestige. No beast could resist it. Right now, Furball's voice also contained this draconic prestige, which the Ig Dragons had, and this overwhelmed Chu Jingfeng greatly. Even more so, he was unable to comprehend just how a holy beast with draconic prestige could still be following Xia Fei. Yang Guang burst into raucous laughter and thought nothing of this. Furball does indeed have a bit of draconic prestige, but it isn't very strong. With this said, Yang Guang extended a hand to hug Furball. He wanted to see the changes that the creature had attained after his transformation to the peak form. Roar! Furball let out another roar at Yang Guang, displaying his extreme ferocity. Yang Guang was stunned and subsequently got angry, matching Furball's roar with one of his own. The Ig Dragon's white palace was instantly whipped into a storm, with the holy beast that had ingested Dragon Qi on one side and Ig Dragon Yang Guang on the other side, both engaged in an intense battle. Neither was backing down from each other. Xia Fei's eyes widened. Chu Jingfeng's eyes shone. They had a hard time believing that Furball could actually challenge the Ig Dragon King directly in this manner. Not only was the former not in the least bit afraid, he was also not any bit weaker, momentum-wise. Yang Guang's eyes went completely red. Though he had verbally stated that they had no relations to the Mega Dragons, everyone knew that the Ig Dragons were still Draconids. They were existences that stood at the apex of the food chain as well. Now that Lord Yang Yugong was being shown up by a little ball, he could not help but be extremely furious. Awoo! Furball and Yang Guang's contest intensified. Suddenly, the latter spread his arms, seemingly about to reveal his true form. Well done, Furball, having actually driven the distinguished Ig Dragon King into revealing his true form for the confrontation. This was when Lady Hang Xiao stepped forward to grab Yang Guang and laughed lightly. You must be getting confused with your age, to actually get angry with this little creature here. Yang Guang shook his head grumpily, looking at Furball and saying, Fine. I accept that you're fierce enough, little guy. Silence. Chu Jingfeng and Xia Fei were dumbfounded after witnessing this exchange, neither sure of what they should say. Xia Fei's eyebrows were knitted together as he tentatively reached a hand out. After seeing Furball compete against Ig Dragon Yang Guang, Xia Fei was uncertain to what degree Furball would listen to his commands. After all, this creature was no longer what he used to be and was now a peak holy beast mixed with Dragon Qi. Swoosh! Furball leaped up to Xia Fei's shoulder without a second thought and appeared to be no different from before. Only then did Xia Fei feel relieved. He did not care how terrible Furball's attitude was toward others, as long as he remained friendly toward him. You must tell me, just how did you do this? Chu Jingfeng asked Xia Fei all serious-like. Being unable to make sense of why Furball still chose to follow Xia Fei was an unpleasant feeling for Chu Jingfeng. Really? Is that all? Because you let him go, the esteemed holy beast Shatterstar chose not to leave and, instead, decided to follow you even more loyally. Chu Jingfeng found it inconceivable even after hearing Xia Fei's account. Xia Fei nodded. Yes, just that. I thought that Furball would leave for sure at that time. After all, his transformation was scary following the absorption of the Dragon Qi. In all these years, I've never seen him like that. Lady Hang Xiao let out a sigh and said softly, It seems simple, but it's anything but. This is most likely what it means to conquer the heart. You used your sincerity to subdue the heart of Shatterstar, and that's far more effective than any contract out there. With that said, Hang Xiao gazed at her husband meaningfully. Yang Guang instantly understood her intention and nodded. Indeed, while we Draconids are born prideful, that doesn't mean that we are indifferent to others. As long as someone can move us with their sincerity, we can reciprocate in kind. Unfortunately, few can do so, for humans are far too devious, and that clashes with our temperament. Chu Jingfeng ignored the discussion between Xia Fei and Yang Guang, pulling out a notebook instead, and quickly jotting down some stuff on it. After a short chat, Yang Guang mentioned in passing. It'll be my birthday in a few days' time, and it's sure to be very lively then. You've just crossed a critical threshold, so it's best if you spend the next few days cultivating without any intrusive thoughts. That way, you can make sense of your current state. Xiao Feng is fortunately here. While he dabbles in an assortment arts, he's still a fairly decent practitioner and can help you understand any problems you encounter as a newly promoted annihilator. Be at ease and stay here. Though the 8th universe isn't large, it has plenty of good scenery. A warrior mustn't only spend time cultivating, they must open their horizons, too. I'll have Yangji bring you on a tour around my territory tomorrow so that you can have a look yourself. Xia Fei was, of course, not about to reject this cordial invitation Ig Dragon King Yang Guang had extended to him. Besides, he indeed needed some guidance and to spend some time consolidating his foundation. After Fukin's departure, Xia Fei had been blindly probing his advancement. He was definitely not about to miss a chance to get in touch with this miscellaneous expert, Chu Jingfeng. By night time, Xia Fei, along with Furball and little Goldie, had already settled inside the palace. The place had this indescribably sense of sacredness, and perhaps because Xia Fei had been utterly exhausted after the day he had had, he actually had a very sound sleep that night. Yang Guang and Lady Hang Xiao's bedroom was in the deepest part of the palace, hidden underground. The room was naturally very spacious because they had the habit of being in their true forms while asleep. With Yang Guang's wingspan being over 800 miles wide and Lady Hang Xiao's being 600 miles, an average room would certainly not be enough to contain them both. Yang Guang and Hang Xiao got settled while facing a sculpture. The two had formed a habit of speaking to this sculpture before they went to sleep. It was just that this was a very strange sculpture of three humans. One was a man in his 20s, holding a boy and girl. Each child had two small horns on their heads, while that young man had a completely human appearance. Yang Guang gazed at the sculpture as a rare moment of sadness crept into his face. Lady Hang Xiao chuckled. "Are you missing father?" Yang Yugong nodded his head slightly but did not say anything else. "I miss him, too. I wonder where he's gone off to," Hang Xiao murmured softly, her head resting on Yang Guang's chest. The Annihilation Universe, some secret location in parts unknown. There was a simple pavilion made from bamboo in the middle of a forest. An elderly gentleman was seated under the shade reading an old-fashioned scroll book. The atmosphere was simple yet refined, looking like the elderly gentleman had quite the unusual taste. A light breeze kicked up sand, causing the elderly gentleman to lift his head and look in the direction of the cobblestone road. He saw a middle-aged man walking over. It was none other than Xiu Zetian. The man in command of the most secretive Black Ops organization in the Annihilation Universe, Dark Souls. Lord Autumn Erudite. Xiu Zetian did a fisted salute. The elderly Autumn Erudite smiled. "Come in and take a seat." Xiu Zetian entered the pavilion and sat with the elderly gentleman, who continued to calmly read his book. "It's finally settled. In order to hide Xia Fei and the entire Skywing clan's identity, I was forced to kill the perpetrator," Xiu Zetian said. Autumn Erudite did not raise his head and merely said softly, "No need to report to me your deeds, all that matters is that it's been done." Xiu Zetian was slightly taken aback but followed up immediately with a nod. "Understood. Truly, I shouldn't have bothered your eminence with such distasteful matters. It's just that Dark Souls offended plenty of people this time, so I'm afraid that we'll be even more isolated in the future." Autumn Erudite said, "The Annihilation Universe has never been a place that has lacked for distastefulness. Just do whatever needs to be done. With me around, no one will dare have any designs on you. Speaking of which, have you found out which branch the Skywings are an offshoot of from the Fiends?" With how devastating the eradication was, for there to still be a line of Fiend bloodline that could be concealed from the Annihilator's eyes and be preserved. They have done quite a marvelous trick of stealing the sky and putting up a sham Sunday. Xiu Zetian shook his head. "At present, all I know is that the Skywings are the final inheritors of the Fiend's bloodline. As for which branch they're from, I'm absolutely clueless on that front. Perhaps I'll be able to pick up some clues from the historical records after I take over the 3 libraries of the Fiends." Autumn Erudite let out a long sigh. "Well, then. No need to think about it for now. Taking over the 3 libraries of the Fiends will be too conspicuous, we have to delay that move. We've already somewhat shown our hands with our recent actions, and that's not a good thing at all." After a pause, Autumn Erudite continued. "The Blue Blood Psadins have taken a huge loss and are now left out in the cold, so we can try and recruit them. Also, we need to find an opportunity to test Chu Jingfeng's attitude toward us. The great change on his 1000 soul rankings came from out of nowhere, which helped draw quite a lot of attention away from us, or else there'd have been no way to resolve the matter so easily." Xiu Zetian was startled, frowning. "There are rumors saying that Chu Jingfeng also has connections to the Fiends. It's said that his ancestors were gardeners." "Gardeners?" Autumn Erudite laughed. He proceeded to put the book down and smiled. "You ended up getting encircled because you're investigating the ruins of the Fiend species all those years back. I know you're furious, but you must remember that we're ultimately not the Fiends, and all we want is to find out the truth behind their betrayal back then. An investigation is just that, and our stance needs to remain neutral." Xiu Zetian was surprised and quickly nodded his head vigorously. How was Xia Fei to know that, before he could even reach the Annihilation Universe, there was already one round after round of waves being made there, and the reason for all that was him. Several people, with Xiu Zetian taking the lead, wanted to investigate the reason behind the Fiend's betrayal back then, while some were doing everything they could to prevent this. During the Hero Alliance's war against the ancient Mega-Dragon, the fiends had suddenly turned traitors for no reason whatsoever, or at least, that was what was recorded in the history books. However, not everyone trusted these records. The two conversed a bit more. Eventually, Xiu Zaishan got up and said his farewell. Watching Xiu Zaishan's back as he departed, Autumn Erudite chuckled and said to himself, while it's true that the Chu clan's ancestors were gardeners, they're the gardeners of God's Eden. Chapter 1310, Grand Ancestors Past and the Missing Dragoons. Dragon Territory, the White Palace. Yang Ji looked outside and told Xia Fei and Chu Jingfeng, let's go. Today, I'll be taking you to the Blue Diamond Falls. It's really pretty there. These few days in the 8th universe, Xia Fei had received nothing but warm reception from Yang Ji and his family. Every day, Chu Jingfeng accompanied him in his cultivation, while Yang Ji was tasked with bringing him around to see the scenery. Instead, it was the old Dragon King Yang Guang and his wife, Lady Hang Xiao, who had not shown their faces during this time. The views and vista of the 8th universe were naturally amazing. Alas, Xia Fei, who was preoccupied with his thoughts, was in no mood for leisurely enjoyment. How could he, along with the entire Skywing clan, be a descendant of the fiends? In his mind, this was a huge question hanging in doubt. After all, he was about to head over to the Annihilation Universe, and that was somewhere fiends were hated. If Xia Fei's identity got exposed there, things could take a disastrous turn. What are you staring blankly at? Quick, let's go, urged Yang Ji happily. Draconids matured slowly, so this Yang Ji was still a child at heart. He felt very happy to have been accompanying Xia Fei these days. He had been feeling lonely growing up all alone, with hardly any companion at all, in the past. Whoosh! Yang Ji revealed his true form and carried Xia Fei and Chu Jingfeng throughout the galaxy, ferrying the two to see the Blue Diamond Waterfall at his greatest speed. Chu Jingfeng, who was currently hugging himself, commented, there's still some disparity between the Dragons and the Mega Dragons. It's said that after the Mega Dragons mature, their wingspan can reach up to 3,000 miles, with their kings even reaching up to 10,000 miles. Xia Fei was stunned. Yang Guang's full wingspan was 800 miles, and Hang Xiao was 600. Their son was only 100 miles, but that was already enough to leave Xia Fei awestruck. As for a wingspan 10,000 miles wide, that would be a size even greater than a planet. It was simply unimaginable. Very soon, Yang Ji landed by a waterfall shimmering in blue. The size of this waterfall was massive, and it was as though the entire planet served as a platform, with the drop akin to a billowing blue ribbon, truly a magnificent spectacle in this part of the universe. How is it? This place isn't half bad, yet? I love having a bath here, the water is icy cold, and it feels great trickling on my body. After saying that, Yang Ji leaped from the top of the waterfall and dove into the deep pool below sans a care of the surroundings whatsoever. His huge body set a huge wave off, and Yang Ji felt very pleased with the result. Xia Fei and Chu Jingfeng did not jump off like Yang Ji, instead, they found a boulder to sit on. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and asked calmly, you said that there are likely people from above secretly helping me. What do you mean by that? Chu Jingfeng answered casually, you all have a very unique identity. You used to live in Desolate Glacier, which is what your people call the Lower Realm. That place is considered the lowest out of all the 9 universes, so it's acceptable for the Annihilation Universe to have not noticed your existence at all. However, when you all entered the Alpha Universe, creating quite a commotion as you did, I refused to believe that the Annihilators still won't be aware of the Skywings, especially you. You actually made it into the collapsed expanse of Founders. That's a selection system the Annihilation Universe created. One must take a blood test before being accepted. The fact that no one discovered the presence of our fiend bloodline, never mind me, even the entire world wouldn't believe it. Xia Fei made a smoke ring as he arched his eyebrow. In the collapsed expanse of Founders, I very clearly remember there being a weird crash, and then those people from the Blue Blood Satin clan brought me to the Devil Shadow Dragoons selection system. They were full of questions regarding my identity, but they had no way of determining it, either. Chu Jingfeng smiled. Well, that's just it, isn't it? The Satins are a powerful division of the Blue Bloods, but they're by no means the most elite force in the Annihilation. Someone must have secretly tampered with the collapsed expanse of Founders system, so the people of Satin found you to be rather weird and failed to uncover the mystery of your bloodline. Xia Fei looked at Chu Jingfeng and asked, so if the Satin clan wasn't able to tell, how were you able to? Chu Jingfeng let out a weird laugh and replied softly, don't forget. My family ancestor was in charge of God's Eden, the mystical garden established by the 4 great sky devils. Countless fiends wished that they could be the caretakers of that garden, yet the sky devils chose my human grandfather, which in itself couldn't be any clearer. Xia Fei had already heard about God's Eden from Chu Jingfeng. The fiends were very stubborn and closed off. The Chu family was one of the few human clans that had gained the fiend species' trust and made headways in it. To have been bestowed the position of gardener to God's Eden by the 4 great sky devils was evidence enough of just how extraordinary the Chu family ancestor was. Unfortunately, after the 4 great sky devils departed, resulting in God's Eden becoming ownerless, the place had steadily declined to the point where plenty of biological life there had gone extinct. Having no other options, the Chu family packed up their bags and left the fiend's side. This move turned out to be for the best, as the Chu family did not get embroiled in that species' utter eradication. His grandfather, who had died in the war against the Mega-Dragons, was hailed as a hero, so those forces seeking to erase any traces of the fiends in the universe let Chu Jingfeng's father off the hook, opting not to pursue his family over his past job as God's Eden caretaker. However, not pursuing his family did not mean that they had gotten away scot-free. Chu Jingfeng's father, who had inherited the Chu family's ultimate art and was immensely talented, led a mediocre life, all because the Annihilation universe still distrusted him. While Annihilation had ultimately not purged the Chu family, they had completely isolated them from the mainstream. Even Chu Jingfeng, whose research into miscellaneous fields was the best throughout the entire universe, still had no way of being accepted into the Annihilation's mainstream society and had to be low-key in collating the 1,000 soul rankings and other such stuff, whiling his time away with all that. However, because Chu Jingfeng's grandfather had once been the gardener of God's Eden, he, along with the Ig Dragons, was one of the few individuals in the Annihilation who still admired the fiends. Yang Guang and his family had quite a decent relationship with the fiends and had also personally met the 4 great sky devils. When the Hero Alliance forced the sundering of the universe for the sake of keeping the universe safe, they had splintered this piece of space where the Ig Dragons lived. It was not until Yang Guang and his family discovered a way to connect their plane with the Alpha universe that they received some news, and this had happened only in the recent years. When they learned that the fiends had all been wiped off from the face of the universe, Yang Guang had been despondent for a good long while. Later, the dark spiritualists used a secret method to connect to the 8 universe, and Yang Ji bumped into Xia Fei. Only then did Yang Guang learn that the fiends still had a surviving bloodline. Thus, he had Yang Ji bring Xia Fei to the 8th universe. Stubbing the cigarette out, Xia Fei furrowed his brows and sighed. I originally thought that joining the Annihilation universe will give me the chance to get in touch with the greatest power across the universe, but who knew that it'd be at such great risk? If I am a fiend, won't that make me an enemy to all of the Annihilators? Xia Fei could feel a headache coming on. He had not even taken a step into the Annihilation universe, yet he had already made enemies. How many members did the Skywing clan have? It would be impossible for them to take on the entire Annihilation universe. Chu Jingfeng said, since many generations have passed, the fiend bloodline that can be traced in you or anyone else in the Skywing clan should already be very diluted. Still, a fiend remains a fiend. I checked all the things you'd all done in the lore realm. Very incisive, indeed. Xia Fei was momentarily left speechless. The Skywing, especially in the recent few years, had been an absolute aberration in the lore realm. That place had completely been turned on its head by the Skywings. It had never once crossed Xia Fei's mind that the Skywing clan having such personality could be due to them holding a bit of the fiend bloodline, but thinking back on it now, he did find it somewhat strange. Grand Ancestor Xia Gukaheng was not born from a rock, and from when he was alone at the start till he created a clan, which was coincidentally called the Demon Sealing Fiendish Blade, the word fiend had been so vividly and sharply represented and lived up to. Thinking about it now, he could not help thinking of why the Skywings had been so fiendish. There was indeed a reason for it, only, the reason behind it was simply too big. Chu Jingfeng gave the matter some thought and said, relax. Whether it's you or the entire Skywing clan, the fiend bloodline is so rare that anyone who hasn't met a fiend before can hardly tell your identity, and even if they did, as long as you can keep a low profile, you won't really draw much attention. Of course, Xia Gukan must never go near the Annihilation universe. I've been secretly observing him, and while your identity needs a bit of scrutiny and testing, anyone can tell at a glance that he's a descendant of the fiends. Xia Fei nodded. That I understand. It just so happens that the Grand Ancestor plans to retire. I'll chat about this with him when I get back, warning him not to reveal himself too much for the time being. By the way, you mentioned something about the Arhat fruit being able to mask fiend energy. How sure are you of its effectiveness? Chu Jingfeng answered, aside from Xiaogukan, the rest of you can use that, for even if he were to consume an Arhat fruit in a timely fashion, there'd be no way for him to mask his aura. After all, he's a direct descendant of the fiends, while you're the second most prominent. You'll need to consume it exactly as I tell you and to replenish yourself with it constantly. Xia Fei's aura had always been the most similar to Xiaogukan, with the both of them having a pair of fiend wings, and were also the only two who had those in the entire clan. Thinking a little more, Chu Jingfeng added, I have no idea why Xiu Zaishan knows that you're a descendant of the fiends, and for him to insist you join the Annihilation Universe. I am certain that this matter is by no means simple. Before anything had happened to him, he was widely regarded as a generational genius and was a man of high intelligence. Rumors later spread that he died with his wife, and later those rumors turned into just him, while Xiu Zaishan is still alive and has caught the eye of a person who represents the pinnacle of strength in the Annihilation Universe, in charge of the most powerful assassination squad. Swallowing saliva, Chu Jingfeng's eyes sparkled. Remember, hatred lingers in Xiu Zaishan's heart. He might be in a hurry to bring you to annihilation because your identity as a fiend could help him solve some of his problems. Xia Fei smiled. Given how sinister a place the Annihilation Universe was, he had already long suspected that to be the case. Well, we'll be mutually using each other. Xiu Zaishan is using me, and I'm also using him, Xia Fei replied calmly. I remember clearly that every time I ask my grand ancestor about his upbringing, he will always have a very pained expression. I'll be taking this chance to figure that out, uncover what truly happened to the Fiend clan all those years back. There's something that I can't make sense of yet, though. There were the 4 Dragoon Legions Dark Moon, Holy Light, Destiny, and Devil Shadow all those years back. Since the Annihilation Universe determined that the Devil Shadow Dragoons were traitors, there's no way such a powerful army would just disappear over the course of one night after the betrayal, right? They were the strongest warriors of the fiends, so where could they have gone? Xia Fei wondered out loud. Chu Jingfeng shrugged, helpless. That's an ancient mystery, no one has a clue where the Devil Shadow Dragoons went. In any case, all of them disappeared overnight, and the news of their betrayal soon spread throughout the Annihilation Universe. This forced the Hero Alliance to engage in a suicidal assault, essentially dying with the Mega Dragons. If the Devil Shadow Dragoons had really betrayed the cause, they should have appeared while the Hero Alliance was attacking the Mega Dragons. I once saw a corpse from the Triclopian Fiend clan, and there were scenes from the war that I saw in his memories. Throughout the assault against the Mega Dragons, there hasn't even been a single shadow of the fiends anywhere, Xia Fei said. Chu Jingfeng shook his head again, unsure of what to make of it. In any case, any trouble Xia Fei faced in his life would always be very troublesome, and if the Skywings were the true descendants of the fiends, then the entire Annihilation Universe would be their enemy. Chapter 1311, Not One Good Man in the Annihilation Universe. Dragon King Yang Guang's birthday was a very lively affair. Whenever a dragon celebrated their natal, thousands of creatures would make a pilgrimage. The exotic beasts all formed herds from all over and swarmed to the White Palace, with some of them having spirits, able to prostrate themselves on the ground, much like humans, so that they could pay homage to their king. Of course, only a portion of the beasts in the 8th universe had the privilege to do so. Among these beasts was a group said to have tried helping the Mega Dragons assault all parts of the universe, and each one of them had been branded as a sinner eventually. Naturally, Yang Guang and his family had a very dim view of this group of beasts. Back then, Yang Guang had honored his agreement with the fiends and joined the assault team of the Devil Shadow Dragoons. However, several days before they were bound to set off, Yang Guang had learned that some of the exotic beasts under his command had entertained thoughts of rebelling. As such, Yang Guang and Lady Hang Xiao hurried to suppress all these disloyal beasts, thereby missing out on the war between the Hero Alliance and the Mega Dragons. When the Dark Spiritualists opened the 6 cycles of reincarnation, the beast flood they had triggered was this group of sinners. Since Yang Guang disliked the mankind of now and also those sinners that had betrayed him, he decided not to intervene, allowing the calamity of millions of exotic beasts to be unleashed upon the Alpha Universe. This was clearly Yang Guang's stance regarding the Hero Alliance. Regardless if the fiend had betrayed the Annihilation Universe, he felt that the complete eradication of the race was going too far. In the end, he no longer wished to be associated with the Annihilators. The exotic beasts, which could visit Dragon King Yang Guang, were all divine beast grade. Xia Fei had never in his life seen such a congregation of so many different divine beasts, some of them could even speak the human language and hold a conversation with him. On top of all that, there were the other Ig dragons, but it seemed like only Yang Guang and his family had the ability to assume human forms. All these other Ig dragons appeared to have low intellects, with some not even comparable to higher-level divine beasts. They acted no differently from feral beasts and were only concerned with feasting the moment they arrived at the palace. Chu Jingfeng explained that this was how the Ig dragons were originally, smaller in size than the mega dragons and far lacking in terms of intellectual capacity, thus, the name Ig dragon. Yang Guang and Hang Xiao, along with their son Yangji, were definitely deviants of the Ig dragons. While they were Ig dragons in form, their intelligence was even greater than the mega dragons. Yang Guang's high intellect and ability to assume a human form were the reasons why he ruled over the Ig dragons. Word on the grapevine was that Yang Guang was not a dragon native to the land, rather, he was a foreigner. It was just that, over the many eons that had passed and given that this was not something Yang Guang would talk about, there was no way to verify the veracity of this claim. The benefit of following Chu Jingfeng was that he knew a great deal of things. Be it Xia Fei's cultivation, pharmacology, or mechatronics, Chu Jingfeng had knowledge. In other words, he was a first-rate expert in a large variety of skills. If he had a flaw, it would be expert Chu Jingfeng's fondness of gossip, such as where those rare divine beasts originated or which divine beasts enjoyed inbreeding. Chu Jingfeng really enjoyed discussing such stuff. Xia Fei found this period of time he spent with Chu Jingfeng to be truly interesting. Every day, the latter would give pointers to the former regarding his cultivation and would even help him in his study of the serpent-swallowing whale. Before turning in for the night, he would even share anecdotes from all the other universes. Yang Guang's birthday banquet lasted for a full 3 days and 3 nights. The entire affair was very chaotic, especially with the presence of Yang Guang's fellow Ig dragons. They would drink alcohol with abandon the moment they laid eyes on it, their massive bodies falling all over the place. They would rush into the stars to fight with others after having a drink too much. It was said that alcohol was one of the things Yang Guang used to control the Ig dragons, and from time to time, he would send a large amount of it to his racial fellows, such that they could not bear to part with him anymore. Such a method demonstrated how much more intelligent he was compared to the others of his race. Yang Guang and his family were no doubt strange existences among the Ig dragons, just like the Skywings were in the Lower Realm. It was really hard for them to keep a low profile. Xia Fei silently observed everything unfold. Aside from the intellects Yang Guang and family, the rest comprised the Ig dragons' fighting force, which numbered nearly 100. Though these Ig dragons were dumb, they had a trait that Xia Fei liked very much, and this was their one-track mind, not being afraid of death. Aside from those things, the procession of divine beasts and other exotic beasts was also quite a sight to behold. Beasts had a fertility rate that sapient life forms could not match. The lower their level was, the greater their ability to procreate was, and having millions of exotic beasts roaming the lands freely was a very prickly matter to anyone concerned. While the 8th universe was an independent ecosystem, the Annihilation universe was surely aware of its existence but just chose not to do anything about it. This was all because they did not have the confidence that they could subdue all these beasts. The present situation was extremely dangerous, be it for the Skywing clan or Xia Fei. If the situation was to take a turn for the worse, the Skywings would be well protected by retreating to the 8th universe. Xia Fei bid farewell to Yang Guang and his family and journeyed back to the Lower Realms outpost. Before departing, he communicated his thoughts to Yang Guang, how it was imperative for him to go to the Annihilation universe, but the Skywing clan must not be left without a place to retreat. If such a scenario passed, he hoped that Yang Guang would bring the Skywings and Avril into his territory the first chance he got. This would be a giant load off Xia Fei's chest. When warriors put their lives on the line, misgivings were something that they feared the most. Right now, Xia Fei felt a lot more at ease with Ig Dragon King Yang Guang watching his back. Yangji's Aerophant, Little Bao, sent Xia Fei back to the Lower Realms outpost. The moment Xia Fei landed, he received a call from Xiu Zaishan. The screen appeared and Xiu Zaishan was perplexed. Xia Fei, where have you gone all this while? Xia Fei replied, patiently cultivating, keeping a low profile. Everything that you asked. Xiu Zaishan nodded. He did indeed ask Xia Fei to keep a low profile while cultivating. It was just that Xia Fei had run all the way to the 8th universe, and the Bixia orb had no way of contacting him there, which had caused Xiu Zaishan to find this somewhat strange. How did your cultivation go? Xiu Zaishan asked, somewhat expectantly. Still all right. I crossed the threshold and reached the Annihilator tier, Xia Fei answered calmly. What? Xiu Zetian was absolutely floored. With his eyes shining, he asked, the last time I saw you was just 20 or so days ago, yet you're telling me now that you've broken through to the Annihilator tier. Xia Fei nodded. For some reason, it was Xiu Zetian who felt even more excited. Show me. Xiu Zetian asked, excited. Xia Fei furrowed his brows and showed the soul mark in his 7th brain region. They saw that the 9 soul marks at founder tier had formed into a singular entity with 9 sides. Additionally, Xia Fei had an even more distinctly outlined soul mark, which was what proved that Xia Fei had reached the annihilation tier in his cultivation. God help me! Now, I've truly seen everything. Xiu Zetian gazed emotionally into the sky, complete excitement written all over his face. He looked very fierce, with his teeth gnashed together. Wait for me. I'll be right over to get you. Xiu Zetian called loudly. Xia Fei shook his head. I still have some matters that need to be taken care of. We'll talk about this in 10 to 15 days' time. That won't do. 3 days is the most you'll get, or else you can forever forget about coming over the annihilation universe. Xiu Zetian turned stern, refusing to take no for an answer. Xia Fei was startled and then nodded meekly. Xiu Zetian burst into laughter, looking at him meaningfully before turning the screen off. Sigh. Radix sucked in a mouth of cold air. It's really as you said. Xiu Zetian seems to be in much of a rush to take you to the annihilation universe. I'm afraid that he wishes to use your identity to do something he can't do in the past. Xia Fei gritted his teeth, got up, and made his way to the Lower Realms forward outpost, muttering, there are no good men in the annihilation universe. The first thing Xia Fei did upon returning was call for an emergency clan meeting. He got Grand Ancestor Xia Guoken, the 2 executives Xia Ke and Xia Lianing, and Xia Guanghai to gather in the secret room. Hearing Xia Fei's words, everyone's eyes went wide. They stared fixedly at Xia Guoken. As someone who had no filter, Xia Guanghai pointed at the Grand Ancestor and guffawed. Ha! I knew you're nothing simple, old man. You're actually a fiend. Xia Fei frowned. All of us have traces of fiend blood. This is very bad for us, for the fiends are the enemies of the entire annihilation universe. Humph! Xia Guanghai snorted, thinking nothing of it. In his eyes, they had never lacked enemies, and this was no more than taking on the annihilation universe on top of everything. Xia Guoken said nothing, too. His eyes became somewhat dim, and he turned his head to the side. Xia Ke could see that something was bothering the Grand Ancestor, so he took the initiative to speak. Xia Fei, how do you plan on dealing with this? Xia Fei lit a cigarette and explained softly, bloodline isn't something that anyone can just change, and I don't really think that this is as bad as it seems. No matter what, the Skywing clan is the Skywing clan. That's the one thing we have to remember. The Skywing clan was the Skywing clan. Xia Fei's first statement had highlighted what truly mattered, and everyone felt enlightened upon hearing that. Their eyes burned, and even their Grand Ancestor could not help but turn his head around and look at Xia Fei. After a pause, Xia Fei continued speaking. First off, I must go to the annihilation universe before our bloodline gets exposed. We must increase our understanding of the annihilation so that we can deal with whatever comes our way when the time comes. Second, we should keep a low profile. I've already come to an accord with Ig Dragon King Yang Guang in the 8th universe. When it is essential, he'll open his gate to us and accept us in his territory. From what I saw, Yang Guang and his family are very strong, and calling them the second annihilation isn't an exaggeration. Plus, the Ig Dragons have simple nature and are worth trusting far more than any other sapient life forms. Our clan needs to come up with a path of retreat for the worst-case scenario. Xia Ke and Xia Lianing nodded in unison. You can rest easy on that. This isn't the first time us, the Skywings, have been put in danger. Besides, our clan is full of speedsters. As long as we don't desire to fight, there's no one out there that can stop us from leaving. Xia Fei nodded. The third point, which is also the last, the Grand Ancestor must retire. Xia Guoken was so stunned by this he was rendered speechless. Xia Fei pointed to himself with a self-mocking smile. Everyone here knows how much trouble I get into, and I don't see it stopping after I arrive in the annihilation universe. Right now, none of us has gotten in touch with people from the annihilation universe, so we're all perfectly fine, but if there comes a day where I end up provoking some major forces there, they'll definitely send men out here to investigate. By the time they send people over and find out that the Skywing clan's grand ancestor is a fiend, well, surely, some people out there will take that chance to strike us, especially while we're down. Xia Fei had said this rather humorously, which caused everyone to laugh, thereby reducing the tension in the air by quite a bit. Chu Jingfeng had told Xia Fei of a solution, and that was using the Arhut fruit to mask the fiend aura, making it so that no one would suspect that the Skywings had fiend blood running through their veins just by observing them, unless they grabbed someone and thoroughly dissected them. However, this would not work on Grand Ancestor Xiaogukan. He was too much of a fiend, and the Arhut fruit was not strong enough to mask the fiendish aura and energy he gave off. This was why Xiaogukan must step down and leave the clan, diving into the Alpha universe without drawing much attention. Schemes and inference had always been Xia Fei's strong suits. He had already thought of everything on his way back home. Everyone heard Xia Fei's intricate arrangements and nodded in agreement. At present, it seemed like he had already considered every possible variable and had set up everything so that the Skywing clan would be in the best position for whatever that may come their way. After the meeting ended, Xia Guanghai, Xia Ke, and the others went about to prepare everything necessary, leaving Xiaogukan and Xia Fei alone in the room. Once everyone was gone, Xiaogukan got up from his seat and told Xia Fei, "Come with me, I have something I want to give you." Chapter 1312, Furnace Citadel. The cafeteria. Xia Fei waited for Pod and Avril to prepare him dinner, as he toyed with a black ring in his hand. Before Grand Ancestor Xiaogukan left the study, he had given Xia Fei this ring. He told him that this was the only item that could prove his identity. Sure enough, Xiaogukan did have a heart-wrenching history. When he was just a baby, Xiaogukan was found floating across space on an escape pod by a passing merchant ship. They rescued him, and he was subsequently raised by the captain. From a young age, Xiaogukan had demonstrated talent in combat. It was just a pity that his adoptive parents were just common merchants and had been unable to give him more help on that front. The man had to carve a path all by himself to get to where he was today. Xia Fei kept that ring away and lit a cigarette. He was not like the Grand Ancestor. Xia Fei grew up on Earth, and though he had a complex background, he was an Earthling right down to his bones. He loved eating fried bean paste noodles and wanted shredded cucumber strips topped with green onions. The smell from the cigarettes he smoked was thick and acrid. Whenever Xia Fei missed home, he would find himself reminiscing about his life on Earth, while Xiaogukan's mind could only think of that empty escape pod, floating in the nothingness of space, with that ring as his only toy when young. When Xia Fei related to Xiaogukan the information he had recently acquired, the latter was once more reminded of how lonely he had been when was young, and while he told him to do his best on his journey to the annihilation, Xia Fei could actually see the strong sense of doubt lingering in his eyes. The Grand Ancestor wished to learn about his past and his people but did not want to burden Xia Fei with it. After all, Xia Fei, who was but one man, would be facing an entire universe that harbored deep animosity toward the fiends. Just as Xia Fei was lost in his thoughts, Avril arrived and served their dinner on the table. After eating some, Xia Fei set down his bowl and chopsticks. He asked, "Avril, do you think that the Skywings are the kind to betray all other clans?" Avril stuck out her tongue and answered softly, "It's not as if the Skywings haven't done something as crazy as challenging the entire Lore realm, but the way I see it, though the Skywings are very arrogant, they're very reasonable over many things." Xia Fei nodded. He had his doubts, which was why he had sought Avril's opinion. Indeed, given the Skywing clan's style, it was very normal for them to butt heads with others and to be capable of doing anything no matter how crazy things might be. In this vein, since the fiends had also acted in such a style, betraying the Hero Alliance, Xia Fei believed that they must have had their reason. It was just that Xia Fei could not think of what reason that might be. Avril felt that this topic was too deep, so she giggled and said, "Furball has changed a lot upon his return this time. I just gave him several biscuits, and he actually ate them all. In the past, I had to expend much effort just to get him to eat those." A bout of awkwardness washed over Xia Fei at once. Honestly speaking, the snacks that Avril made were absolutely horrendous. In fact, he had admitted this to Furball when they were in the spirit realm. Xia Fei ate Avril's snacks because he did not wish to hurt her feelings, and he reckoned that Furball must be doing the same, too. He had actually learned from Xia Fei, eating whatever she brought no matter how terrible they tasted. 3 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Bidding farewell to Avril and the Skywing Wolf Pack, Xia Fei set off for the Annihilation Universe on his own. The Alpha Universe always had a cosmic gate that connected to Annihilation. The Annihilation Universe and the Dragon Universe had been known as the Gemini stars since the beginning of the Sundering, and were considered to be the highest point of all the known universes at present. The guards there were very stern and required someone to take the lead, otherwise, Xia Fei would have no way of using the cosmic gate. Xiu Zetian did not come personally but sent a young man by the name of Shane to pick him up, instead. The two boarded Shane's warship at the designated location and eventually arrived at the core of Alpha Universe. The channel linking Annihilation and Alpha was right in the bustling core region. Shane, who did not look past 30, was a talkative man with fairly decent looks. He was in charge of external affairs for Dark Soul, and that organization full of really strong experts, who carried out missions while living in secrecy, was not about to reveal itself. The ship parked at a civilian spaceport. Shane brought Xia Fei downtown, where cars were coming and going, all very lively. The commotion that the dark spiritualists had stirred was simmering down, and the entire universe was slowly returning to normal. "Aren't we going to the cosmic gate?" Xia Fei asked, curious. No matter how much he looked, they were now in a metropolitan city, and there was no trace of any cosmic gate around. Shane smiled. "It would take us many days if we were to walk through the cosmic gate. Our leader is anxious to meet you, so we'll be taking this shortcut. We'll register straight away with the Furnace Citadel, so that we can make our way to the headquarters, which will save us 36 hours' time." Just like a scene from a novel, the bustling city actually hid a secret passageway, which was directly linked to the Annihilation, located below an inconspicuous financial company. This passageway let Xia Fei and Shane enter the Annihilation universe with the use of a spatial traversal array. There was an oasis in the middle of a vast desert, with several palm trees and a sizable pool in the middle. It gave this desolate desert the slightest breath of life. Furnace Citadel was built upon an oasis. Despite the sandy yellow fort being inconspicuous, it was actually an important first stop for neophyte dragoons of the four main legions. They needed to register here and accept the first test from the dragoons. Most people would even be requested to remain in the Furnace Citadel so that they could undergo intensive training and achieve the lowest requirement expected from neophyte dragoons. The high temperature caused Shane to wipe the sweat off his brow. He pointed at the yellow citadel in the distance and said, "That's the Furnace Citadel. Go in first and register as a neophyte dragoon. We'll leave this place once you get your registration." "Sorry, I can't follow you in, as the sudden appearance of a Dark Soul member would make these people very uneasy." Xia Fei nodded and made his way to Furnace Citadel. It was almost as if the Dark Soul organization carried a lot of weight. Just then, Shane had only flashed his identification for the spatial traversal array's use but was, otherwise, able to freely go wherever without registering. Furnace Citadel practically had no guards roaming about. Built in this vast and empty desert, anyone who could come here would be from the four major dragoon legions, or their neophytes, and what sort of identity was a dragoon? Even a fool would not start any trouble here, unless they had no regard for their life. Xia Fei entered the premises unimpeded and found the registration counter as instructed by Shane. This was the only small courtyard in the Furnace Citadel, and there were just a handful of people standing around. It seemed that they were all like Xia Fei, waiting to register as a dragoon. There were only 3 windows in this courtyard, and they were respectively for the Holy Light Dragoons, Destiny Dragoons, and the Dark Moon Dragoons. Xia Fei simply could not find any trace of where he should go to register as a Devil Shadow Dragoon. The difference between the 3 registration counters was massive. The Holy Light Dragoons window was in the most prominent position, the Destiny Dragoons was second, while the Dark Moon Dragoons had it worst, for it was assigned to some corner, clearly unimportant. Their window was even smaller and dingier compared to the former 2. Such an arrangement highlighted the disparity between the positions of the dragoons. Humans represented the largest population in the universe, which was why the Holy Light Dragoons were the mightiest. The Blue Bloods came in second with their Destiny Dragoons. Finally, the assortment of minor races formed the Dark Moon Dragoons, a motley army that lacked status. Frowning, Xia Fei came to the waiting area beside the Holy Light Dragoons window, where there were 3 fairly young humans currently in line. The one at the very front had even brought out a chair and was now sitting on it with his leg crossed over the other. "Excuse me. Where is the registration counter for the Devil Shadow Dragoons?" Xia Fei asked politely. Zing! The moment those words escaped his lips, countless shocked expressions gathered on Xia Fei. There were no more than 7 or 8 people in this courtyard, and every pair of eyes was now trained on him. "What did you say?" the young man, who was seated, blurted out. "I wish to register with the Devil Shadow Dragoon," Xia Fei answered unhurriedly. It was as though the words Devil Shadow Dragoon had some sort of magic effect, for everyone began to regard him with unfriendly eyes, but Xia Fei could not care less about their reactions. He swept his gaze around and asked in a deep voice, "What? Is everyone here unable to understand my question?" When he made that comment, the seated young man got up and pointed right at him. "You? Are you crazy? How are the Devil Shadow Dragoons still in existence?" That person spoke with a bit of pomp, and his gorgeous clothes matched this extravagance. There was a domineering glint in his eyes. Xia Fei frowned. Just as he decided not to say anything more, that same young man resumed speaking. "The Devil Shadow Dragoons are the biggest traitors in all the universes. My clan's ancestors suffered a lot because of the Devil Shadow Dragoons' betrayal, yet you twerp dared to say those words in front of me? Watch that yours truly doesn't break your leg." "Well said. The Devil Shadow Dragoons are the most hated." Everyone around actually started cheering. It was evident that they all held a grudge that was too deep, and the Devil Shadow name was truly not well received in the Annihilation universe. That young man puffed out his chest, all pleased with himself, feeling as though he were in the limelight this time. Crunch! Squelch! Everyone was hardly able to make sense of what had happened. All they saw was that young man, who had shot off his mouth, getting sent flying. Speed was king. Xia Fei had broken that man's arm and sent him flying with a kick. Everything had happened in the span of a single second. Speedster! This man is a speed warrior. Everyone was in a state of panic. Someone hurriedly rushed over to pick up that young man, who had been thrown onto the ground, and the lines were very clearly drawn. Evidently, because Xia Fei was a Devil Shadow Dragoon, no one was willing to stand on his side. With a smile, Xia Fei seemed not to care how the others saw him and said, "Looks like none of you know where the Devil Shadow Dragoons are supposed to register, so don't waste my time." Such an attitude was the epitome of arrogance. He swept a cold gaze around, and while he said no words, the look in his eyes made things apparent. It was as though, even if everyone present ganged up on him, Xia Fei would not be afraid of anything. "Xia Fei, you're drawing too much attention." Radix furtively relayed this to Xia Fei. Xia Fei did not agree to this. "Yours truly didn't come out here to be bullied. Besides, that's how I usually operate. Others would probably suspect me more if I stayed my sword the moment I made it to the Annihilation universe." That young man gritted his teeth as someone helped him up. "The Devil Shadow Dragoon here is trying to revel, let's all take him down together." There were few who rallied to his call. After all, Xia Fei had struck with such ferocity and was also a hard-to-deal with speed warrior. Fear was still lingering in everyone's hearts after witnessing that display of strength. This was when Furball suddenly jumped out from Xia Fei's bosom. He let loose a roar at these neophyte dragoons, his attitude far more savage than Xia Fei's. Instantly, the color from everyone's faces drained, and they subconsciously retreated a good distance. Furball, at his peak rank and ingested dragon chi, was no pushover. He exuded a stalwart majesty that could be heard in that one roar. "A holy beast! That's Shatterstar! A peak-level Shatterstar!" The expressions on these young men's faces changed greatly, and no one dared to take a step forward. As for Furball, he did not give the slightest care as to what they did. He dove back into Xia Fei's bosom and acted as if nothing had happened. "Just you wait." That young man who had had his arm broken by Xia Fei, hissed before he went running to the front yard while holding his broken arm, as if he was off to find reinforcement. Xia Fei lit a cigarette. The first day he set foot in the Annihilation universe was going very poorly, and he could not help but feel a little worried. The name of the Devil Shadow Dragoon was extremely ominous, no different from a flag that heralded when one was looking for trouble. Suddenly, he saw a door beside the registration point open, and a chubby hand reached out, beckoning Xia Fei to enter. Chapter 1313, The Greatness of the 29th Place. Xia Fei was somewhat taken aback. He walked over to the door beside the registration point and peered in, only to see a sloppily dressed old man, who was currently stretching listlessly, at the center of a narrow and dimly lit room. "Xia Fei," the old man glanced up at him once and asked. Before Xia Fei could answer, that old man laughed and said, "Come to think of it, who else could it be but you? You have yet to arrive and are already causing trouble." "That young man is Kane, the nephew of Furnace Citadel's head steward, Deng Wen." Xia Fei replied, "He's the one who picked a fight." "Was there a need for you to be so heavy-handed with your retaliation?" the old man shot back. "At least I didn't deal a fatal blow." Xia Fei did not feel like he was in the wrong. The old man pouted and rummaged through the drawers for some time. He retrieved a grubby form, including a metal badge to be pinned on someone's chest, and handed it over to Xia Fei. Someone already came in advance and made prior preparations for you. Since you were permitted to join the Devil Shadow Dragoons, it'd be in your best interest to keep a low profile from here on. After all, this is the Annihilation Universe. The old man shut his eyes after dispensing this sagely advice. Xia Fei left the Furnace Citadel. He moved to meet up with Shane, but just as he took a step into the sands, he heard someone behind him shout his name. "Block him off for me, don't let him get away." Whoosh! 3 men came cutting in on an oblique path, all of them dressed as the garrison guards of Furnace Citadel, intercepting Xia Fei's way forward. He turned around and saw that it was none other than young Kane. Now with a middle-aged, dark-skinned man at his side, Kane was glaring at him. A large crowd of neophyte dragoons had gathered and was now watching this confrontation, seemingly excitedly awaiting to witness a spectacle. "Who are you? Where did you come from and where are you off to?" the dark-skinned man shouted as he pointed to Xia Fei from the distance. Xia Fei furrowed his brow slightly and answered, "I came here to register as a Devil Shadow Dragoon, the formalities have all just been completed." "Nonsense!" That middle-aged man gave him a severe rebuke. How could there still be anyone registering to become a Devil Shadow Dragoons at this time? The entire legion has been disbanded. Young Kane, who was supporting his broken arm with his other hand, hissed viciously, "No need to question him further. He must be a spy, take him down for me." The tone Kane had used sounded as though he were Furnace Citadel's actual owner. The warriors in the vicinity exchanged looks with one another. What Xia Fei held in his hand was indeed a certified document any recognized dragoons would have, and that badge was unique to dragoons, too. Every one of them hesitated, uncertain on what they should do. The middle-aged man moved to approach Xia Fei as he stretched his hand and demanded, "Who registered you? Devil Shadow Dragoons? Who are you trying to fool?" Xia Fei calmly handed his registration paper to the middle-aged man, but the moment the latter opened it and glanced at the content, he became rooted to the spot. There was no faking this type of document, no doubt that the name displayed on it read Devil Shadow Dragoons. The approver, whose name could be seen stamped on the document, gave him even more fright. To think that it was actually Dark Soul. Whoosh! This middle-aged man's face instantly got drenched in sweat. There was, of course, no way for someone of his status to be aware of the Devil Shadow Dragoon's name being retained. Also, Dark Soul was the Covert Operations Division of the Annihilation Universe's new hero alliance. It was the uncompromising powerhouse of this universe. What did a Covert Operations Division do? Conduct clandestine operations and perform sleuthing. It had the prerogative to act first and ask questions later. On top of that, Dark Soul was the most secretive out of the entire operations division and was directly under 5 Ancient Apex. "Uncle, what are you staring into space for? Just grab him already." Kane savagely pointed at Xia Fei with his one usable arm. Smack! Just as those words left his lips, a purple handprint appeared on his cheek. That middle-aged man had given him a swift backhand. "This is the Furnace Citadel. Who do you think you are? When is it your turn to speak?" The middle-aged man glared. "But uncle, I'm..." Kane stood there all innocent, looking completely dazed. This was when Xia Fei extended his hand and asked, "Can I have that document back now?" The middle-aged man respectfully handed the document back to Xia Fei with a wide smile, as the hearts of those watching were left wondering just what sort of background Xia Fei had for Steward Deng Wen to bow his head in such an obsequious manner. Smiling, Xia Fei suddenly remembered what Shane had told him, and so he pretended to pull out a notebook from his spatial ring and jotted down some random words on it. As he wrote, Xia Fei voiced, "You're Furnace Citadel's Deng Wen, right? 8 a.m. tomorrow, you're invited for a cup of tea at 29th place. Zing!" The moment those words were uttered, Deng Wen was dumbfounded. Deng Wen's nephew shuddered. The 3 warriors, who had been blocking Xia Fei's path, felt chills run down their spines, and they swiftly stepped away to clear his path, as though they had just grown wings on their backs. "Remember, 8 a.m., Xia Fei told Deng Wen very casually before departing unhurriedly. 29th place. If my memory serves me right, 29th place is where the New Hero Alliance conducts their covert operations, isn't it? Not just their covert operations, the 29th place is that Dark Soul. Good heavens! Dark Soul? What are we still waiting for then? This isn't a spectacle we should be watching." Whoosh! The onlookers instantly dispersed in different directions sans a trace. It was almost as though the mere mention of 29th place had deadly deterrence, leaving just Deng Wen and his unlucky nephew on the desolate outskirts of Furnace Citadel. Look at your incompetence. Your nosiness. Now I've gotten invited to have tea at 29th place. Deng Wen vented his anger as he twisted Kane's ears hard several times. Shane came running from afar, shaking his head at Xia Fei as he mused aloud. No wonder the head wanted me to come and fetch you myself. You rascal sure are quite the fuel-efficient lamp, just a registration and you already caused such a huge commotion. Xia Fei did not answer but wondered out loud. Instead, I only invited Deng Wen for a cup of tea, yet that old man got so scared his soul seemed to have fled his body. Makes me wonder just what kind of magic 29th place possesses to have elicited such a reaction. Shane smiled. I don't know about others, but a tea at 29th place isn't a welcome invitation. Here in the Annihilation universe, Dark Soul is in charge of internal investigations, so anyone who finds themselves being invited over for a cup of tea will likely leave with peeled skin if they don't die at all. Of course, it isn't unheard of for us to invite people over just for a simple tea. It's just that I didn't actually expect you to use our trump card after a casual mention from me of it. Xia Fei understood everything from Shane's explanation. He also became aware of Dark Soul's awesomeness. It was comparable to the disciplinary inspection team, where anyone in the Annihilation universe suspected of being a traitor would immediately be brought over for some tea, which was a euphemism for an interrogational torture. Annihilation was a dark place. People who often abused their authority had of course taken several lives. There was no way to extract information in this universe without using some shady methods. What those residing here feared the most was having the Covert Operation Division getting a hold on them and getting interrogated to death with it. This was especially true after Xiuzation had taken over Dark Soul several years ago. He had worked tirelessly for the Annihilation universe's sake for years, only to be betrayed and killed by his own people, causing him to be separated from his family and filling his heart with rage. Now, Xiuzation viewed anyone he encountered as similar to the ones who had ambushed him all those years back, a traitor of the Annihilation universe. This was why he was both vicious and fatalistic whenever he struck, like a rabid dog that randomly bit people, and this further amplified the notoriety of Dark Soul. Others would do everything in their power to avoid Dark Soul, yet Deng Wen had actually provoked one to be invited over to 29th place. This was no different from courting death, which was why his expression had been so ghastly just then. Whoosh! A black warship lifted off, with Xia Fei and Shane on board. Standing before the ship's two-way observation mirror, Xia Fei quietly lit a cigarette. Did you do all that on purpose earlier? Did you intentionally reveal your identity as a Devil Shadow Dragoon, including the fact that you're with Dark Soul, to others? Why? Radix asked, curious. You could tell. Xia Fei asked back. Radix sighed. You're someone who sleeps with a hidden knife under your pillow. How could you just provoke that Kane person for no rhyme or reason, even going as far as to reveal your identity and to invite Deng Wen for a cup of tea? Besides, you've never been the type to break someone's arm. If you really wanted to take action, you'd bestow death upon him, nothing less. Radix understood Xia Fei all too well, so he could easily see through his trickery, but as for what Xia Fei had been actually thinking earlier with that brain of his, Radix was entirely clueless. Do you think that anyone whom God wishes to eradicate will first have to go mad? Xia Fei waxed philosophically. Radix got puzzled. Did what happened today have anything to do with the question you just asked? Xia Fei chuckled. It's obvious that Xiuzation's about to go crazy. Knowing clearly that I'm one of the fiends, he wanted to bring me into annihilation. In fact, I could go as far as to say that he's not in the least bit concerned about how much trouble I would bring him. Radix was startled and mulled over Xia Fei's words. Moments prior, Shane did not seem to care that Xia Fei had invited Deng Wen for tea, allowing Xia Fei to drop Dark Soul's name freely. Clearly, he had gotten instructions from Xiuzation, and even more apparently, 29th place had offended every possible person in the Annihilation universe at this point. Are you saying that the circumstances you find yourself in now are extremely dangerous? Radix asked after some thought. Xia Fei shook his head, the corners of his mouth curled into his strange smirk. With his eyes shining, he said, many times, danger is also an opportunity. Whoosh! The warship was parked on a landing pad by a crater with flowing lava. Just like its name, Dark Soul's location was somewhere perilous. They came across a scant few people on the way, but a whole suite of facilities were all around, places that provided meals and training. There was even a sauna room people could use. Everything anyone might need was available for all. Shane brought Xia Fei to a conference room and had the latter wait outside as he went in to make his report. Shane returned shortly after, opening the door as he gestured to Xia Fei to enter as well. He saw approximately 7 to 8 men seated inside this small conference room. There was a big and bald man, an elderly individual with a repulsive gaze, a young but charming lady. All in all, many of those people present are dark soul and look different from each other. Taking a seat at the base of the table, Xia Fei discovered that they were formulating tactical arrangements. Their screens had star maps, topographical maps, and even comprehensive energy analysis tables. Xia Fei was the one in charge of such tactical arrangements in Skywing, so he was of course very familiar with all these. From the present map, it looked like they were in the middle of preparing a search plan. Swallowing saliva, Xiu Zetian excitedly introduced Xia Fei to everyone. He did not hide the fact that Xia Fei had been registered as a Devil Shadow Dragoon. Everyone was a little astonished but restrained themselves from showing it. Not one of them asked why Xia Fei registered with the Devil Shadow Dragoon. Since everyone's already here, we'll set off tomorrow. Those traitors Yabu is leading are the Scourges of Annihilation, and we members of Dark Soul must be the ones to take care of them, eliminating each one of the traitors. Xia Fei had experience tackling Yabu and his men in Alpha, so I received special concessions from above, allowing Xia Fei to join Dark Soul and go on this operation with us. Everyone gasped in surprise. No one had expected that the unassuming Xia Fei would have actually crossed swords with Yabu and his group of outlaws. Everyone nodded their heads, appearing to have approved of their leader's arrangement. Xia Fei was also a little surprised, but this could be explained easily enough. The reason why he had been arranged to join Dark Soul turned out to be a ploy of replacing men so as to deceive others. Xiu Zetian had apparently used the excuse that Xia Fei had previous experience dealing with the Devil Shadow Dragoons to pull him into annihilation right under people's noses. Xia Fei grew more and more curious the more he looked at the map displayed on the main screen. As a strategist for the Skywing clan, Xia Fei did not believe that someone would hide in such a strange location as shown on the map. From a structural point of view, the coordinates pointed toward a temporary fortress, which had been left in disuse for a very long time. Furthermore, it was something built urgently along an army's march, with traces of slaughter found all around. As such, unless Yabu and his men were fools, who would choose to hide in such a conspicuous place? Chapter 1314, The Devil Shadow Dragoon's Fortress. Cultivation Chamber. Xia Fei was drenched in sweat. It had been a very long time since he last did such a hearty bout of speed training. As a warrior dabbling across many different fields, Xia Fei had adopted an assault-style approach toward his cultivation. He would first set himself a goal, and in the shortest amount of time possible, divert all his resources into making a breakthrough. From the various laws to his soul mark, which represented dark energy, only the law of speed, the most difficult and heaven-defying law power, had been put off by him for the longest time. The next step forward would mean peak law of speed, with the top speed of 60 million meters per second. Alas, the difficulty of this final step was truly insane, and Xia Fei had already forgotten how long he had been stalled at this threshold. Aside from the Grand Ancestor, Xia Gukan, Xia Fei had yet to meet a second individual who had achieved complete mastery of the law of speed, and this was enough evidence to see just how difficult the law of speed was. The Skywing clan had their unique training method, and this method, on top of Xia Fei's superhuman capability toward energy, took him all the way to level 8. It seemed that Xia Fei still required a bit of luck to make the breakthrough to the apex. Dark Soul's facilities sure are amazing. Even taking a bath is extremely relaxing. Xia Fei soaked in the bathtub and shut his eyes, murmuring this to himself. This was no ordinary bath water but rather a green liquid that had an even distribution of spirit energy in it. Such high-quality liquid, which had precious medicinal ingredients and precious spirit energy mixed in, was actually not used for drinking but for bathing in, instead. Xia Fei could not help but sigh at how lavishly someone could live here in 29th place. It was about time. Xia Fei put his clothes on and carefully kept his Sky Devil armor concealed before making his way to the landing pad by the crater to rendezvous with the others. The price of enjoying first-rate facilities was heavy workload. Xia Fei would have to go on a mission on the second day just after having arrived at 29th place. Xiu Zetian, who had set his heart on avenging his wife, made the 29th place seem like an arrow on a taut bowstring, with everyone in a heightened state of alert every day. Furthermore, Xia Fei discovered that Shane would always very coincidentally appear beside him. It looked like Xiuzation had taken precautions against him, and Shane was the mole he had planted to Xia Fei's side, observing each and every move of his. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Xia Fei counted in his heart. Including Xiuzation and him, the standing team of Dark Soul actually only comprised 10 people. They happened to be just the right size for a small squad, and most of those left in the base were support and reserved agents. As the famous Secret Service for the New Hero Alliance, there were really not a lot of people that belonged to 29th place. Whoosh! When it was time, everyone boarded the warship and departed. As for the exact coordinates of their destination, only Xiuzation knew himself. 30 hours of flight later, after passing through countless spatial arrays, the warship finally arrived at its destination. This was a huge rock, which was as sturdy as steel and as flat as a mirror. This rock had been hollowed out and built into a ring-shaped fortress. As though someone had placed a ring on top of an icy surface, it was even more remarkable than what Xia Fei had seen in pictures. To say that the remaining Devil Shadow Dragoons would hide in such a conspicuous place, Xia Fei refused to believe this. Furthermore, this temporary fortress's architecture was jagged and sharp, reminding Xia Fei of the fiend cities that he had seen in the past. According to the arrangement we've previously made, Haalan, you're in charge of keeping watch of the perimeter with 2 others. The rest will follow me, Xiuzation said with a wave of his hand. The elites of 29th place were well trained, and Haalan brought 2 of them to set up a defensive perimeter at once, while the rest entered the temporary fortress with Xiuzation taking the lead. Several minutes later, Xia Fei witnessed Xiuzation send each one of his men to search the place entirely, leaving just the 2 of them in the deepest recesses of the fortress. Xia Fei and Xiuzation went on an expressway, which looked like the slide firemen would use, and entered a semicircular room. This room was empty as though it had been a very long time since anyone was last down here. Upon reaching this room, Xiuzation's footsteps came to a halt and he turned to face Xia Fei. Do you know what this place is? I think that it's a temporary barracks of the fiends, Xia Fei answered immediately. At that, Xiuzation looked at Xia Fei with a slight hint of surprise in his eyes and asked, how were you able to tell? Xia Fei looked around, took in his surroundings, and softly gave his answer. The lines are sharp, completely in line with the design philosophy of the fiends. The construction is a little rough, an indication that it was makeshift and built at the last minute. It's rather large, able to contain an army, and after so many years, one can see the many scars the place has weathered. With the 4 points I just mentioned, I can be certain that this was once a temporary encampment of the fiends all those years back. Though you made tactical arrangements, all of that was just a cover-up. If you truly were to go up against those traitorous Devil Shadow Dragoons, you'd find yourself at a major loss. Plus, this isn't the first time you've been here, demonstrating a fair familiarity with the structure. You're brimming with confidence as you made your way here, so I'm even more certain that Yabu and his people aren't here. You have an ulterior motive for coming down here. Xia Fei's answer was of course very illuminating, easily deducing Xiuzation's true motives with just a few sentences. This was a plan of his. Xia Fei knew that 29th place was teeming with experts, so he needed to demonstrate the value of his existence for Xiuzation to understand that Xia Fei had never been some insignificant nobody at the very least. That's right. Xiuzation admitted. This was indeed a temporary barracks the Devil Shadow Dragoons had constructed during their marches, and that's also a habit of the fiends when fighting. Even if they would only spend 1 night in a place, they still constructed a fortress that could defend against potential ambushes, according to their strict requirements. I won't keep it from you, but the Devil Shadow Dragoons set off from this very location all those years back, heading toward the previously agreed-on final battlefield with the other Dragoons. Alas, they didn't appear on the battlefield after they had set off from this place. Xia Fei nodded, saying in a grave voice, it means that this place is indeed worth investigating, and you've personally done just that. Why am I here then? Xiuzation strode toward a corner and pointed at the wall. Yes, I did do my research, and not just once, but I couldn't find a way to access the Fiend's military strategy office. Boom! After Xiuzation had said that, he slammed a fist to the wall, that wall immediately parted to the sides from the middle, revealing another room. Xia Fei curiously made his way over to Xiuzation's side and peered in from the entrance. See for yourself. Xiuzation reached his right hand deep into the passageway, and a crackling sound of cooking meat could be heard at once. Half of Xiuzation's hand had gotten slightly charred. An expert at his level would not mind such a superficial injury. Xiu Zaishan shook his arm, took out an odious medical salve, and applied it on his hand. The fiends were masters of strategy, who could do simulations of their plans almost instantly. That's why there were rooms in the Devil Shadow Dragoon's temporary fortress, meant for discussing confidential tactics and formations, and they're called military strategy offices. In order to prevent others from eavesdropping, they placed restrictions on it. I've tried so many times, yet I was unable to get in each time. Xiu Zaishan sighed. Xia Fei smiled and muttered, so you need me to get in. Indeed. You have their bloodline, so you'll be permitted entry into this place. Xiu Zaishan replied. Xia Fei wrinkled his forehead. There were many kinds of restrictions in this world, and Xiu Zaishan's thinking was arbitrary. Xia Fei might be unable to gain access to the room if it were not a bloodline restriction. This was on top of the fact that Xia Fei did not have a 100% pure fiend bloodline. Thinking about this, Xia Fei reached out a hand and probed it through the entrance just like what Xiu Zaishan had done. Instantly, an unbearable burning sensation crept up Xia Fei's arm. Xia Fei's heart chilled. This was a clear indication that he was being restricted entry as well. He had no idea what sort of strange technology or method had been used here, for this entryway to be capable of burning someone's body in thin air. There was hardly any energy movement at this entrance at all, so where could this burning sensation be coming from? Just as Xia Fei was about to pull his hand back, something strange occurred. Xia Fei had reached out for 2 rings, one was the extra-large spatial ring Peak Rainbow and the other was that fiend birthright ring his grand ancestor had given him. It was this ring that had actually abated the burning pain he felt. It was as though someone had applied a generous layer of cooling salve over Xia Fei's arm, as that burning hot sensation disappeared just as swiftly as it appeared. Sure enough, I was right. It's a bloodline seal. Only fiends can gain entry. Xiu Zaishan's eyes sparkled as he gushed in excitement. Xia Fei kept his cool. It was a good thing his grand ancestor had given him this strange black ring, or else if he had to force his way in, Xia Fei would highly likely find himself burned to a crisp. It's up to you now, go in and take a look. Just what oddity did the Devil Shadow Dragoons discover in this temporary military strategy office? Xiu Zaishan rasped with labored breath, almost as though he had long been waiting for this day to come. Xia Fei silently retracted his arm and thoughtfully stroked his chin. I suddenly thought of something. Xiu Zaishan was startled but soon burst into laughter, saying, I'm no fool. Speak, tell me your conditions. Xia Fei moved to negotiate conditions. This was what it meant to thread the needle when there was a seam, after all. It's not really so much a condition as that I have an elemental weapon, as you may know. There are, in total, 5 pieces, right now, I only have 3 out of the 5. The other 2 still remain in alpha, and I have no clue who has either of them, too. Xia Fei unhurriedly gave the preamble. Radix understood at once what Xia Fei was doing. He was intentionally probing Xiu Zaishan to learn just how crazy he might be, also he could begin setting up his stratagem. If Xiu Zaishan was mature and prudent, then Xia Fei would be able to gain plenty of benefits from being on his side, but if Xiu Zaishan was the sort to refuse a compromise and doing others a favor, solely intent on avenging his wife, Xia Fei would just seize this opportunity to capitalize on it. Alpha Universe? No problem. While I can't guarantee things in Annihilation, Alpha is just a lower-tier universe, who cares whether they live or die? I'll send men out to do a complete investigation for you once we return. I assure you that we'll locate whatever you're searching for. Are you satisfied with that? Xiu Zaishan readily offered. Xia Fei did not press further, pretending to be very touched by Xiu Zaishan's offer as he remarked, I'm eternally grateful. I won't hesitate even in the face of broken bones. Leader, Xia Fei shall now head in to see just what's in the world is on the other side. When Xia Fei first entered the Alpha universe with the immemorial mystical armaments, the various pieces had latched onto other hosts like parasites. Though Xia Fei had joined Annihilation, a higher-tier universe, the other 2 immemorial mystical armaments regrettably remained unaccounted for back in Alpha. Since they had found respective hosts, unless those hosts were killed, there would be no way for those armaments to move again. Finding people in the Alpha universe was no different from searching for a needle in a haystack, but Xia Fei was now in Annihilation. He had even joined the fearsome Dark Soul. He could definitely borrow their power to locate those people and snatch the immemorial mystical armament for himself. The 5 elemental divine weapons could finally merge as a whole. With that, Xia Fei walked through the entrance toward the military strategy office, even as Xiu Zaishan's voice echoed from behind him. Be thorough. It's the place the Devil Shadow Dragoons started their betrayal. They must have uncovered some secret that they couldn't divulge in their last tactical assembly. Chapter 1315, The Strange Fiend Clan's Ring. Stepping into the corridor, Xia Fei followed it to the military tactical office. The entire fortress had been built for the interim, so the office was rather simple in design and build. However, Xia Fei still admired the kind of strict regimentation that the fiends followed. While it was a temporary encampment, they still planned for the worst-case scenario. It was a testament to just how great the execution strengths of these master strategists were. The room was adequately sized, and arranged like what anyone would expect of a standard conference room. Despite the years that passed, the furniture inside was still solid, and there was even a provisional tactical board hung on the wall. Xia Fei looked around and said somewhat animatedly, "To think all those years back, the commanders of the Devil Shadow Dragoons were all here playing out their stratagems, formulating the sequences of offense or defense." As the strategist for the Skywings, troops capable of executing excellent tactical maneuvers were held in high esteem by Xia Fei, and the Devil Shadow Dragoons were acknowledged to be the best among them, well worthy of praise. Radix tilted his head to the side and asked in puzzlement, "I wonder what changed?" After the Devil Shadow Dragoons left this place, they ended up not joining in on the united assault with the Hero Alliance. While this place here is simple and crude, it holds great commemorative significance. It was here that the fiends parted ways from the Alliance. Xia Fei nodded silently. History was always both mysterious and complicated. No one would have guessed that the all-important decisions that ultimately led to the complete eradication of the fiends had been made here in this small conference room. It was as the saying went, a single stumble can turn into a 1,000-year grudge. This one slip-up from the Fiend clan, who had been known as the greatest strategists throughout history, meant that they did not end up dominating the universe with the Draconids. Of course, the Pyrrhic victory that the Hero Alliance ended up obtaining was tragic. The Annihilation universe had yet to fully recover from that last battle. There was a microarray still active in the corner of the room, the sort of device that could produce an irresistible flame. Anyone who did not have a birthright of the fiends would not be able to enter this room. The fiends were not stupid. They would of course not leave any traces behind in their secret conference room, or they would not be worthy of the title as master strategists. Xia Fei examined the surroundings, but there was nothing worth noting. So, he squatted down and was prepared to break the microarray, so that Xiuzation could come in and take a look. Sometimes, ancient sayings made the most sense. Seeing was believing, and there was no way Xia Fei could convince Xiuzation that this was just an abandoned conference room with just words alone. Better to let him in and see that there was really nothing inside, so that he could definitely give up on the idea. In all fairness, Xia Fei was not really influenced by Xiuzation's fanaticism. At the end of the day, the one dead was Xiuzation's wife, and not Xia Fei's. Xia Fei was keenly aware of the opportunity to stand by Xiuzation's side, and was merely taking advantage of it while he could. The Skywings were the last remaining bloodline of the fiends. They would be in danger if that was revealed to the rest of the world. Xia Fei planned to get hold of the final two immemorial mystical armaments, plundering the Annihilation universe once over, then pay a visit to the remaining two sect seniors from the Unrestricted to seek their understanding. Those were the tasks Xia Fei currently had in mind. The microarray was a kind of control array, which needed to be installed by an array master. It utilized rare metallic materials that allowed it to randomly set arrays. It could easily be placed wherever it was needed as long there was enough power injected into it, and was thus very flexible. This microarray was a very high-level item with the fiends. It was like a scale, with only 2 array cores, yet it could exert a powerful restriction that could prevent or even bar an Annihilator tier expert from entry. Xia Fei squatted on the ground and mulled over the issue for a good while before finally deciding to absorb the energy inside the microarray, naturally undoing the restriction. In terms of energy, Xia Fei was truly very confident with such things now. Xia Fei had improved by leaps and bounds ever since he took the lasting Draconid essences. The energy that he received from the Draconids had brought about tremendous changes to Xia Fei's constitution. It had also doubled the energy storage limit in his 7th brain region. 1.2 million standard units of spirit energy. Since this was energy derived from the Draconids, the purity of his energy was far higher than other spiritualists. With this powerful trump card, Xia Fei believed that as long as he was in the Annihilation universe, anyone who dared try and deal with him would first have to consider his frightening level of energy reserves. If Xia Fei went crazy and unleashed everything he had inside, he could definitely dish out an absolutely devastating attack. Whoosh! Xia Fei's eyes shone. The Triclopian Legacy Eye technique, Origin of Heaven, came into use, helping Xia Fei analyze the structure of the microarray's energy structure, finding the weakest point for him to tap into. Xia Fei was then able to slice into it, sapping out the energy in the device and causing it to collapse on itself. Bang! The device had a defensive system of its own, but by using the law of primal chaos, Xia Fei was able to first crack a small path through the protective layer and slide his fiendish blade Nirvana into it. Swoosh! Energy moved like an electrical current, traveling straight into Xia Fei's body through the fiendish blade, causing every cell in Xia Fei's body to tremble. Heavens! This small device actually contains so much energy. No wonder it's still working even after all these eons. Looks like the fiends spent a lot on all the equipment here. Radix exclaimed while staring at the energy count in Xia Fei's brain region. At the same time, Xia Fei was actually thinking about something else. Xia Fei was someone who was adept at contrarian thinking, and he could not figure out, given how powerful the equipment was, why the Fiend clan would just leave it behind. Was that not too much of a waste? Suddenly, as that microarray transferred its energy into Xia Fei's brain, two other peculiar incidents occurred. First, the black birthright ring that Xia Fei wore that seemed to be transforming along with the energy being absorbed. It appeared to be accepting some kind of signal, and the originally pitch-black ring alternated between glowing and dimming. Very soon, that mysterious ring was no longer flickering, but Xia Fei could very clearly sense that the ring had received some form of signal. Dark energy was also soul power, and a form of mental energy. From the moment a warrior crossed into the founder tier, their sensitivity to mental signals would heighten. Xia Fei had worn this ring on his finger for a long time, so he could clearly sense the changes to it. Whoosh! The situation changed. This birthright ring was actually helping Xia Fei extract energy now. It was as if everything he was doing had been planned a very long time ago, and the ring would have management capabilities over the device. A ring that can manage the internal affairs of the fiends. Xia Fei exclaimed to himself. Rumble! A sound abruptly rang out, but it was not from an explosion. Instead, it came from the fiendish blade Nirvana. The moment the energy from that microarray had been all but drained, Nirvana underwent an unexpected promotion. Xia Fei had killed plenty of people in recent times, and had extracted quite a lot of energy from them as well. However, there had not seemed to be any activity with the fiendish blade. The fiendish blade had been anything but constant. Aside from needing to absorb energy, it also needed a bit of luck. Perhaps it was because the energy in the device came from the fiends, different from the energy that he usually came across, that Nirvana immediately transformed after taking in their energy. The 6 snowflake blades shone in the indescribable glow, almost as if the sword had been thrown into the cauldron of heaven and earth, being recast into something else entirely. In the midst of this glaring light, the appearance of Nirvana changed. Even more frightening was the fiendish aura it now exuded. Swoosh! The restriction had been removed, so Xiuzation came rushing in when he sensed the changes. Xiuzation looked at the glowing Nirvana and asked, "What happened?" "There was a microarray in this room, and I attempted to use Nirvana to break it. This was the result," Xia Fei explained. Having anyone else witness Nirvana promote was not a good thing. Xiuzation had already been keeping his eye on Xia Fei, and was already aware that he owned a fiendish blade that could drain others, but Xia Fei was still uneasy watching as Nirvana was promoted. Whoosh! The glow disappeared as fast as it came, and the fiendish aura dissipated along with it. Clank! Nirvana dropped to the ground. After its promotion, Nirvana had turned into a circular weapon, looking somewhat like the Dharmachakra from the legends. Only, this weapon was too circular, looking more like a wave. The room also became very quiet at the same time, like nothing had happened. Xia Fei's back broke out in cold sweat as he stared fixedly at the black ring on his finger. Only he knew that there was a moment just now, when Xiuzation came rushing in, that it was his ring that had absorbed the energy Nirvana gave off during its transformation. It was like this ring had a mind of its own, and was intentionally hiding something. What a pity! "I'm afraid that this sword of yours is now trash," Xiuzation said after examining Nirvana. With that, he began to carefully inspect the room, leaving Xia Fei to pick up Nirvana from the ground. Was the fiendish blade Nirvana really turned into scrap? Definitely not. It was that strange black ring that had instantly sucked away Nirvana's power. It had forcibly restricted Nirvana. Right now, it was as clear as day that Nirvana was very weak, but all its energy was contained in the fiend's birthright ring. Swish swish! The sudden changes happening in the basement of the fortress had also alerted the other 29th place warriors who were searching the place above. Shane and others made a beeline over, but no traces could be found. There were no more energy fluctuations, and the room was absolutely normal. What happened just now? The big baldy Gang Cha asked in his deep rumbling voice. Xiu Zetian did not want to let everyone know his purpose for coming here was to search for clues, rather than deal with traitors to the Annihilation Universe. As such, he pointed toward the microarray on the ground and said, there was a defensive array, most likely something Yabu and his people set up while they were resting. Xia Fei did not realize what it was and broke it. Everyone nodded. Xia Fei was new, and everyone felt that this was very normal. How could any of them know that among all those present, probably no one knew arrays better than Xia Fei? This energy array that even Xiu Zetian could not break had actually been destroyed by Xia Fei's hands. Xia Fei was a good actor, nonetheless, and kicked that device, picking it up from the ground before anyone else in the room could intervene and exclaiming, "This thing gave me a fright. Leader, why don't you let me keep this as a souvenir, since this is my first operation with the 29th place?" Xiu Zetian cursed darkly at Xia Fei's craftiness. This was something of the Fiend clan, and he naturally had no desire for others to find that out. There was no way he could reject Xia Fei's offer of taking it, since Shane and the others would surely become suspicious if it ended up in their hands. Fine. It's just a micro-energy array. You can have it, Xiu Zetian said dismissively. Xia Fei brushed his palm over it and stored the device in his spatial ring. Xiu Zetian looked longingly in this empty room before he turned to his men and declared, "Looks like we've gotten wrong information, we were one step too late. Yaba and the others are no longer around. Let's head back to the ship." The men of the 29th place began to file back in an orderly formation. Xia Fei was at the back, frowning slightly. This had been a very weird day, and the Fiend's birthright ring that the Grand Ancestor had given him was most definitely a very strange ring. At that moment, that strange ring began to play a video in Xia Fei's mind. The images shown were none other than the final battle plan that those commanders that had gathered in the military tactic office had come up with. This was forgotten history being played in Xia Fei's mind, seeing the light of day once more. Chapter 1316, 7 Stars Steel. Annihilation's covered operations headquarters, 29th place. In the cultivation chamber that was away from everything else, the fiendish blade Nirvana had taken a completely new form. Its sharp blades had now increased to 8, 2 more than before. Furthermore, the shape that Nirvana had taken was beginning to trend strangely. The crooked blades were unbelievably sharp, like the fangs of a demonic beast. A single cut would not simply slice his enemies in two, but completely tear them apart. "Nirvana is becoming scarier and scarier," Radix commented, his eyes trained on its many blades. If any outsider were to lay their eyes on it, they would surely think it is some monstrosity, nothing like what they would believe to be a sword. Xia Fei said nothing. What was strange was not Nirvana, but the black birthright ring of the fiends. In that instant, that ring had actually suppressed Nirvana, preventing it from revealing its true form. It was only after they returned to base that the ring released Nirvana from its suppression. Xia Fei was now holding Nirvana in its completely new form. With that thought in mind, Xia Fei placed his hand over the ring, and instantly, the images from eons ago appeared in Xia Fei's mind once more. The images were none other than the final battle plan meeting of the commanders from the Fiend clan in that military tactics office. The scene had been etched into that microarray. The birthright ring that also came from the fiends had retrieved this memory, and sent it into Xia Fei's consciousness. Xia Fei had watched it more than once. There was no signs of the fiends betraying the alliance from the images back then, and they had repeatedly emphasized the necessity to break through the Universal Origin Control Center, some place called the 7 Stars Steel. Xia Fei surmised that the fiends of the Devil Shadow Dragoons were facing two major problems at that point of time. The first was the opportunity to take the 7 Stars Steel when the Megadragon race attacked, while the second was to rendezvous with the rest of the Alliance army after taking the 7 Stars Steel, attacking the Megadragons in a pincer maneuver. Back then, the commanders of the fiends seemed to care a lot about the 7 Stars Steel, calling it the origin of the universe. It seemed that the most mysterious and powerful 7th brain region that sapient life forms had existed solely because of the 7 Stars Steel's existence. "Are you thinking about that video again?" Radix asked when he saw Xia Fei appearing distracted. Xia Fei had told everything regarding the ancient video to Radix, so he was aware of its contents now. Nodding, Xia Fei answered, "The 7 Stars Steel seems to be an asteroid that crashed down from the skies, and is shaped like an artificially carved monument. But the seventh brain region is related to biology, so how could a rock of unknown origins be related to it? Radix pouted, it seems like only the fiends themselves knew the answer to that question. True. They were the ones who came up with the all-out assault strategy, and even the most optimistic execution of it would also sacrifice a third of their troops. Were it not for some vital necessity, I don't believe that the clever fiends would resort to such a brutal method of suicide tactics, Xia Fei agreed, lighting a cigarette. Radix replied seriously, the seventh brain region is indeed very mysterious. From the very beginnings when people awakened their special ability, to attaining the even greater law power, and all the way until the spirit-type dark energy, the techniques and arts learned throughout the way are ever-changing. The only thing that remains constant is the seventh brain region, and any progress or changes a warrior experiences would not happen without the aid of the seventh brain region. I feel that the fiends must have believed that attacking the seven stars steel would unravel this ultimate mystery of the universe, which was why they were willing to pay whatever cost was necessary. But are you really certain that the fiends had no intention of betraying the Hero Alliance? Xia Fei nodded, there is no doubt in my mind. I witnessed the tactical arrangements the fiends had made. They had absolutely no intentions of betrayal whatsoever. Radix shook his head and mumbled darkly, then that's strange. The history books clearly state that it was the fiends who abandoned the Hero Alliance. Several days later, Xia Fei had more or less integrated himself with Dark Soul. Different from the other departments of the Secret Service, Dark Soul only took orders from Shiuzation, and were not restricted from any personal freedoms whatsoever. Anything went as long as they returned in time if something happened. There was no progress on the investigation of the final fortress of the fiends. It looked like Shiuzation had been overwhelmed by the setback, and did not show his face for several days. No one had any idea what he could be busying himself with behind closed doors. Xia Fei was secretly observing everything, all the while devoting a majority of his time to cultivation. Putting aside his doubts over whether the fiends had really betrayed the Hero Alliance and the secret behind the birthright ring of the fiends, Xia Fei planned to first properly mingle with Annihilation before proceeding any further. After some uneventful days, Xia Fei was pleasantly surprised to learn from Chu Jingfeng that Fukan was looking for him. Before they parted ways after the Ig Dragon King's Yang Guang's palace, Chu Jingfeng had passed Xia Fei a communication orb that made it convenient for the two to keep in touch. Old man Fukan! Xia Fei hurriedly exclaimed. The old man has finally appeared. It's been a very long time since we last met. Makes me wonder how he's doing now. Chu Jingfeng answered, Fukan's doing well. He has found Sima and Moxen already, and they are now together with my disciple, Su Luanbu. Fukan wanted me to relay a message to you, come look for him in Daxing City, if you have the time. I'll send over his address in a moment. Sure. Xia Fei nodded. He then recalled the matter with the fiendish blade Nirvana, and so he told Chu Jingfeng about Nirvana's recent evolution. Smiling, Chu Jingfeng answered, there are many types of weapons in the universes, but from what I know, a truly impressive weapon does not win by its appearance alone. Take that plant weapon that you have on your arm, to put it plainly, it's nothing but a weed. But so what? Even if it's just a weed, how many divine weapons are there out there that could beat it in terms of attacking power? That is why you should not worry about how Nirvana looks. No matter the odd shape it takes, it's still Nirvana. It's a fiendish blade capable of consuming its enemies, bones and all. Xia Fei nodded, completely understanding what Chu Jingfeng meant. Whether it was people or weapons, it was never smart to judge a book by its cover. After some thought, Chu Jingfeng added, though I've not seen the increase in combat strength after Nirvana's transformation, I dare predict that it would at least be powerful enough to rank in the top 200 of the 1,000 soul rankings. In fact, it might even be considered a super powerful weapon that is counted in the top 100. Xia Fei's eyes sparkled as he exclaimed, you'd rank it so highly. Chu Jingfeng laughed. My observations led me to conclude that the more Nirvana evolves, the more powerful its ability to absorb energy becomes. I'm afraid a promoted Nirvana would just be able to completely devour Annihilator tier experts. Even if we ignore everything else, even that absurd devouring ability is enough to have it rank in the upper half of the 1,000 soul ranking. Of course, whether Nirvana is as powerful as it is will all be directly related to you. As long as you are able to break the enemy's defenses and slide Nirvana in, you'd be able to vanquish your foes. That is why Nirvana is a weapon that eliminates, and isn't a weapon that breaks defenses. Don't ignore the power from the law of primal chaos, with the latter breaking defenses and the former eliminating your targets, you'll be able to completely obliterate your opponents. You'll achieve perfection with such a combination. Chu Jingfeng lived up to his name as a jack of all trades, making his point all at once. The division of labor was a critical aspect of industry, and killing off enemies could be broken down into 3 steps. First, ensnare the enemy. Second, break their defenses. Third, utterly eliminate them. Nirvana was indeed a very powerful weapon that could bring about obliteration. As for the breaking of defenses, Xia Fei would have to rely on the overwhelming power of his law of primal chaos, and ensnaring the enemy would depend on his immemorial mystical armament, peacock blue. Without even realizing it, the weapons in Xia Fei's hands had already become one. Each of them had their unique uses and functions. "Oh right, how are you doing over at Dark Soul?" Chu Jingfeng asked, like the thought had just popped into his mind. Xia Fei did not tell him about what happened with his fiend clan ring, and merely gave a general overview of the situation the 29th place was presently in. He also told him about how Xiuzation was ambushed a long time ago, and how the first assignment Xia Fei had received was to accompany him to the forward base the Devil Shadow Dragoons had set up all those eons back. Chu Jingfeng nodded after hearing everything, stating gravely, "Actually, a lot of people are aware of what happened to Xiuzation. He insisted on pretending he was dead, not meeting with his daughter or father, which is evidence showing just how desperate he is for revenge." Squinting, Chu Jingfeng added in a small voice, "From what I know, he has someone very powerful backing him, which is why he's able to do everything he has done. No matter how crazy or what price he has had to pay, there must be someone guiding him behind the scenes. That is why you need to be extra careful, so as to avoid being used without even realizing it. The Annihilation universe is very complex, and on top of that, the familiars of the 4 great sky devils will be searching for you. While they might not do anything directly to you, it is still more trouble that you will have to deal with. Also, Yabu and his Devil Shadow Dragoons have someone powerful behind them. Perhaps they've got their eye on you, too." Xia Fei immediately felt a headache coming on. Xia Fei had encountered Yabu and the others before. They were very strong. There was no need to mention the 4 Sky Devils familiars, either. They were supervillains capable of facing off against the Ig Dragon King Yang Guang. Xia Fei would not be in for a good time if either party turned their gaze towards him. He was in for trouble. After informing Xiuzation, Xia Fei set off for Daxing. Xiuzation had assigned Xia Fei the post to look into matters related to the Fiend clan. He would not give Xia Fei any assignments related to the 29th place, and because he had not investigated the Fiend's plans, Xiuzation very simply let Xia Fei go. Before leaving, Xiuzation mentioned to Xia Fei about getting an official identity. Xia Fei was now a neophyte dragoon. He would have to take a test to become an official dragoon. According to Xiuzation, those above had already decided to continue the Devil Shadow Dragoons, so Xia Fei merely had to go through the motions and there was no need to worry about anything. Xia Fei was in a hurry to meet Fukin, so he did not head to the core regions. The Annihilation universe had an advanced transportation system, and Xia Fei could request a small frigate from the 29th place, as his special identity was part of the Secret Service, so he did not run into any obstructions the entire way. After several spatial shifts that took no more than 2 hours, Xia Fei found himself in Daxing, a bustling city in the Annihilation universe. Despite the amazing backdrop of mountains and rivers, Xia Fei was not in any mood to admire the views Daxing city had to offer. He sped along his way to a large mansion to the south of the city. That was where the last 2 unrestricted spiritualists, sect Grand Uncles Sima and Moxon, were spending their old age after retiring. After knocking on the door, someone verified Xia Fei's identity before leading him to the back gardens. In the distance, Xia Fei saw Fukin seated together with the 2 elders, chatting and laughing. Fukin had a humble attitude, given that he was the junior in the crowd. Aside from those 3, there was also a young man dressed in a windbreaker, calmly whittling down a willow branch with a small paring knife in his hand, looking like he was trying to make himself a simple flute. This person was most likely the most capable disciple of Chu Jingfeng, Su Luanbu. "Xia Fei." Fukin spotted Xia Fei and got up. He grabbed Xia Fei's arm on approach, an excited look in his eyes. "Old man, I've really missed you dearly," Xia Fei said with a slight smile. "Me too. Come with me." Fukin led Xia Fei to the 2 sect Grand Uncles Sima and Moxon, and pointed at Xia Fei, "Sect Grand Ancestors, this is Xia Fei, the final inheritor of the unrestricted sect in Alpha. Also, the strongest." Moxon and Sima sized up Xia Fei, as the black-haired Moxon sighed, I heard you're the one who had the unrestricted sect shut down? And you've even gone as far as to move Spirit Mountain away. Xia Fei was startled. Why had the two asked that the moment they met? Could they be looking to settle the score after everything that had happened? Chapter 1317, Su Luanbu. I heard you're the one who had the unrestricted sect shut down? And you've even gone as far as to move Spirit Mountain away? Elder Moxon asked gravely. Xia Fei wrinkled his eyebrows and simply answered, yes, I was the one who did that. And you're not planning to explain yourself to us? Sima asked after a pause. Xia Fei was silent after admitting to the deed, which upset Sima somewhat. It was almost like there was a breath caught in his chest that refused to escape. Xia Fei shook his head. According to the situation then, shutting down the sect was the only decision I could make. The entire unrestricted sect had already been perverted to such an extent, making it pointless for it to continue existing. The unrestricteds would only become a joke to everyone under the stars if I tried to continue and inadequately manage it. I figured it was better to just be done with it once and for all. Besides, Old Man Fukin had already passed the mantle of sect master to me, and what I planned to do with it was my choice alone. There's no need for me to explain my actions to anyone. Of course, this means that I'll also bear whatever outcome that follows, and this has nothing to do with Fukin. Sima and Moxon let out a long sigh after hearing all that. The two men exchanged glances with each other, almost as if they were very shocked after hearing how Xia Fei explained it. Chu Jingfeng's disciple, Su Luanbu, was seated not too far away and was somewhat taken aback. He gave Xia Fei a thumbs up in secret, almost as if he was commending Xia Fei for explaining such unreasonableness. Looking up into the sky helplessly, Sima said, a laughingstock to the entire world, you say? Are you saying that the shutting down of the oldest sect in all the universe isn't enough of a joke? Xia Fei answered with all seriousness, if you don't believe me, then why don't you inquire around Alpha? Who dares call the unrestricted a joke anymore? We cleaned up the sect even at the cost of shutting the sect down, killing every disciple of the sect to boot. Mortals will only remember the pride of the unrestricteds, a sect that would sacrifice everything, all for the sake of upholding their principles. Sima and Moxon were stunned once more. They mulled over Xia Fei's words, unable to give a response. The situation at that time had been obvious. Those ex-disciples of Fukin had already aligned with the internal forces of the Spiritualist Association to usurp power. Xia Fei had directly shut down the sect, leaving them no power to usurp. Though it could not be helped, that was no doubt the most effective method. If those two inept disciples of Fukin's had really gained control of the sect, they would surely have become lackeys of the dark spiritualists, which would have really been a complete disgrace to their ancestors. Moxon and Sima repeatedly sighed after coming to that conclusion. They were merely feeling very sorry over the outcome, that a sect that had stood for eons had come to an abrupt end like that, quite heartbreaking. But no one could deny that it was Xia Fei, an outsider, who used his unconventionally ruthless method to save what little bit of face they had left for their ancestors. It was just a pity that the Annihilation Universe did not allow just anyone to establish a sect, or let any annihilators return. Otherwise, Moxon and Sima would have already made the trip back to Alpha and cleaned up the mess properly. Speaking of sects, they were a form of organization that the Annihilation Universe did not have. Perhaps it was because those currently in power were afraid of sects growing too powerful that they would become a threat to their own rule, and they were not allowed. This meant that all the people from various sects or organizations all became annihilators upon arrival here. Of course, clans still remained, given that blood relationships were like iron, and nothing like these sects. There were no actions with such organizations closing down. When Sima and Moxon had arrived in Annihilation, it was as good as them leaving the unrestricted sect and becoming lone existences. Now that they had even retired from their respective roles, they were both considered idlers in Annihilation. While they do not blame Xia Fei, they were still somewhat grumpy at him. Sima and Moxon's attitude towards Xia Fei was neither hot nor cold, and as for trust, there was absolutely none. It was just that they were all spiritualists and unrestricteds, and so they were able to maintain a modicum of pleasantness to each other. Xia Fei did not care about that, however. He had mainly made the trip here because he missed Fukin. After a short chat with these two sect grand-uncles, Xia Fei and Fukin excused themselves to the side garden to continue their conversation, with Su Luanbu tagging along. Come, let me introduce you. This person is my great benefactor, Su Luanbu. Grandmaster Su, Fukin said. Though it looked like Su Luanbu was a lot younger than Fukin, the latter was still very respectful to the former. Xia Fei smiled, I've long heard of the illustrious name of Su Luanbu. I've met your master. Fukin was shocked, and gasped, you've met Grandmaster Chu. Xia Fei nodded, prompting Fukin to sigh, I would never have guessed that you would meet the unparalleled individual that I've been wanting to meet all this time before I managed to. How is Grandmaster Chu? Xia Fei replied, he's doing well. He has most likely ran off to some random location to do more research. I chatted with him 2 days ago, asking where he was, and he refused to divulge even the tiniest hint at all. He must be somewhere very dangerous. Fukin was flabbergasted. From Xia Fei's tone, it sounded like he had quite a good relationship with Chu Jingfeng, like they were good friends. How could that be possible? Xia Fei had gotten to know Chu Jingfeng through the Ig Dragon King Yang Guang. The two had communicated as equals, which was why Xia Fei had not found it strange at all to do the same. That was when Su Luanbu chipped in, that master of mine is always so reckless. I reckon another powerful weapon must have come into existence again, which was why he ran off first to get a good look at it. That way, he would be able to record it from the very first instance the weapon becomes known. Xia Fei jokingly chuckled, you say your master's reckless, yet he's the one that says you're not doing a proper job, he's unsure if you're helping or harming him. Taking you in as a disciple is no different from taking in a backstabbing wolf. Su Luanbu got slightly angry, did that old coot really say that? Yet. Also, that serpent-swallowing whale manual that you gave me isn't complete, nearly causing me to die. How are we going to settle this score, hey? Xia Fei stared at Su Luanbu in mock anger. It isn't complete. Su Luanbu scratched his head and waved him off. That has nothing to do with me, it is all that old coot's fault. He was talking about how amazing the manual was when he handed it to me, not once mentioning that it was not the complete version. Su Luanbu and Xia Fei were getting along grandly, able to chat so warmly with each other despite meeting for the first time. Honestly, Xia Fei and Su Luanbu were somewhat alike. Both had personalities that disregarded seniority, speaking their minds freely. Furthermore, they were both smart, quick-witted, and with sharp tongues that quickly descended into a war of words. Fukin suddenly felt very old, completely unable to keep pace with Su Luanbu and Xia Fei. However, Fukin was sincerely happy for Xia Fei. Being able to establish a relationship with Grandmaster Chu Jingfeng and his disciple meant Xia Fei would not be alone here in the Annihilation universe. Chu Jingfeng was someone who compiled the 1000 soul ranking, and had countless trump cards up his sleeves. It was no doubt a good thing that Xia Fei had befriended that master and his disciple. You're so unreasonable. Su Luanbu panicked slightly. He realized that Xia Fei was really good at using reasoning fallacies, and he was no match for Xia Fei on that front. How could you call yourself a disciple if you can't even tell you did not get the complete edition? Is your brain made of glue or something? That is why you must take responsibility for this accident. Enough talk, because of the great suffering I underwent as a result of that incomplete serpent swallow whale, I need compensation from you, Xia Fei demanded, extending his hand. Su Luanbu was indignant. Chu Jingfeng had not blamed him for this slip-up, yet it was Xia Fei who had taken a bite of him, refusing to let this go. Su Luanbu claimed he had no idea the manual was complete or otherwise, yet Xia Fei questioned his eligibility as Chu Jingfeng's disciple, asking why he did not have the knowledge the manual he got was complete or otherwise, leaving Su Luanbu speechless. Tell me, how should I compensate you? Su Luanbu was annoyed. Xia Fei chuckled, no need for any recompense, just help me accomplish 3 things, and you're not allowed to disobey them. I won't do anything like kill that old coot, Su Luanbu interrupted him. Xia Fei replied, why would I ask that of you? At most I'll ask you to help me be my pair of legs and run errands for me when I'm unable to pull myself away from any present matters, to help take care of my people when trouble arrives. Xia Fei patted Fukin on his shoulder and said in a deep voice, I'm leaving, take care of yourself. Fukin and Xia Fei were different. Xia Fei had joined Annihilation under the identity of a dragoon, and he had his own calling, but Fukin had been promoted naturally, and was considered a spiritualist in the Annihilation universe, awaiting further orders. Here in the most powerful central hub across all universes, high-level warriors were numerous. Fukin needed to wait for a recruitment drive from the various major departments, applying for them like what people did when looking for a job. Only then would they be accepted into the mainstream of Annihilation society, otherwise, they would just be free warriors, like Chu Jingfeng and his disciple. Don't forget the agreement we've made, Xia Fei waved toward Su Luanbu. Su Luanbu nodded, whispering for only Xia Fei to hear, "Don't worry. People of God's Eden always uphold their promises. I'll be sure to get the old coot to invite you over to the garden for a visit. That old thing has plenty of good stuff." Xia Fei was startled. Hasn't God's Eden been destroyed already? Su Luanbu thought nothing of it. The fiends are extinct, so why are you skywings still running amok? Pausing meaningfully, Su Luanbu continued, there are some things that could be perfectly justifiable once you give it a name change. Take you, for example. A member of Dark Soul, and the last Devil Shadow Dragoon of Annihilation. Who would even guess that you're a descendant of the fiends? The fact that the old coot shrugged off the matter of the serpent-swallowing whale incident to me, I'll have to make him bleed a little for it now. Xia Fei nodded. He was indeed quite interested about that God's Eden that the master and disciple hailed from. Heavens will work in mysterious ways. This was the first meeting between the descendant of the fiends, Xia Fei, and the master and disciple of God's Eden. Annihilation covered operations headquarters, 29th place, where Dark Soul members resided. Xia Fei returned back to the headquarters and received a summons from Suization. He made his way to his office, only to find the old man poring over someone's details. That person was a blue blood warrior, except that he was very different from the other blue bloods. The blue bloods were all short in stature as a race, but this one was well over 2 meters tall and weighed over 300 kilograms. His fierce appearance and muscular frame made him appear as mighty as an ox. Suization pointed at the person on the screen and said, "I believe you want to know the whereabouts of the other 2 elemental mystical armaments. This person is called Yuman, and from what I've gathered, he holds a strange flame in his possession. He could very well be who you're looking for. The 5 flames of Lux Gloria." Xia Fei was surprised. The rending yang fire, fire of sorrow, fire of lynx sound, wolf butcher blaze, and empty valley conflagration were the 5 mystical armaments that formed Lux Gloria. To think it would actually fall into the hands of a blue blood warrior. Xia Fei had the water-type Terror Genesis, the earth-type Southern Star and the plant-type Cloud Sea. If he could get his hands on Lux Gloria, then that would be 4 of the elemental mystical armaments in his possession. All he would lack would be the metal type, Absolution. Xia Fei asked calmly, "I want to know where Yuman is, and ask for a few days off." Suization wrinkled his brow. It will be the official time for the newest batch of neophyte dragoons to certify their status in a few days. You'll see him when that time comes. Xia Fei was stunned. That meant that Yuman was already here in Annihilation, and he was also a neophyte dragoon. Chapter 1318, Return to Furnace Citadel. A week later, a warship took off. This was Xia Fei's second time making his way to Furnace Citadel, where the neophyte dragoons assessment and review ceremony would be taking place. Anyone who made it past the assessment this round would get their first dragoon medal, becoming an official dragoon. Xia Fei was not alone, as for some unknown reason, Suization had sent Shane with him, almost like he was acting in the capacity of a nanny. "It's just a ceremony, is there a need to trouble you to follow me?" Xia Fei asked courteously, when actually he had already had several sleepless nights just thinking about how he could confront Yuman the holder of the fire element immemorial mystical armament, this time. "Do you think I want to do this? You ended up in an altercation the last time you were sent here to pick up a form. The leader is just uneasy, so he told me to accompany you." Shane shrugged in resignation. "There are many pairs of eyes here, it's more likely he's worried I'll expose my identity, right?" Xia Fei thought to himself. To kill or not to kill, that was a serious problem. Many sources of information had all corroborated the fact that only when all 5 elements of the immemorial mystical armament were combined together would it be able to demonstrate its true strength. Furthermore, it seemed like the weapon had other uses beyond simple combat. Xia Fei could not guess what they could be, but what he was aware of was the fact that this elemental mystical armament was very different from the rest. If Xia Fei managed to encounter Yuman during the evaluation, according to the rule that immemorial mystical armaments would clash immediately upon meeting, the 2 would surely have a fight to the death. As it had been demonstrated with Shui Shengsheng and Fenjiu, as long as they were hosts of an immemorial mystical armament, they would surely end up fighting. It was just that the time and place was highly inappropriate. They were going to be attending the Dragoon Medal ceremony, and there were plenty of eyes from all over the universe watching. Fighting with Yuman there was definitely not good. There was even the possibility that if he was not quick enough, he might even expose his identity. The situation could be even worse than that, given how many experts would be present for the Dragoon Medal ceremony. If the fiendish energy of his inner demon were to appear during their fight, he could very well be identified, and even the Arhat fruit would not be able to mask him. Xia Fei was left with two options: either he withstood the intent to fight until it was all over, and looked for Yuman afterward, or he chose to strike first. He needed to leverage his advantage in speed to assassinate his target. The former was difficult, given that the mystical armaments would see red the moment they sensed the presence of the other. Even if Xia Fei could control himself, could Yuman do the same? The idea to immediately assassinate the man was, on the other hand, quite a decent choice. But even if Xia Fei succeeded, he would surely face endless troubles afterwards. The Devil Shadow Dragoons were already recognized as an aberration by the other dragoons. If he were to strike during the ceremony, perhaps even Xiuzation might not be able to protect him from the repercussions. This is really so troublesome, Xia Fei heaved a sigh as he thought about all that. Shane was nonplussed. What's so troublesome? I already made things clear with you before we departed. The moment the evaluation begins, use your speed to reach that location that I told you about, and then just hide. The Destiny and Holy Light Dragoons will surely use this opportunity to punish the Dark Moons. That has always been the convention. After all, the Dark Moons are a motley crew of annihilators here. Their status is low, and though Destiny and Holy Light Dragoons aren't able to directly point their weapons at them, they use Dark Moons as their test. The side that can beat up Dark Moon the worst will be the one with more face. There's no need for you to participate in this. Just wait for them to finish fighting and for that final whistle to sound, and you can leave your hiding spot and collect your medal. As for the ceremony, that's even simpler. Everyone will form up in a row, and be given a single Dragoon medal in accordance with the results of the evaluation. There might even be some major figures that will come to watch the fight live, so as to have their pick from this batch of Dragoon combatants of those that they would like to join their departments. You're a Devil Shadow Dragoon, and these people could not be more eager to avoid you. Who's going to take you into their department? Just leave with me after receiving your medal, and we can find some random place to have a drink or two. It's that simple. Shane was afraid that Xia Fei was unclear about the plan, so he went through it step by step once more. According to the plan, there was nothing difficult for Xia Fei to do. The key here was that his target was with the Destiny Dragoons. If Xia Fei was given the choice, he would rather resolve this problem during the strength evaluation. After all, the evaluation would be held out in the wilderness, likely broadcast to the evaluation committee with high-speed cameras. The chances of him being discovered would be minuscule. But if Xia Fei and Yuman were to face off right in front of countless major figures of annihilation, Xia Fei was afraid that there would be a good chance someone could see through his true identity. Shane had no idea the reason why Xia Fei was being so depressed was because of the strong desire he had for the fire-type immemorial mystical armament. He swallowed audibly and continued, I noticed you've been very serious with your training recently, and you've shown great power, but this is ultimately the Annihilation universe. There are many descendants of heroes who had their 7th brain region open the moment they were born. They reached the law power stage at 6 after they were done with special abilities, interacted with dark energy once they reached 12, and became high-level annihilators before even they were 18. Xia Fei was shocked. He had no idea why Shane mentioned all that to him, but those geniuses that Shane spoke of cultivated at a rate that made others break out in a cold sweat just hearing about it. High-level annihilators before becoming 18. Wasn't that a bit too ridiculous? You don't have to believe me. When we arrive at Furnace Citadel, you'll immediately understand what I mean when you see all the neophyte dragoons assembled. Those who were made to undergo enhancement training in Furnace Citadel were all commoners. In other words, they were the least qualified. The experts and geniuses I speak of are all in their own clans and families. Though the strength evaluation allows people to engage in combat, I simply don't think you can get too high of a ranking on the battlefield, because there's simply too many descendants of heroes. Their ancestors were all immortal gods and goddesses who fought against the ancient dragon all those years back, during the sundering of the universes. Cough. Xia Fei nearly laughed out loud. It turned out Shane had mistakenly thought that Xia Fei was seeking the limelight, and was looking to obtain a high ranking in this strength evaluation. According to the plan that Xia Fei had laid out for Xia Fei, he would not be required to fight, and surely he would rank in the back. Shane had thought that Xia Fei did not want to see his name too far back, so he was nagging and coaxing him from diverging from the plan. Xia Fei shook his head. He of course had no plans of seeking the limelight. Not getting into trouble was enough for him already, but Xia Fei was left lamenting after hearing about those descendants of heroes. He was also a warrior, yet the difference in talent was far too huge. Radix could tell what Xia Fei was thinking, so he spoke up, what are you being so surprised about? Don't forget that you only began on the path of the warrior at the age of 17, and now you're already a level 1 annihilator. That was just a total of 7 years spent cultivating. These so-called descendants of heroes can't even hold a candle to you. Somewhat taken aback, Xia Fei chuckled. He had only considered that he was 24 years of age, but his level was incomparable to these younglings who were barely 18 or 17 years old. Thus he had ignored the more important point: his 7th brain region was only opened when he was 17. In terms of the time spent on his road of cultivation, Xia Fei was definitely the fastest. Whoosh! The warship landed upon the sand dunes beyond Furnace Citadel, and Xia Fei alighted from the warship with Shane. The weather today was a lot hotter than when Xia Fei had first registered. There were a few warships of varying sizes parked around, looking like there were a good number of neophyte dragoons in this batch. The official warship from Dark Soul had its own unique insignia, and everyone looked at Xia Fei and Shane with a different gaze when they came walking off the ship, choosing to stay as far from the pair as far as they could. Shane was unperturbed by their reaction, chuckling, "We of the 29th place usually offend far too many people. These people are used to being on guard against us, but not to worry. As long as our leader is there to hold the skies up, if you see anyone that rubs you the wrong way, you can just invite them back for a cup of tea." Arriving at the entrance, Shane flashed his 29th place badge, while Xia Fei kept a low profile and merely showed his identification as a neophyte dragoon. No one obstructed the two as they entered the Furnace Citadel courtyard. There seemed to be people pointing and staring behind their backs. When Xia Fei turned around to look, all he saw was Cain, the one whose arm he had broken a handful of days ago, who was staring at him with a group of Destiny Dragoon neophytes. The moment they saw Xia Fei turn around, Cain immediately turned his face away, while the others maintained their unfriendly stares at Xia Fei. Shane shook his head. "This is why I said that you shouldn't have caused any trouble. That rascal has gathered some men, and it seems like he's planning something sinister for you during the evaluation. It's a good thing you're a speedster, so you shouldn't have any trouble leaving them in your dust." Xia Fei nodded his head nonchalantly. Xia Fei knew Cain's type very well. He was nothing more than an embroidered pillow that had cultivation, but no actual combat experience. Though he was at the same level as Xia Fei, their disparity became as clear as day the moment they exchanged blows with one another. He was a warrior that had not seen blood spilt, going up against someone like Xia Fei, who clawed his way up from a pile of corpses. Forget their auras, their difference was like heaven and earth from experience alone. The handful that he was with looked to be the same type, too. Xia Fei felt that he would have no problem dealing with them even if they ganged up on him, so he did not mind them at all. Shane pursed his lips and left Xia Fei to join the crowd participating in the evaluation, while he left for the spectator stands. There were live screens everywhere, showing that the ages of many of the dragoons were not very old. There were parents or fellow clansmen who had come to watch the fighting. It was an honor for any clan or family to have someone who could join the strongest fighting force in all of Annihilation. There were between 2,000 to 3,000 people gathered here today, with plagues erected in the yellow sands all across the compound where all the dragoons would head toward their allocated spots. As usual, it was the human-dominant Holy Light Dragoons and the Blue Bloods Destiny Dragoons who occupied the most conspicuous locations, with the inferior Dark Moon Dragoons right after. As for the Devil Shadow Dragoons who had betrayed Annihilation twice, there was no plaque at all. Xia Fei frowned. He surreptitiously stood by the back of the crowd, spotting Lone Peak Shen and Turbid Shadow Lin not too far away. The two were unlucky enough to have been assigned to Dark Moon Dragoon despite both being humans, and they stood out among the assortment of other sapient races. Exchanging nods with them, Xia Fei walked past both Lone Peak Shen and Turbid Shadow Lin. A good majority of people were young, and Xia Fei could still pass as one too, but the middle-aged Lone Peak Shen and Turbid Shadow Lin were already considered some of the older ones in this batch. Watching Xia Fei head to the back of the crowd, Turbid Shadow Lin remarked, "I always find myself feeling a bit easier after seeing Xia Fei. We're unlucky, but Xia Fei is even more unlucky than us. A Devil Shadow Dragoon? How ridiculous is that?" Lone Peak Shen furrowed his brow. "Xia Fei is ultimately still someone who helped us. Without him, would we have gained enough merit to join Annihilation after challenging the Dark Spiritualists? We ought to lend him a hand if he finds himself in a quandary." "All right," Turbid Shadow Lin nodded in agreement. The two of them somewhat sympathized with Xia Fei, and when they looked around, it was just people from Annihilation everywhere. These youths of the Annihilation universe already had their strength at the Annihilator tier, while people from the lower-tier universes like Xia Fei and Lone Peak Turbid Shadow were in the minority. All of them stood out like solitary figures. Breath control covered Xia Fei's aura. Xia Fei did not wish to make a move against Yu Man here, and even if they fought, it would be best if he dragged it out until the strength evaluation started. Sweeping his gaze around the crowd, Xia Fei searched for Yu Man's figure. Given his stature, it ought to be easy locating him, but Xia Fei did not find a trace of him after looking around. Rumble. That was when a mid-sized warship landed rudely right in the middle of Furnace Citadel. Others had their ships parked outside, while the owner of this warship was obviously not of low status, actually daring to land right in Furnace Citadel. The doors opened, and first a long row of bodyguards exited, before a blue-blood warrior well over 2 meters tall came striding out. Zing! The Water Mystical Armament Terror Genesis. Plant Mystical Armament Cloud Sea. The Earth Mystical Armament Southern Star. The 3 immemorial mystical armaments on Xia Fei all became agitated at the same time. Chapter 1319, Conflict Erupts. He had finally appeared, Yu Man, the holder of Fire Immemorial Mystical Armament Lux Gloria, Xia Fei's destined foe. Yu Man was tall and bulky. As he debarked from his ship, he looked around. It was like he could sense the signal from the immemorial mystical armament and was searching for Xia Fei. Xia Fei was in the very back of the crowd and had concealed his aura with breath control, making him very inconspicuous. Yu Man appeared to be very laid back, so after snorting, he swaggered off to stand at the front of the Destiny Dragoons. It seemed the Blue Bloods were also very afraid of Yu Man, parting and emptying out a large space around Yu Man for him to enjoy, and there was even a warrior there to attend to his needs. Brutes will be brutes. That person from the Blue Blood Royal Man clan really doesn't have much etiquette, showing off so much, a warrior next to Xia Fei grunted coldly. Xia Fei was taken aback, but then he smiled and asked, "Where does that big blue blood come from?" The person glanced at Xia Fei, and after seeing Xia Fei's harmless face, humble demeanor and friendly aura, he replied, "That guy is called Yu Man. He's the grandson of the Blue Blood race's Royal Man clan's patriarch. The Royal Man clan is quite the odd one, still living in an old-fashioned style, even in this era. They reside on the distant border like a pack of natives, wearing beast hides, living in caves, eating roast meat, and drinking cheap barley alcohol. But the Blue Blood race seems to have a lot of respect for the Royal Man clan, as if their ancestors had done something amazing for their race." Xia Fei nodded. It seemed like Yu Man had a lot of status in the Blue Blood race, making him difficult to target. After a brief pause, the man continued, "When the evaluation starts in a little while, it's best if you keep your distance from him. That brute doesn't really care about the rules. Our Holy Light Dragoons and the Destiny Dragoons are the 2 strongest Annihilator armies, and we both respect each other so as to not hurt the relationship between us. This has been a rule for many years now. But that guy is very unreasonable. He might suddenly throw a tantrum and start fighting, but there's no need to fight with him. If you have the time, it would be more worthwhile to earn points by beating up the Dark Moon Dragoons." The man pointed at the group Lone Peak Shen and Turbid Shadow Lin were standing in. His meaning was that they could beat up the Dark Moon Dragons whenever, for that inferior Annihilator force existed to be trampled on so as to show off the power of the Holy Light Dragoons and Destiny Dragoons. At that moment, the steward of Furnace Citadel, Deng Wen, walked onto the stage and began giving a rousing speech. But those attending had all heard the speech for so many years that they were sick of it. Xia Fei's attention was on the screen that suddenly appeared. On it were the scores of the various Annihilator Dragoon champions over the various years. For many years, starting from the very first session, the Devil Shadow Dragoons. Devil Shadow Dragoons. Devil Shadow Dragoons. It was all the Devil Shadow Dragoons. Xia Fei was stunned. Before the betrayal of the Fiend race, not a single army had been able to surpass the Devil Shadow Dragoons. They had held first place throughout their tenure. That was absolute power. It was no wonder that people always mentioned the strongest tacticians when speaking about the Fiend race and the Devil Shadow Dragoons. This was hard proof. When the Devil Shadow Dragoons had still been around, they had taken all the championships. No one had ever been able to match them. Boom! In a flash, Xia Fei felt the blood rushing to his head. As a descendant of the Fiend race, even if he wasn't a pure one, he still felt incredible pride and honor. The Fiend race and Devil Shadow Dragoons had truly been amazing, monopolizing all the championships. Alas, after the battle against the massive dragon, the Fiend race had been thoroughly purged, and their name had ceased to exist in the annals of history. It was only many years later that the Annihilators re-established the Devil Shadow Dragoons, but because they were fewer in number, they were ranked dead last. Even the Dark Moon Dragoons were far superior. As Xia Fei thought about the past, he became a little agitated. Suddenly, he realized that everyone was looking at him for some reason. Upon closer inspection, he realized that someone had stuck a sign in the ground, and written on it were the words Devil Shadow Dragoons. On the stage, Deng Wen smiled wickedly, turning to Xia Fei and announcing, "Xia Fei, you are the Devil Shadow Dragoon, so why are you with the Holy Light Dragoons? Quickly, quickly, go to your assigned spot." Whoosh! The place exploded. Whether it was the Neophyte Dragoons or the various bigs hot spectating the Annihilators, few people knew that the Devil Shadow Dragoons still existed, let alone the name of Xia Fei. Deng Wen's words left everyone stunned. It turned out that there was still a Devil Shadow Dragoon among the Annihilators. Countless eyes turned to Xia Fei, some of loathing, some of disdain, and some of sympathy. Shane was in a tough spot as he looked at the stage, not expecting Deng Wen to pick Xia Fei out. This essentially made Xia Fei into a public enemy. His face ashen, Shane took out an orb and covered his mouth with his sleeve as he reported to somebody. Suddenly, the shocked Shane stood up from his seat. He watched Xia Fei stride out from the crowd and go alone to that empty spot, his head held high as he faced everyone down. Kane, who had had his arm broken by Xia Fei a few days ago, made a vengeful gesture at Xia Fei, his face smug. In truth, there was no need for Kane to do anything. The fact that Xia Fei was a Devil Shadow Dragoon was enough to make everyone spurn him, or even become his enemy. Many people were rubbing their palms, anxious to teach Xia Fei a lesson. Many ancestors of these neophyte dragoons had died in that vicious battle with the enormous dragon, and in that battle, the traitor fiend race had been made the primary culprit. Thus, when these Annihilator Scions saw someone carrying the name of the Devil Shadow Dragoons, hatred bloomed in their hearts. Surprisingly, Xia Fei was very calm, and even felt a little excited. He scanned the area coldly, and then his eyes turned sharp as he stared at Deng Wen and shouted, "Devil Shadow Dragoon Neophyte Xia Fei, present!" Rumble! His explosive voice rang out like a thunderclap. Xia Fei glared at Deng Wen as he proclaimed his existence to all present. He placed particularly strong emphasis on present, and not only was his voice loud, it was bursting with a sort of resistance. In the words of some schemers, it was a challenge. It was as if Xia Fei was saying, "Were you looking for me? I'm right here. Come and get me." Why had the fiend race been so powerful back then? Because they had been black-hearted, ruthless, and united. Xia Fei's words seemed to bring all of them back to the era when the Devil Shadow Dragoons ruled the universe, fully embodying the word ruthless. The crowd was in an uproar. After all, who couldn't tell what Xia Fei was saying? He was challenging everyone. Everyone grew excited, gossip and slander running rampant through the crowd. Xia Fei's eyes remained resolved, not caring what those people thought. "Chief, are you telling the truth?" Shane frowned once he had finished listening to Zacian's words. It seemed like Zacian had asked him to do something absurd. After clarifying Zacian's intentions, Shane closed the call. He tied up his clothes, walked down from the stands, and raised a black card up high. "Look! Someone from the 29th office. Dark Soul? Why is the Secret Service taking part in this Dragoon matter? I'm not sure. In any case, nothing good happens when the 29th place is around. Look, he's walking towards Xia Fei. Is the 29th place going to make their move using this Devil Shadow Dragoon? This is exciting. Dark Soul versus the Devil Shadow Dragoon. They both suck, so the harder they go at each other, the better." Shane intentionally walked slowly so that everyone could see the image of the dragon lunging at the flame on the black card he was holding. This was the personal ID card of the 29th place of the Secret Service. With this card, one could go wherever one wanted in the universe. Countless people had mischievous smiles on their faces as they waited for the show to start. The appearance of the 29th place had pushed the mood to a high point. Once he had reached Xia Fei, Shane chuckled bitterly, "Brother, didn't you say that you didn't want to cause a commotion? You were speaking quite boldly just now." Xia Fei said nothing. Perhaps it was because of his personality, and perhaps because he had been affected by the glorious past of the Devil Shadow Dragoons. In short, under pressure, Xia Fei had decided to not bow his head down, but to completely explode. Shane seemed to be showing off, intentionally holding the card in the air for a few seconds, and then he took the ID card representing the Shadow Division and hung it around Xia Fei's neck. Boom! The area exploded again. What was going on? That was saying that the 29th place was supporting Xia Fei. Xia Fei was part of Dark Soul. No one dared to believe their eyes. How old was Xia Fei? How many days had he been an annihilator? He wasn't even an official dragoon yet, but he was already in the mysterious organization known as the 29th place. Dark Soul was the most secret squad of the annihilators, an underworld-like existence. Once you were dragged in, even if you survived, you would end up with your flesh flayed. What connections does this Xia Fei guy have? How could he be part of the 29th place? I'm not sure, but let's just observe the situation for now. Nothing good will happen by provoking the soul of darkness. The voices dwindled away, for the 29th place was far too infamous. Quite a few people chose to wait and see. Xia Fei smiled and asked, "Is that really necessary?" Shane replied firmly, "Of course. You think that this is all your own affair? That Deng Wen clearly knows that you're a member of Dark Soul, but he still caused trouble for you. Someone had clearly instructed him to do this. Starting from now, this isn't just your war, but a war against the entire 29th place. In the end, even if our pride isn't worth anything, that old man behind the 29th place won't stand to be humiliated." Xia Fei was taken aback. Chu Jingfeng had told Xia Fei long ago that there was some amazing old man standing behind Zi Tian, but not even Chu Jingfeng had been able to find out who. It seemed now that the rumors were true. Xia Fei was part of Dark Soul, and if someone was conspiring against him, they were conspiring against all of the 29th place. This was essentially bringing shame on that old man standing behind the 29th place, so Shane had to wash away that shame. Shane didn't return to his seat, instead walking in a slow and eerie manner toward the stage. He stared at Furnace Citadel's chief steward, Deng Wen, the culprit behind this uproar. Deng Wen panicked, bowing and nodding quickly to Shane. Alas, Shane wasn't falling for it. He went up to the stage and stood less than a meter from Deng Wen, whose face was now green and covered in sweat. "You're Deng Wen?" "Yes, this one is Deng Wen, chief steward of Furnace Citadel." Deng Wen smiled weakly. "Exactly who I was looking for." Shane's face turned stiff, his eyes going cold. He said loudly, "Follow me. The 29th place invites you to tea. Right now." These words resounded in the skies of Furnace Citadel for everyone to hear. Chapter 1320, Dragoon Evaluation begins. There was no room for excuses. Shane walked right up to Deng Wen on the spot and invited that man for a cup of tea at the 29th place. Everyone sucked in a cold breath of air. Tea at the 29th place was not good to drink. It looked like Dark Soul was determined to hold out for Xia Fei, which was very strange. Xia Fei was not very old, and was hardly some scion from a reputable clan. He lacked any backing to speak of, so why would 29th place display such an attitude for him? At that moment, the entire Furnace Citadel erupted into a disquieted commotion. Some took the opportunity to rile up some antagonistic emotions toward the 29th place, but unfortunately the notoriety of Dark Soul was simply too great, and few rallied to the call. No one truly dared to stand out and go up against the Secret Service, at most they just muttered a few words under their breath. At the end of the day, Deng Wen was still the steward of Furnace Citadel. How could they continue to hold the Dragoon Medal ceremony if he was brought away? Without their leader present, the entire event was turning into a great mess. Shane did not care about any of that, however. He dragged Deng Wen away, while also throwing a glance in Xia Fei's direction, indicating that he was about to leave, and that Xia Fei would have to rely on his own wits from here on out. Xia Fei returned the glance with a slight nod. Xiu Zaishan's strong reaction had been completely outside of his expectations, but now that he was obviously marked as someone from 29th place, unless it was someone who had a significant background, no one would dare to trouble him any longer. All of a sudden, Xia Fei could feel a fiery burning gaze on his back. He turned around to look, only to find Yu Man, that tall and brutish blue-blood warrior, staring daggers right at him, as if his eyes were about to shoot flames. Xia Fei let out a cold snort and clasped his hands behind his back, glaring right back at Yu Man. Those who ought to come will end up coming. Xia Fei understood that logic very well, so he did not plan to give way. As long as Yu Man dared come knocking, Xia Fei would dare to send him to his grave. That was about when an old man got up on the stage. He let out a low cough twice, which was enough to get the crowd in Furnace Citadel to quiet down quite a bit. Xia Fei looked up and saw that it was none other than the old man who had helped him with registration that day. For some unknown reason, this old man with sleepy eyes exerted quite a bit of influence if he was able to cause everyone to straighten their attitudes. Since Steward Deng has some last-minute business to attend to, then this old man shall take over. Does anyone present have objections to this? The old man asked. With old Hong personally stepping up to the task, how could we have any objections? Thank you for your hard work. The warriors from the Annihilation Universe echoed in unison, recognizing the old man. Xia Fei, Lone Peak Lin, Turbid Shadow Shen and others who came from the Alpha Universe were all puzzled, wondering just who the old man was. After glancing at Xia Fei meaningfully, this old man who went by Old Hong called out loudly, then let's not delay this any further. Let the evaluation begin. Same rules as always, private fights are allowed, but no one is allowed to deal life-threatening blows. Whether it is a mistake or intentional, as long as anyone causes the death of another dragoon, they will be handed over and dealt with by the Legion Management Division. Besides private fights, be wary of the traps and ambushes found in the evaluation center. The Dragoon Legions will not be responsible if any of you get yourself killed by these traps. If you can't even dodge the traps of the evaluation center, then you lack the qualifications to be a Dragoon. The old man spoke in a grave tone, sweeping his eyes over everyone assembled. That was especially true for Xia Fei. Old Hong's eyes seemed to convey a profound meaning the second time they landed on Xia Fei. The evaluation is the responsibility of the Legion Management Committee. Regarding how the data is tabulated, or how the ranking is derived, there's no need for them to clarify to anyone. In any case, within 24 hours, show us your true strength. With that said, the old man raised a hand up in the air and slammed it down on the podium in front of him. Everyone watched as the sand dunes outside of the furnace citadel part and change with a rumbling roar. Strange structures rose from beneath the sands one after another, here in this desert that covered the planet. It turned out that this was the evaluation venue for the Dragoons. Normally, the traps used during this evaluation were hidden beneath the sands. They only appeared when they were needed. At the same time, a transparent protective barrier was also erected, completely encapsulating the desert outside Furnace Citadel. Leaving the citadel and stepping upon the dunes would be akin to entering the examination venue. There were several thousand numbered portals, and everyone held the cards that the Legion had assigned them in their hands. Neophyte Dragoons would find the portals that bore the same number as what was etched on their card, and wait for them to activate. Xia Fei was number 2891, which just so happened to be the last number in this batch of Dragoons. His position was somewhere desolate, far away from everyone else. Xiuzation had said that the people above had already gotten everything ready on Xia Fei's behalf with regards to the Dragoon evaluation and ceremony. That was very apparent right now. Everyone entered the evaluation center at the same time, and Xia Fei only needed to rely on his super speed and he could instantly create distance away from the others. How grand! This is such a vast evaluation center. Radix gushed in excitement. Xia Fei, the battlefield spans an entire planet, yet there's less than 3,000 warriors participating. It's perfectly suited for you to demonstrate your super speed. Xia Fei nodded, but did not answer otherwise. All his concentration was directed toward Yu Man, who was more than 1,000 candidates away from him. He saw the big and tall blue blood royalty lift his left arm, and savagely slash it across his neck. He was making a killing gesture toward Xia Fei. Whoosh! The nearly 3,000 formless energy portals were activated simultaneously, and the 24-hour countdown until the end of the evaluation began ticking at the same time. Every neophyte dragoon swiftly stepped through their own portal and entered the desert battlefield. Some searched for suitable terrain to hunker down in, while others promptly gathered together. They planned to leverage their numerical advantages to obtain a good rank in this evaluation. Xia Fei did not have any allies for this evaluation, so he chose to first distance himself from the pack. He sprinted toward the safe zone that Xiuzation had prepared for him and planned to act if any opportunity were to present itself afterward. Blood-curdling screams could be heard the moment the evaluation began. According to rules, the two most powerful forces of Destiny and Holy Light Dragoons would not fight each other, and would instead turn and point their weapons at the weakest Dark Moon Dragoons. This was almost like bullying, given that both Dragoon legions were made up of the most powerful sapient races, the humans and Bluebloods, while the Dark Moon Dragoons were a coalition of the many smaller races. Of course, Dark Moon Dragoons also had unfortunate humans like Turbid Shadow Lin and Lone Peak Shen, but all in all, these three legions were split up according to race. As for the Devil Shadow Dragoon, there was only Xia Fei. Whoosh! Xia Fei was very fast, disappearing into the horizon like a ghost. Yu Man came sprinting over with his men the moment Xia Fei departed. A blue-blood warrior inspected the tracks left on the ground and reported to Yu Man that Xia Fei is a speedster, and he's long gone already. It's very hard to track people down in the desert, and these tracks will be buried by the sands in a matter of seconds. What should we do next? Several blue-blood warriors turned to look at Yu Man, but he was staring in the direction Xia Fei had disappeared to, his eyes filled with killing intent. Humph! Yu Man snorted coldly. He pulled out a hollowed-out rhino horn, placed it between his lips and blew it toward the sky. You. A deep note filled the air, traveling in all directions. The blue-blood warriors all moved toward where Yu Man was standing the moment they heard the sound. That one signal call caused the originally very chaotic battlefield to settle down into silence. The blue-bloods closed in on Yu Man, while the human warriors all began to gather as well. Meanwhile, the Dark Moon Dragoons had already scattered and dispersed. Those poor warriors belonging to the lesser races were few in number, yet were still being used as foils in this evaluation battle. A blonde youth and a young man with a pockmarked face from the human race took the lead. The two of them came from prominent backgrounds, as their ancestors were outstanding individuals that distinguished themselves in the Hero Alliance. The blonde youth was called Cold Eagle, while the pockmarked man went by Phantos. The sapient life forms known as humans had never demonstrated the concept of solidarity as a race. The reason they had gathered together was solely because the Blue Bloods representing the Destiny Dragoons were also forming a team. What a rare sight! Why have the people of the Destiny Dragoon begun to form a team? Could they have other plans this time? A human observer wondered curiously, stroking his chin as he looked out into the distance. They couldn't be targeting us, right? The two major Dragoon legions of Destiny and Holy Light had always maintained a cordial relationship, so could those blue midgets be planning to break the accord? Though humans and blue bloods did not fight each other, their contradictory relationship was severe. Humans called the blue bloods blue midgets, while the blue bloods called humans arrogant foxes. While those words were unkind, they pinpointed the weaknesses of each race. The blonde youth called Cold Eagle remarked, "That wasn't just your usual horn, but the call of the Blue Bloods' 10 kings. Among the Blue Bloods, there are 10 clans that have royal bloodlines. They have the authority to gather their fellow Blue Bloods in times of emergency to fight for them." Phantos was standing beside Cold Eagle, and added, "That's right. The one blowing the 10 kings call this time is the grandson of the royal man, Yu Man. We need to be careful. Among the 10 kings of the Blue Bloods, the royal man are the most unruly, and are just a bunch of barbarians. They are capable of anything." Cold Eagle scoffed arrogantly, "Our numbers are about even, so as long as we do not disperse, those hateful midgets won't be able to do anything to us. From here on, we will be acting as a group, hunting down the lowly dark moons, while making our way through the hidden traps in the sands. Those who trust me may follow me." With that, Cold Eagle led some people toward the deeper parts of the desert. Phantos also harbored the same idea as Cold Eagle, but the two of them working together was impossible. Thus, the Holy Light Dragoons who were affiliated with the humans split into two factions, one who followed Cold Eagle, and the others who went with Phantos. What do we do? Are we going with Cold Eagle or Phantos? Kane, who'd had his arm broken by Xia Fei a while ago, hesitated for a good while before stomping his feet. Phantos is sinister, while Cold Eagle is haughty. Let's go with the latter, and see if we can provoke him to attack Xia Fei. With that said, Kane led a few of his comrades and hurried after the troop of men Cold Eagle was leading. Xia Fei was unaware that a rare occurrence of teaming up had occurred in the evaluation battle that usually had everyone fighting for their own interests. There were 2,000 warriors from both the Destiny and Holy Light Dragoons, and they were all now grouped into 3 separate forces. Xia Fei spat out a mouthful of sand. There did not seem to be anything amazing about this battlefield, but there were actually plenty of traps hidden in the desert. Even Xia Fei had found himself nearly getting caught by some quite a few times, and this last instance had been the worst, forcing Xia Fei to eat a mouthful of sand. "I really can't underestimate this place. To think there would be so many ambushes laid out here." He lightly brushed his finger across his spatial ring, pulling out the topographical map that Xiu Zetian had given him and comparing it against the directions to find his hiding spot. In Xia Fei's experience, this place was definitely not good for hiding. The 3 sandy dunes were like barrows, arranged in a triangle. According to Xiu Zetian's instructions, Xia Fei ought to hide in the center of the 3 barrows. But these 3 dunes were not even 2 meters tall, and the center was just an open space. Unless Xia Fei turned himself into a boulder, there was no way he could remain hidden without any cover to speak of. Just what is going on here? Xia Fei frowned, muttering to himself. All of a sudden, Xia Fei discovered something strange. His arm was disappearing. Xia Fei held his hands in front of him while holding onto the map, but he could not see the map or the arms that were supposed to be in front of him. Xia Fei was startled, but quickly experimented a few more times. In front of him was what seemed to be an invisible wall, right in the center of the 3 barrows. It was an area about 4 to 5 meters square, and anyone who stepped into it would find themselves naturally becoming invisible. Xia Fei chuckled. This was indeed a great hiding spot, after all. From afar, this looked nothing more like an empty clearing of sand. No one could imagine that there was a hiding place right in the middle. What will we do now? Radix asked, curious. Xia Fei sat down on the ground and examined his surroundings. The evaluation will go on for 24 hours, so let the others fight it out first. We'll only be making our move in the final few hours. With that said, Xia Fei actually began cultivating right where he sat, looking completely calm and relaxed. In a matter of minutes, however, Xia Fei suddenly sensed the ground tremble. It felt like there was a giant insect slowly burrowing beneath the sand. Xia Fei was startled. Just as he was about to use his Origin of Heaven Eye technique to observe what was going on, he heard a sound from a nearby barrow, and a pale white hand reached out from the ground. Chapter 1321, The 4 Great Soul Familiars and Wang Dingtian. Boom! A pale white hand reached out from the ground, not even 100 meters away from Xia Fei. An elderly man soon climbed out from beneath it, looking somewhat haggard, his clothes in tatters. Xia Fei's hiding spot was right beside 3 dunes that looked very much like barrows. It was rare to see a person come crawling out from the barrow without any warning whatsoever, and Xia Fei tensed up as he watched it happen. The wind billowed loudly, as this elderly man in tatters raised a fist up to the sky and yelled loudly up at the skies, "You want to kill me? You're all far too early for that." Xia Fei lifted his head up and only saw just starlight. There was no enemy trying to kill the elderly man, so Xia Fei had no idea what nonsense the fellow was spouting. From the way he was dressed, this person was definitely not a neophyte dragoon from any of the legions. Though his clothes were already torn, Xia Fei could still tell that they had been made of the highest quality, so the old man must have been a person of stature. How did this person get in? Wasn't the battleground of the evaluation of the dragoons sealed off earlier? Radix asked curiously. Xia Fei shook his head, "I don't know either, but perhaps he was here even before that, and the sealing of the battlefield has trapped him in here together with us, as well." Xia Fei was in a very strange position. He was in a place of stealth on this battlefield, which was no different from a bug in a game. Anyone who entered this space would blend in with the surroundings, making it impossible for anyone to make out his presence. This elderly man looked to be exhausted, planting his butt down heavily on the ground, his breathing ragged and labored. He looked like he had just returned from the dead. Rumble. The changes came fast, as there was another abrupt development to the situation. There was an additional mass of burning flames in the sky, like a blazing meteor that had penetrated through the atmosphere. It was just that this meteor was not passing through the atmosphere, but through the protective barrier erected over the Dragoon evaluation battlefield. It was a shocking scene. That blazing meteor had smashed through the protective barrier that the distinguished Dragoons had in place. Boom! The meteor's impact point was right in Xia Fei's vicinity. Before he could even understand what was happening, he saw the scene before him transform into that of a direct clash. The auras from 4 masked individuals were directly confronting that elderly man who had crawled out from the barrow, almost as if a great battle was about to unfold. Xia Fei was stunned. That is because the 4 beings he saw in front of him were none other than the soul familiars of the 4 great sky devils, the Wing Gale Sea Calamity. Evidently they had been hunting this old man, and they had chased him all the way to the Dragoon's evaluation battlefield. Wang Dingtian, to think you had learned the matter-type art, sky-splitting escape. To traverse through the stars with matter, you've really opened up the eyes of us brothers today. Unfortunately, Lord Paletooth had specifically researched that sort of concealment art that could move across galaxies, so there's nowhere left for you to run. The one speaking was Wing, the soul familiar of the broken wing sky devil Paletooth. The old man called Wang Dingtian gritted his teeth. Humph. This here is one of the territories belonging to the Dragoons. As long as I make the call, the Dragoon legions would send their men out here. When that time comes, Even if you're the sole familiars of the Sky Devils, there's nowhere for you to run, either. Letting out a mirthless laugh was the sole familiar of the Gale Sky Devil, Medicinal Cauldron Prince, who remarked, "Fool! Don't think I have no knowledge about this. While it's true that we're on the evaluation battlefield of the Dragoons, no one could barge into this place without being a being of our caliber within the next 24 hours. After all, this place is something erected during the age of the Hero Alliance. Right now, there are only that handful of undying old monsters, aside from the 5 ancient apexes, who are qualified to exchange blows with us. I refuse to believe the 5 ancient apexes will help you. Isn't it far more likely they will kill you? Hand over the ancient Orcus Immortalis scriptures to us. Otherwise, we'll really strike to kill." Wang Dingtian was startled and answered, "The ancient Orcus Immortalis scriptures are a treasure handed down from my ancestors. I'd rather die than hand it over to outsiders." "Nonsense!" The Medicinal Cauldron Prince's sole familiar lashed out. "Had it not been for my master leaving behind his metal book, could your clan have created the scriptures upon the basis of the law of life? That metal book belongs to us. The ancient Orcus Immortalis scriptures is also ours." Xia Fei could not help but be startled after hearing this. Was the ancient Orcus Immortalis scriptures a derivation of the law of life? Xia Fei knew the law of life all too well. There had been but one scroll of it in the lore realm, and it had been passed down to old demon Oro's hands. It was the very law that Avril was cultivating right now. However, there was a flaw to the law of life, and that was how it would reduce one's potential once you cultivated it. It was comparable to a warrior who would find themselves stagnating in the founder tier after learning the law of life, despite originally having an annihilator tier potential. Furthermore, there were plenty of power types who could not learn the law of life. Old Oro had the law of life hidden for many years, and he did not cultivate it himself, which went to show that there were quite a few side effects to learning it. Avril was not a warrior, and did not need to fight. That was why Xia Fei was at ease letting her cultivate it and lengthening her lifespan. Wang Dingtian's ancient Orcus Immortalis scriptures were a derivation of the law of life, but he did not know if there would be any difference from the version of the law of life that had made its way to the lore realm. From what the 4 soul familiars were saying, the ancient Orcus Immortalis had been extracted from the metal book. It was the life's work of the Medicinal Cauldron Prince, and it sounded like it was very impressive. With a decisive swing of one arm, wing, the soul familiar of the broken wing Sky Devil Paletooth, yelled, "Enough of your nonsense! We don't give a damn about your dogshit Immortalis scripture. What we want is the final part of the scroll, where a portion of the content of Lord Medicinal Cauldron Prince were copied. Hand over the last scroll and we'll spare your life." Wang Dingtian rolled his eyes. It was apparent that this elderly man was quite wily. "Humph! If that's what you all want, then that's precisely what I won't give it to you. I'll be honest, the entire metal book is actually in my hands. I'll destroy it by my own hands if I feel like it." Wang Dingtian threatened them. The 4 soul familiars burst into laughter after hearing this. Gale scoffed, "If you had the book in the first place, would there even be a need for us brothers to chase you all the way out here?" His gaze turned cold as he continued, "Lord Medicinal Cauldron Prince penned the metal book by his own hands before departing, and to think the people of your clan would actually search for it just based on having met Medicinal Cauldron Prince once. Our lord thought your clan was one of the more outstanding ones from among the humans, a cut above the rest. We know very well that he reluctantly handed over a scroll regarding the law of life to you." Wang Dingtian patted his head and self-deprecatingly mused, "I seem to have bragged a bit too much. I seem to have forgotten that you 4 are the sole familiars of the 4 great Sky Devils, so of course there are plenty of details that you're aware of." The elderly man Wang Dingtian appeared to be an optimist, however, and he actually managed to muster out a laugh. Sweeping his gaze across the 4, Wang Dingtian calmly asked, "So that means that the metal book of the Medicinal Cauldron Prince is really gone? Even you 4 haven't been able to find it? The 4 great Sky Devils each left their own unique legacies behind, yet why is it only the Medicinal Cauldron Prince's that has gone missing? Have none of you figured that out yet?" The 4 were shocked, as they asked in unison, "Could you know the reason?" Wang Dingtian puffed out his chest and let out a hearty laugh, "Of course. I don't." Whoosh! Wang Dingtian was truly crafty enough. He had asked a really big question, and distracted the 4 soul familiars. In the end, it had all just been psychological warfare. He was planning to capitalize in that moment when Wing Gale Sea Calamity were lax and unprepared to flee. Grab a hold of him. Sky-splitting escape could only be used once, so there's no way he can run off again. This person is just as crafty as his ancestor. Let's just kill him. Wing Gale Sea Calamity bristled as they let out yells and gave chase. Xia Fei contemplated that for a while, before deciding to follow and take a look. He used his speed and breath control technique to keep a safe distance from the pursuers, doing his best not to let any of the men discover him. Without a doubt, the four great soul familiars had yet to locate the medicinal cauldron prince's metal book. It was almost as if they were very interested in this book of absolute learning. They were unwilling to let go of even a scroll that concerned only a part of the book. Before coming together, they had forced their way into the 8th universe. Anyone could tell they deemed that there was no price too high they had to pay just to get their hands on that metal book. Boom! The four familiars needed only one attack to kill Wang Dingtian. From afar, Xia Fei stared at the four figures like they were deities that had descended to the mortal realm. They came in from different angles, and by the time these figures parted, Wang Dingtian was already left torn into shreds. What swift speed and impeccable coordination between the four! It was a practically flawless display of strength. Xia Fei was shocked. It turned out that Wang Dingtian had fled before, not because he was strong, but because these four soul familiars did not plan to kill him off. The moment they made the decision to go for the kill, they were able to slay the peak war god in an instant. All of a sudden, Xia Fei could feel a burning glare being trained on him. He quickly ducked to the side as a black figure who moved at a speed even greater than Xia Fei had already zoomed over. This figure did not attack, but instead forced Xia Fei into a corner. It had to be stated that Xia Fei's speed was 30 million meters per second. Only a max-level speedster could achieve a speed even greater than Xia Fei's. With one hand on the ground, Xia Fei adopted a crouched posture that kept his frame low to the sand. The individual who had instantly forced Xia Fei into a corner was not an outsider, but Broken Wing Sky Devil Palatutha's soul familiar, Wing. Pursing his lips, Wing stared at Xia Fei. Why is it you again? Where were you hiding just now? To think I did not discover your presence nearby. Xia Fei remained silent. He had yet to determine if the four great soul familiars were friends or foes just yet, and with how Wing was a warrior who moved at an even greater speed than he did, Xia Fei had to give 120% of his concentration to this encounter. Speed was the sharpest weapon. Xia Fei was well aware of this fact as a warrior of speed, and what it meant to possess a speed even greater than his own. Sure enough, Wing lived up to his name as Palatutha's soul familiar. Xia Fei could vaguely feel that Wing might very well be even faster than Grand Ancestor Xia Gukan. It was at this moment in his thoughts that he heard Gale shout from afar, "I found it!" That old man actually had the ancient Orcus Immortalis scripture on him. Let's go! Wing shook his head, mumbling to himself, he should have just handed it over from the beginning and this whole matter would have been settled. This Wang Dingtian sure is someone who valued the material over his own life. He turned to Xia Fei and flashed a strange smile. What are you so nervous for? It's not like we're here to kill you. Xia Fei asked gravely, aren't you afraid that I'll spread the word that the four of you were the ones who killed Wang Dingtian? Gale burst out in laughter, do you even know who Wang Dingtian is? He is just like the Chu clan of God's Eden, just someone the Annihilators abandoned. The 5 ancient apexes would be glad to hear that he has died, since that means one less rival for them. Xia Fei was quiet for a good while. Xia Fei knew who the 5 ancient apexes was, they were the warriors who were still alive from the Hero Alliance of yore. It was written in the history books that the entire Hero Alliance was wiped out due to the Fiend's betrayal during the decisive battle against the Mega Dragons. However, Chu Jingfeng, someone familiar with the inside story, had told Xia Fei that only the frontline warriors of the Hero Alliance had met their demise that day. Several of those working on logistics who had seen no frontline action managed to survive, and they were godlike experts. The 4 soul familiars had said that Wang Dingtian was a burden to the 5 ancient apexes, and now that person had been slain by the hands of the 4 soul familiars with hardly any fanfare. Were the 4 soul familiars too powerful, or was Wang Dingtian just an empty name? Gale swept his gaze across the surroundings. The Dragoon evaluation had only just begun, and there was no one around besides Xia Fei. Smiling, Gale told Xia Fei, just like Wang Dingtian, we're not killing you because we don't wish to do so. Remember, if there comes a day where you interfere in our business, even if you're a fiend, you'll also suffer the same fate. Chapter 1322, Changes to the Circumstances. The 4 great soul familiars deserved to be called the replicas of the Sky Devils. They left the Dragoons' battlefield like it was no different from their own backyard, barging and leaving whenever they wanted. As for the unfortunate Wang Dingtian, no traces of the man remained. Did you see the speed that wing moved at just now? Radix was staring up into the sky, gulping loudly, he was so quick. He might even be faster than Xiaogukan with his max-level law of speed. Xia Fei nodded, he is just a replica of the broken-wing Sky Devil Pale Tooth. I simply can't imagine just what the combat strength Pale Tooth himself possessed. Fortunately, those four did not see you as an enemy. If you were to fight against them, I'm afraid any one of them could defeat you solo, Radix said. His words betrayed the lingering fear he felt in his heart. Xia Fei had to admit that the difference between the soul familiars and himself was indeed wide. However, that only made Xia Fei wonder all the more. The four great soul familiars seemed to be single-mindedly searching for the medicinal cauldron prince's metal book, and were not at all concerned with any other affairs. Xia Fei had originally thought that because the soul familiars were of the fiend race, there was a possibility that they would seek to avenge the fiends now that they had resurfaced, drenching annihilation in a bloodbath. But now it seemed like that thought was far too simplistic. The four great soul familiars lacked any intentions of becoming enemies with the annihilators. They were only concerned with the metal book, otherwise they could surely inflict heavy losses on the so-called New Hero Alliance if they were to throw themselves against the annihilators, given the strength the four possessed. Xia Fei made his way to the spot where Wang Dingtian was torn apart as he mulled over the matter. The sly old fox was also very suspicious, and Xia Fei felt that Wang Dingtian's death was far too simple. This was an elderly annihilator who knew a matter-type art that could traverse through galaxies. The four soul familiars had also treated him as an existence comparable to the Annihilation Universe's 5 ancient apexes. To die here? And not even withstand an attack from Wing Gale Sea Calamity? Technique. Xia Fei used the origin of heaven and observed the area where Wang Dingtian had perished. He was startled, because he discovered that the remains of the corpse that had been dispersed all around were giving off a very weak signature. Energy was everything to a warrior, and the higher level a warrior was meant a higher energy signature. The true experts, even when shredded into pieces, would still be as eye-catching as a field of fireflies under the observation of his origin of heaven. Though the energy signature where Wang Dingtian had died was not too strong, it was not too far off from what one would expect to find on a common warrior. There's no need for you to keep looking. This old man isn't dying so easily. This voice appeared from behind Xia Fei from out of nowhere. Xia Fei turned back in a panic, only to find another Wang Dingtian behind him. Aside from his missing left arm, this elderly man was the same as the old man he had seen before. Left arm. Xia Fei was shocked. It was apparent that this crafty old man had paid a heavy price, but in doing so had made the four soul familiars believe that they had killed him off. It was a brilliant move that fooled even the soul familiars. Had Xia Fei not possessed the Triclopian fiend race's legacy art, Origin of Heaven, he would not have uncovered this ruse, either. You're a crafty one. Xia Fei said with a smile. Wang Dingtian ignored the comment and reached out his right arm. Would I still be alive if I didn't have means of some sort? Enough joking around, young man. Come over and help me up. Wang Dingtian might have pulled one over the four great soul familiars, but he was currently in a severely weakened state, and was looking for Xia Fei to help him to his feet. Xia Fei thought about that for a moment, and reached out his right arm. He sent out Peacock Blue, using its blue leaf to help Wang Dingtian up. Wang Dingtian was somewhat surprised when he saw Peacock Blue appear. He scrutinized Xia Fei and proceeded to chuckle, and you're calling me crafty? I think you're not that far off from me yourself. I recognize this thing, it's a weapon. You won't be going against my request doing this, and you'd even be able to kill me if the opportunity arises. You're really quite something, young one. Xia Fei's thoughts did indeed align exactly as what Wang Dingtian had stated, attempting to use Peacock Blue to test him. If Wang Dingtian was truly weak, Xia Fei was not going to eliminate the possibility of sending him along on his way. Ignoring all other factors, just letting his fiendish blade Nirvana devour such a peerless expert would be very beneficial as it stood. Xia Fei laughed along as well. Venerable Immortal, I wouldn't dare get any closer to a person of your stature, so I hope you'll forgive my disrespect. Wang Dingtian shut his eyes and uttered in his deep voice, what you did wasn't wrong. Caution is how one lives longer. Had you really gotten close to me, or directly made your move against me, this would not be the result we have now. I am fond of smart progenitors. Now find me somewhere secluded, I wish to rest for a while. Xia Fei nodded, and carried Wang Dingtian with Peacock Blue to the stealth location in the middle of the three barrows, setting him down there. Wang Dingtian looked at Xia Fei curiously and asked, to think there would be such a cloaked location after all these thousands of years here in the evaluation battlefield of the Dragoons? How did you discover it? And why have you brought me here? Xia Fei answered simply, I can't really say how it was found, but I'm bringing you here out in good faith. Besides, your venerable self must know that I've always been here. While you might not know exactly where I was, I'm sure you could more or less make an educated guess. If I brought you anywhere else, it would only appear like I was being insincere, and there's no telling if you might have made a move against me after you've rested. I firmly believe that even a skinny camel is larger than a horse, so there's no reason for me to brew animosity between your venerable self and myself given that we harbor no ill intent toward one another. Xia Fei was speaking very courteously, and Wang Dingtian was laughing heartily after hearing Xia Fei's explanation. With a meaningful gaze, the elderly man saw Xia Fei in another light. Xia Fei's original intention was very simple. From the words that the four great soul familiars had spoken, Xia Fei already learned that Wang Dingtian was a powerful being who was independent of the Annihilators. Any power beyond the Annihilators was powerful, whether they were the four great soul familiars or the Ig dragons from the 8th universe, or Chu Jingfeng of Eden's Garden. As for someone who came from places unknown like Wang Dingtian, it was best if Xia Fei did his utmost not to offend them, and maybe even establish a cordial relationship whenever he could. Killing everyone he met would just be foolhardy, and ultimately, Xia Fei had to think for the sake of his clansmen, as well as his friends and wife. Thus Xia Fei made very clear his intention to befriend Wang Dingtian. You've got quite the eye. Wang Dingtian shut his eyes. Don't worry, I will of course repay your sincerity in kind. Right now, the entire evaluation battlefield is a blind spot, and no one will see anything that you do, including the fact that you've helped me out. Xia Fei chuckled, understood. There are currently 2 barriers over the battlefield right now, and the extra one must have been erected by your venerable one's hand, not wanting others to learn of your present state of injury. That's correct, Wang Dingtian said gravely. There are indeed a few people out there who must not learn that I've been injured. There are plenty out there who would delight in throwing me even further under the bus. With that said, Wang Dingtian shut his eyes, exuding the calm and determination expected of a super expert. I need about 4 hours of rest, and there will be a message that will be sent to everyone on this battlefield, including you. Wang Dingtian did not say another word after that. Xia Fei saw that his broken left arm had inexplicably begun to grow back rapidly. His energy was also quickly recovering. Furnace Citadel. Old Hong Xian, the one who had taken over as the host of the Dragoon Award ceremony at the last minute, was in a secret room, awaiting orders from above. Hong Xian did not report to the Dragoon Legion's headquarters, but had gone directly to the Annihilator's 5 ancient apexes. Vandes. Si Jet. Gregory. Thunder. Autumn Erudite. These were 5 very prominent names in the Annihilation universe, where no one could compare to them. That was because they were the remaining 5 warriors from the old Hero Alliance who were still alive. During the battle against the Mega Dragons, the 5 of them had their own reasons for not being present at the battlefield, and it had turned out to be their great fortune, but also unlucky. It was their great fortune because none of them died, but they were unlucky as well. There had been many rumors, claiming that the 5 already knew that there was no chance of winning the fight, which was why they had fled. Thunder and Autumn Erudite were fine, as the 2 were the chief logistic officers back then, so there were good reasons for them not to have participated in the battle, but the other 3 became the subjects of plenty of discussion. It was just that no one dared to say things directly to their faces. In any case, the 5 ancient apexes took over the Annihilation universe after the battle, and the 5 of them took turns at command. Whether they were deserters or not, at least the Annihilation universe had not descended into utter chaos with them around. All these years, the 5 ancient apexes had done everything they could to keep their command of the Annihilation universe as low profile as they could, all the while letting it recover a portion of its past strength. It was Autumn Erudite's turn to be in charge this year. Hong Xian was his old underling. They were both from logistics, which was why he had the qualifications to report this matter directly. Oh, Wang Dingtian and those 4 guys came. Autumn Erudite appeared like an old pedant nodding along, then asked after hearing Hong Xian's report, any losses with the neophyte dragoons? Hong Xian shook his head, it's unclear. Wang Dingtian has erected an exclusion barrier, which essentially sealed off the battlefield. The 4 guys came later, and left not too long after. As for whether Wang Dingtian departed or not, because the method he used to set up the barrier used the amber door, I suppose he'll be taking it along with him when he leaves. Amber door, Autumn Erudite was shocked, repeating that to himself. What a familiar name. When Wang Dingtian got a hold of that all those years back, he bragged about it for a long time to me. Hong Xian added, Wang Dingtian had always been sly and crafty. This time, he actually barged into the evaluation battlefield of the dragoons, so I'm afraid he might have done so for some unknown reason. It's too bad that I'm not strong enough to break through that amber door, which is why I would like to request your esteemed self to personally come over. Why would I go? Autumn Erudite asked back, chuckling. Hong Xian was confused, wondering out loud, you're in charge of managing the Annihilation Universe this year. You're supposed to show your face and handle this sort of thing. Autumn Erudite shook his head, not another word. I won't be meeting Wang Dingtian. If I'm not mistaken, there's no one in the entire Annihilation Universe that would be willing to meet him. It's a very good thing that you've informed me of this beforehand. Now give your report to the Dragoon Legion headquarters, there's no need for you to be bothered with anything else. Old Hong Xian had not expected this answer from Autumn Erudite, and could only nod helplessly. Transferring the communication device, Hong Xian made his report to the headquarters, and they went and tried to contact Autumn Erudite afterward. Having already been informed prior, naturally Autumn Erudite was nowhere to be found, so the headquarters tried to contact the other members of the 5 ancient apexes, but they were nowhere to be found, either. With this matter regarding Wang Dingtian, the 5 ancient apexes chose to atypically avoid it. There was already a rumor going around that the 5 ancient apexes disagreed with each other, but what few knew was that the 5 ancient apexes did not just disagree with each other, their relationships were practically like fire and water. Furnace Citadel, the evaluation battlefield owned by the Dragoon Legions since eons past. Xia Fei left Wang Dingtian, and went charging toward the endless desert at his top speed. Where are we off to? Radix asked inquisitively. Xia Fei's eyes were filled with killing intent, and Radix could feel it. This is an opportunity. Xia Fei growled. Wang Dingtian's sudden appearance has changed the state of this evaluation battlefield. Right now, the Furnace Citadel has no knowledge of anything that transpires within the barriers. Radix was startled, but soon came to the realization, Wang Dingtian said he's going to regain his strength over the next 4 hours. So during this time, we can kill you man and snatch the immemorial mystical armament. That's right. Xia Fei grit his teeth, excitement welling up inside him. Chapter 1323, The Grandson of the Green Wasp Emperor. Wang Dingtian's appearance had changed Xia Fei's original plan. Initially, Xia Fei had planned to wait until the end stages of the Dragoon evaluation and act if the chance presented itself, but right now, all he wanted to do was slay you man and snatch away the immemorial mystical armament of fire. Xia Fei was not the only one who harbored such thoughts, however. When Wang Dingtian used his amber door to seal the battlefield, making it so that no one would know exactly what was happening in this desert, it was the perfect opportunity for those seeking revenge. Xia Fei did not have to walk far to discover his first corpse, who had once been a neophyte from Dark Moon Dragoon. This individual died in a wretched state, with even the armor on his body had been stolen by someone. There he laid naked on the yellow sand, with several vultures gathering around him picking off his flesh. What a terrible death! Looks like you're not the only one who realized this was an opportunity. There are others who thought about this too, Radix said as he stared at the body. Xia Fei knitted his eyebrows together. Most neophyte dragoons grew up in this high-level environment in the Annihilation Universe, and so they've seen plenty of the universe. It's only normal that there would be some who could tell that there are 2 layers of barriers present on the battlefield right now. Let's not tarry any further, we'll find you man first before any further discussion. Whoosh! Xia Fei sped up once more, following the tracks of that person as he made his way further into the desert. There were no more than 3,000 warriors inside this humongous evaluation battlefield prepared by the dragoons. It was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. It was not going to be easy if someone wanted to locate a specific target. But this was not a problem for Xia Fei, since all he needed was to follow the vultures in the sky. These ruthless birds of prey that scavenged off dead bodies had an innate sensitivity to death, and they would be hovering anywhere there were corpses or fighting in progress. Xia Fei was fast, and it did not take long for him to catch up to the responsible group. They numbered close to 500 as they surrounded a small groups of people, with the attackers being the Holy Light Dragoons, and the ones fleeing were of course the Dark Moon Dragoons. Judging by the corpses he saw along the way, this group of Dark Moon Dragoons had originally numbered about 30, and was at a complete numerical disadvantage. There was no way they were a match for the Holy Light Dragoons. They had been completely surrounded and were now in a desperate situation. Squelch! Squelch! In the span of mere seconds, yet another 2 Dark Moon Dragoons were slain. It would not take another 2 minutes for the final handful of Dark Moon Dragoons to end up in the same fate. Xia Fei did not find Yu Man among the people present, though he did incidentally spot Lone Peak Shen and Turbid Shadow Lin. Lone Peak and Turbid Shadow were the leaders of the most powerful assassination organization in the Alpha universe, but they were no different from bereaved dogs right now, encircled by men much younger than themselves. Xia Fei was somewhat taken aback, because he realized that Lone Peak Shen and Turbid Shadow Lin seemed to be protecting a youth of a different race, just like all the other Dark Moon Dragoons. Lone Peak Shen and Turbid Shadow Lin were battle-hardened old foxes who were also expert assassins. Though the Holy Light Dragoons were numerous, the main force consisted of the disciples of clans from the Annihilation universe. They were young men with cultivation who had not been tempered by bloodshed. With Lone Peak Shen and Turbid Shadow Lin's capabilities, they were at least able to run away with their lives, even if they could not beat their attackers. Seeing as they had also started off learning to be assassins, Xia Fei knew very well that in order to first become an assassin, one needed to first learn how to conceal themselves. What followed after was dexterous movement. At this moment, Lone Peak and Turbid Shadow were desperately protecting a youth who was not human, which was highly irregular. It was something they would not do unless they felt compelled. Just as Xia Fei wondered about this, the horde of Holy Light Dragoons killed yet another handful of Dark Moon Dragoons. Xia Fei needed to make a decision right now, whether to save Lone Peak Shen and Turbid Shadow Lin, or to just leave. Xia Fei came to a decision as he muttered under his breath, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend." Bang! Xia Fei shot forth like a bullet, wielding his fiendish blade Nirvana, as well as the powerful Fiend Lock, while also sending out his max-level Holy Beast Shatterstar. Peacock Blue's leaves grew unreasonably, and even the Dark Space King Little Goldie joined them in plunging straight into the midst of those Holy Light Dragoons. This was Xia Fei's habit. It was either he chose not to fight, or to fight with all his might. No matter if he was against a single enemy or an entire army, he treated his enemies with equally brutal efficiency. Honestly, Xia Fei's method of ambushing from behind was not at all upright, but no one could deny just how astonishingly good it was. Peacock Blue had grown to well over 5 kilometers long with a great rumble, and the sound of Fiend Lock whipping through the air crackled like it was the Thunder God's whip. That was especially true for Fiend Lock, now that Xia Fei's energy was pouring into Fiend Tier. By fitting it directly onto Fiend Lock, the weapon had become so powerful that it was like Xia Fei had plucked a thunderbolt from the sky and clutched it in his hand, sweeping through and annihilating everything in front of him. Nirvana, Little Goldie, Furball, and Peacock Blue. All those formidable weapons had a consciousness of their own, so there was no need for Xia Fei to control them at all. All of them knew exactly what they were supposed to do. As Xia Fei's arms, they were naturally capable of anything vicious. There was no way those Holy Light Dragoons could defend themselves from him. Everyone saw Xia Fei descend upon them from behind too late, leaving dead bodies in his wake. Those who were somewhat experienced were able to dodge the attack, while those who had zero combat experience to speak of simply found themselves rooted to the ground, waiting to be killed. Whether the warriors were from the Alpha universe or the higher-tier Annihilation universe, all of them had a fatal weakness. That was spending an extended period of time not seeing combat. These scions of important clans were being nurtured like they were precious treasures. All they had was cultivation, but absolutely zero combat experience to speak of. 500 level 1 Annihilator tier warriors, with quite a few being descendants of heroes, sounded very frightening on paper, right? But in actual combat, Xia Fei felt that these 500 youths were weaker than the 13 Devil Shadow Dragoons. Warriors naturally had to constantly keep an eye out behind them, yet they did not even take precautions against an ambush simply because they held numerical superiority. Xia Fei was just one man, and in that first round of assault, he easily routed the loose formation of youths. From the moment he ambushed them until the end, not even a full second passed, and Xia Fei had managed to take at least 30 lives. He was basically just sweeping the battlefield. By the time the Holy Light Dragoons came back to their senses and realized what was happening, the desert sand had already been dyed in fresh blood, while Xia Fei swept up Lone Peak Turbid Shadow with his Peacock Blue, as well as the other 3 lucky survivors of the Dark Moon Dragoons, and disappeared without a trace. On a sandy rise in the middle of the desert, hidden behind some shade, Xia Fei set the 5 Dark Moon Dragoons down, while making a quick scan of their surroundings. Lone Peak Shen and Turbid Shadow Lin were fine. They had seen Xia Fei in action before and knew just how powerful the smiling young man was, but the other 3 Dark Moon Dragoons were so shocked that their mouths still hung agape. The scene they had just witnessed was still fresh in their minds. Xia Fei was quick, his weapons were strange, and his methods were vicious. He was like a snarling beast who had suddenly pounced upon his prey, frightening the three quite a bit. As for Xia Fei using peacock blue to grab a hold of them and bringing them here, none of them thought to retaliate. If Xia Fei was an enemy, they would have already been dead by now. Stunned, Lone Peak Shen and Turbid Shadow Lin nodded appreciatively to Xia Fei. Aside from being grateful that Xia Fei had lent them a hand, they were also expressing a deeper meaning with it. The two swiftly gathered around a very young alien, asking him all sorts of questions, inspecting him to see if he sustained any injuries. This young alien had a greenhorn on his head, and did not look older than 15 or 16. The Dark Moon Dragoons were the legion that consisted of the many minority races in the Annihilation universe, besides the humans and the Blue Bloods. He was not particularly strange-looking, as it was actually the humans Lone Peak Shen and Turbid Shadow Lin who looked like the odd ones out here. Xia Fei watched them oddly. For some reason, Lone Peak and Turbid Shadow were very respectful toward this youth. The youth gazed at Xia Fei and asked, "Aren't you that Devil Shadow Dragoon?" Lone Peak Shen hurriedly answered him, "This man is called Xia Fei, and he is indeed the only Devil Shadow Dragoon in all of Annihilation, and he is also our friend. During that critical situation we were in just now, it was all thanks to brother Xia Fei coming to our aid that we got out. Otherwise, I fear what might have happened." Turbid Shadow Lin was constantly trying to wink at Xia Fei, looking like they were trying to lie for him. Xia Fei made no indication to confirm or deny the statement. In any case, they did not have a serious connection with him, so he was very willing to fulfill the good deeds of others. The youth was shocked. Some tears pooled in his eyes, most likely due to the serious psychological impact of having escaped from the jaws of death, and he was finally able to relax, which resulted in him having difficulties holding back his emotions. "Mr. Xia Fei is really powerful. I will surely repay you handsomely for saving my life," the youth blustered, as he proceeded to bow to Xia Fei. With how courteous and respectful the youth was acting, Xia Fei could easily tell that he came from a large clan with a good education. Xia Fei casually returned the bow, and said to Lone Peak Shen and Turbid Shadow Lin, "I still have other matters to attend to, so you guys should search for some place to hide first. Given how something peculiar is happening to the evaluation battlefield, everything that's happening inside will not be recorded, which is why everyone has been tempted to start killing. I'll be taking my leave first." The moment Xia Fei said he was about to leave, the youth fearfully looked around their surroundings, and his complexion paled. He leaned into Lone Peak Shen's ear and whispered a few words, before looking expectantly at Xia Fei. Lone Peak Shen heard the youth's instructions and extended a hand, indicating their wish to have a few words with Xia Fei a short distance away. Lone Peak, Turbid Shadow and Xia Fei strolled to a spot several dozen meters away from the rest of the Dark Moon Dragoons. "Who is that?" Xia Fei asked in a low voice, somewhat curious about the background of that youth. "That person is our young master," Lone Peak Shen and Turbid Shadow Lin said somewhat helplessly. "Master?" Xia Fei was surprised. The esteemed Lone Peak Shadow had now turned into a guard dog for someone else? How ridiculous was that? Turbid Shadow Lin sighed and replied in an equally low voice, "I won't lie to you. That young man is the grandson of the Dark Moon Dragoons Legion commander, the Green Wasp Emperor Tyson. Back when we brothers were still lesser-known warriors, the Green Wasp Emperor sought us out. He suggested that as long as we become his underlings, we would be able to join the Annihilation universe. Neither of us had any roots in Alpha, so we thought this was an opportunity. Thus, we agreed to the deal, and the Green Wasp Emperor did not lie. He helped us a lot, and to a certain degree, our assassin organization Lone Peak Turbid Shadow also became the spokesperson for Alpha. Unfortunately, the Dark Moon Dragoons were weakening, and even the Legion commander was now ostracized by every side, and had to abandon us in the Alpha universe for many years. It was only after you gave us the chance to kill the Dragoons that they made exceptions for us." Xia Fei nodded. A warrior's pursuit was to become stronger, and seeing as Lone Peak Shen and Turbid Shadow Lin had nothing that tied them to Alpha, there was no reason for them to decline the Green Wasp Emperor's offer to bring them up to the Annihilation universe. It was just too bad that the Dark Moon Dragoons lacked the strength, and that had affected Lone Peak and Turbid Shadow. From that point alone, Xia Fei felt a degree of empathy for them. He was also stuck with the name of the Devil Shadow Dragoons, and was now with the Black Ops Division, the 29th place. He was in a state quite similar to the two older men. Since he's the grandson of the Dark Moon Dragoons Legion commander, why are the Holy Light Dragoons still making a move against him? Xia Fei asked, unable to make sense of the logic. This time, Lone Peak Shen and Turbid Shadow Lin exchanged glances, and the former answered, it is precisely because of his identity that the Holy Lights seek to kill him. The Holy Light and Destiny Dragoons have been plotting to swallow the Dark Moon Dragoons for many years. The Green Wasp Emperor adores his grandson Spring, so as long as he's killed, Lord Tyson will surely become despondent, and without him holding down the fort, the Dark Moon Dragoons would surely be taken over once he falls. Though they were all Dragoons, there were still plenty of dark deeds and plotting happening behind the scenes. It more or less confirmed that there were no good people in Annihilation. Xia Fei heaved a sigh, that's pretty tragic, but it's none of my business. I'll see you later, I still have even more pressing matters to attend to. Lone Peak Shen and Turbid Shadow Lin stepped forward to hold Xia Fei back together, with the former saying, don't go. You man and all the Blue Blood warriors are out there searching for you right now. Their numbers are well in the thousands. Chapter 1324, Soul-Eating Black Beetle. Xia Fei frowned and repeated, all the Blue Blood warriors. The moment the battlefield opened, Xia Fei had been the first to enter, and so he had no idea about what had happened after his departure. Lone Peak Shen nodded, that's right. The evaluation battlefield this time around is very strange. All of the Holy Light and Destiny Dragoons have formed into 3 groups. The least among them numbered as many as that horde you saw just now, close to 500 warriors. They are led by a descendant of the Hero Alliance, Fantaz. Turbid Shadow Lin added, originally, we had expected the 2 major Dragoon legions to target us Dark Moon Dragoons, which was why we had formed a team of 40 or so in advance. Based on what the others had experienced in the past, people would usually split up, and a team of over 40 ought to have been able to deal with the situation here on this battlefield. But this time, the Holy Light and Destiny Dragoons all made the unprecedented move of grouping up together this time. Had you not lent a hand, we might have been done for. Xia Fei mulled over what he had heard and asked, you man has targeted me for death. Lone Peak Shen and Turbid Shadow Lin exchanged looks with one another, and the latter answered, right from the get-go, he sent the word out, and everyone participating heard his declaration. You'd already run off far away by that time, so of course you had no idea. Xia Fei smiled. You man was the descendant of the Blue Blood royal clan, King Man. Sure enough, the way he acted was different from the rest. When the evaluation started, the Dragoon legions were still in control of everything, and killing was forbidden. For you man to declare that he intended to take Xia Fei's life, it just went to show how little care he had for the rules of the Dragoon legions. If that was the case, then there was nothing else to say. The fight was on. It was just that you man had over 1,000 Blue Blood elites with him, and Xia Fei had to come up with a proper plan as to how he could take him down like this. Turbid Shadow Lin saw Xia Fei contemplating and said, the young prince hopes that you will protect his flanks. As long as you can assure his safety, the Dark Moon Dragoon would definitely show gratitude to you, and given the Green Wasp Emperor Lord Tyson's character, he will definitely be a man of his word. Xia Fei lifted his head and turned to look at the youth named Spring. This was the prince of the Green Wasps, and the grandson of the Dark Moon Dragoon's Legion commander. He was looking expectantly at Xia Fei. Having been hunted down just now, Spring had been frightened quite a bit by the ordeal. This was the Annihilation universe. As long as the opportunity presented itself, Annihilators would not hesitate to kill. It was impossible to survive here without willing to be underhanded. Xia Fei's appearance had allowed Spring to see the light at the end of the tunnel. Right now, he was no different from a drowning man grasping onto a piece of straw, hoping that the formidable Xia Fei could save his life. Arriving at Spring's side, Xia Fei asked softly, since your grandfather is the Legion commander, I'm sure those neophytes of the Dark Moon Dragoons ought to listen to your orders, right? Spring nodded, and somewhat proudly said, the minority races here in Annihilation might not be as populous as the humans or Blue Bloods, but we are very united. Xia Fei pursed his lips and commented offhandedly, united, yet you still ended up being hunted down like dogs. Spring paled and tried to defend himself, this has never happened before. Every year, there would be people who died here on the evaluation battlefield, but that was few and far between. How was I supposed to know that the Holy Light and Destiny Dragoons would form such large parties this time? Xia Fei shook his head, these are all your problems, and I have no interest in learning about them. I am only feeling sorry for the warriors belonging to the Dark Moon Dragoons. Sorry? Spring was perplexed. Sorry that they would still follow you. Seeing you fall to such a state, I'm afraid they are even worse off, Xia Fei explained nonchalantly. Spring was speechless after hearing that, balling up his fists angrily. For the grandson of the Green Wasp Emperor to be in the current situation he found himself in showed just how cowardly he was. Perhaps it was because the Dark Moon Dragoons really were too weak, which was why they turned out to be even more united than the Holy Light and Destiny Dragoons. When they were in their legion, the Green Wasp Emperor would of course be in charge, but here on the evaluation battlefield, it was instead the head of the horse who took the lead, meaning it was the soldiers who decided where to advance. Presently, Spring had nearly been hunted down and killed despite being the grandson of the Green Wasp Emperor, so one could imagine how much worse the other Dark Moon Dragoons were faring. If it was just Spring alone, Xia Fei would not have held much hope for the youth, but it would be entirely different if it was the entirety of the neophyte Dark Moon Dragoons. Even if they were weak, there had been close to 800 of them here on the evaluation battlefield. Even after eliminating those that had been slain, there were still close to about 500 warriors that were still alive. If those 500 were to band together, they would at least be able to form into a force that could not be underestimated. Spring would have to consider for himself how he should do it. Xia Fei could not help him. The universe had always been a place where every man fended for themselves. One would ultimately end up losing out massively if they looked to others for help. Showing face to Lone Peak Shen and Turbid Shadow Lin, Xia Fei had lent them a hand and saved them from certain death, but he turned to leave after because he believed that the most important issue at hand was coming up with a plan to finish off Yuman. Whoosh! At a speed of 30 million meters per second, Xia Fei streaked off like a bolt of lightning. Xia Fei delved deeper into the desert, trying to track down Yuman and the majority of the Blue Bloods. The entire planet was a desert, and the buildings that protruded from the landscape were actually mechanisms found all over the evaluation battlefield. People could earn points through them. Unfortunately, no one could be bothered to earn points right now. What mattered was killing, and how to safeguard their own lives. Pat 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 pat. Urgent footsteps could be heard coming from in front of him, almost as if there was an entire troop approaching. Xia Fei was slightly taken aback, and hurriedly used his eye technique to observe ahead of him. All he saw was a cloud of dust stirring up in the distance, similar to what he would expect of a dust storm. A neat row of warriors appeared, rapidly closing in on Xia Fei. This was the horde of blue blood warriors from the Destiny Dragoons. It seemed this troop lacked any qualified tracker, so Yuman used an ancient fighting method, arranging the 1,000-strong warriors in a straight line for executing a wide net search. Each warrior was spaced out roughly 1 kilometer apart, which meant the span of their formation was 1,000 kilometers across. They looked like a black horizon if seen from a distance. It was a spectacular sight, seeing so many high-level warriors mobilizing in unison. Looks like Yuman isn't a fool. He knows how to leverage group strength, and while this wide net search method is foolish, it is very effective, Radix commented after he saw what was happening. But you're a speedster, you can just circle around them. Xia Fei shook his head and calmly explained, look there. They are not simply executing a wide net search, but they are constantly throwing an egg of sorts into the sand. I believe those must be helping them locate living creatures, and that means I'll be instantly discovered the moment I circle around them and hit them from the rear. Radix was stunned. Upon closer examination, sure enough he could see those people were tossing grey rock like eggs into the desert. Going by their current speed, it would take no more than 2 hours before they covered the entire planet with those eggs of theirs. Sure enough, the Blue Bloods were using their own methods to search for Xia Fei. Zia Zia. Zia Zia. They are closing in quickly, and Xia Fei could already hear a strange sound coming from the sandy dunes. There were some black creatures, like ants, that were gradually starting to occupy the desert. The black creatures burrowed quickly into the sands, occasionally popping their heads out, using the loose sand as an ideal disguise. Anyone that accidentally stepped into the area around those insects would find themselves surrounded. Just what exactly are those? Radix asked, clueless. Xia Fei shook his head as he went back in the direction he came from, I don't know either. They have burrowed themselves into the sand, and might even be reproducing. Radix remarked, we need to stop this quick. We can't wait until they have the entire planet under their control. Oftentimes, it is the smallest creatures that are the most dangerous. Xia Fei nodded, and took a deep breath. Origin of Heaven. Beast Spirit Codex, activate. Xing. Xia Fei's eyes shone brightly as he used the power from Origin of Heaven in conjunction with his Beast Spirit Codex. What Xia Fei wanted to do was very simple, determine the attributes of those small creatures. It would be fine if they were beasts, as Xia Fei would be able to use the Beast Spirit Codex to control them and mount a counterattack. Unfortunately, the Beast Spirit Codex could only be used to control beasts. The Beast Spirit Codex would be useless if they were insects. There's someone in front observing us. It could be the one King Man is looking for, someone among the men with Yuman who was proficient in mental awareness reported. Yuman thought nothing of it, bursting out into raucous laughter. No need to panic. As long as we cover this planet with soul-eating black beetles, everyone will be in our grasp, no matter who they are. Live or die, it will be entirely up to us. Just thinking about those frightening bugs got the blue blood warriors themselves breaking out in a cold sweat. The Man Royals were royalty, and they lived in the distant border region, far from the cities and metropolises where the other sapient life forms gathered. A big reason for this was because they needed the space to rear their soul-eating black beetles. Everyone in the universe knew that the blue blood man royalty had two absolute powers. One was great strength, and the other was using the soul-eating black beetles. Those black creatures they had sown everywhere were the infamous soul-eating black beetles, a fearsome insect that could bite through a warrior's soul. No good. Those creatures aren't beasts, so I can't control them, Xia Fei sighed grimly after he deactivated his eye technique. Radix was startled, and knit his eyebrows tightly together. How about I go take a look at the desert behind you, man, and secretly find out just what kind of creatures they are, Radix asked. Xia Fei shook his head, you can't go. Every art and creature in the Annihilation universe developed around mental energy, and given that you're an energy entity, you'd be in trouble if you're targeted. From the founder right up to the Annihilator tier, the martial techniques and arts that had developed not only did not become more complex, they actually became even more simpler. However, this simplification contained great danger. After all, the moment a warrior reached the stage where they could harness soul or spirit energy, every move they made would be targeted toward an enemy's soul. A simple pull could very well pull the soul of an enemy out, and a simple punch could very well shatter the soul. Xia Fei could not make sense of just why such a pure mental energy like the soul existed, but one thing was very clear, a person's soul was far weaker than flesh. When Xia Fei was younger, he had once seen a child sent falling to the ground after getting frightened by a car that had sped by. He suffered no physical injury, but his soul was broken. From that point on, he was mentally incapacitated and drooled uncontrollably. The instance highlighted how weak a person's soul was, where even getting a scare could be fatal. Even at this stage where warriors could train their mental energy, the soul was nevertheless still much weaker than their impenetrable bodies. The situation was looking dire. Yuman was leading over 1,000 blue blood warriors, sowing this black insect all over the sands. In no time at all, these insects would be crawling all over the entire planet, making it impossible for Xia Fei to have anywhere to run to. Xia Fei would rather face this army of warriors head-on than be surrounded by those insects. The black insects numbered in the tens of millions, and would be crawling all over his body like ants. Just thinking about it grossed Xia Fei out. No matter what, we need to test them out first, Xia Fei muttered to himself. With that, he pulled out the hair-thin Fiend Lock and poured spirit energy into Fiend Tier. He did not spend much, just 1,000,000 standard units. Chapter 1325, Strength vs Speed. Boom! Spirit energy flooded the supplementary weapon Fiend Tier, and the transparent jewel instantly glowed brightly. Xia Fei then proceeded to slot it onto the thin Fiend Lock, causing the Fiend Soul weapon to explode with 1,000,000 units of spirit energy. Whoosh! The moment it was complete, Xia Fei came dashing out from his hiding spot, heading right toward the formation of 1,000 Destiny Dragoons, hitting his top speed of 30 million meters per second as he did so. The Blue Blood warriors were in a straight line formation, and every warrior stood about a kilometer apart from the next. Everyone saw Xia Fei and thought he was about to mount a forceful assault since their formation was too spread out, and they lacked the ability to coordinate with one another. A speed warrior with killing intent and his fiendish aura on full display. He was even holding onto a divine weapon that was burgeoning with energy. The scene struck great fear into the hearts of those blue blood warriors. Fiend Lock was like a shiny tail, carving out a perfect oblique cut behind Xia Fei as he sped forward, like a whip that was flicking outward. You came just at the right time. Yuman bellowed. He broke away from the formation and threw out his right arm with a punch into thin air. Roar! Everyone saw a flaming bird shot out from Yuman's right arm. The 5 elemental immemorial mystical armaments did not consist of only one part, and required their owner to first choose one as the main body, just like how Xia Fei used the most tenacious weed, peacock blue, as the main body for the plant elemental immemorial mystical armament. Cloud Sea. The 5 flames of Lux Gloria were rending Yang Fire, Fire of Sorrow, Fire of Lynx Sound, Wolf Butcher Blaze, and Empty Valley Conflagration. The one acting as the main body was currently Fire of Lynx Sound. The flaming bird flew through the air as it let out a screeching, sounding like the planet itself had exploded. Stranger still was that every explosive cry caused the fire bird to accelerate even more. The sound came from the immemorial mystical armament's driving force, and its shape was because it had already combined with the other fire mystical armaments and was now filled with spirit. This was a frightening sight. It looked just like a phoenix from the legends rising from its ashes. An invisible enemy was the most frightening, and that was precisely what Fire of Lynx Sound was. It might look like the living embodiment of flames, but behind it hid the fatal oral attack. Xia Fei could not even tell, between the fire and sound, just which was the deadliest to him. Boom! Xia Fei suddenly came to a stop. The force of inertia that came from such an abrupt braking from high speed was immense. Xia Fei dove into the sand, and the grains of sand he kicked up flew all over the place. He used his speed to create a sandstorm. It was just that the effect of Xia Fei's top speed ended up elevating the sandstorm scale and lethality to unimaginable degrees. At the same time, Fiend Lock did not stop. Xia Fei's emergency braking only caused the Thunder God's whip to become even faster. He drew out a perfect semicircle, and everyone that was caught in its radius died as Fiend Lock swept through them. Fool! Do you think that sand is enough to block my flame attack? Go to hell! Yu Man yelled as he placed both of his hands together, making a shoving motion. With a rumbling, black dust was unleashed from his hands. No, it was not dust. There were actually countless insects. The first wave of attack was his fire elemental assault, and the second was the soul-eating black beetles. Yu Man also did combination attacks. It was the flaming bird in the front, and the cloud of black beetles behind. They formed an arrow of 2 distinct colors, flying over in the direction where Xia Fei was standing. Meanwhile, Xia Fei's Fiend Lock was sweeping his flanks, and the sandstorm he had stirred up through his emergency stop was in front of him in response. Just as the sandstorm was about to crash right into the fire bird Lux Gloria had formed, Yu Man suddenly drummed his hands on the ground like a gorilla. With a great boom, the entire desert stirred into a frenzy. The sea of sand within 100 square miles turned into fountains, countless amounts of sand and dirt was spurting out from underground. What great strength! A single punch from Yu Man had practically gouged a crater in the planet. This was the strength that the Blue Blood Royal Clan man was famous for. Strength and speed were actually the most common special abilities across the universes, but they were also the most difficult too. Upon reaching a certain standard, strength and speed became impossibly difficult to improve, and seeing a warrior highly proficient in either was a truly rare sight. The Skywings were the rare speed-based clan, while the Blue Blood Man Royals were the rare strength-based clan. These two clans had taken the most ordinary but also the most difficult special abilities and developed them to an incredible degree. It was not just the sand and dirt in the desert, even the Blue Blood warriors beside Yu Man were sent flying. Only Yu Man stood tall, as stable as Mount Tai, before subsequently continuing his charge forward. Strength and speed actually shared certain common aspects with one another, as accelerating would naturally require the strength of a warrior, since it would take great strength to support the body when achieving high speeds. A strong body was needed to properly use strength, allowing people to instantly explode with astonishing bursts of power. The entire desert, and every warrior, all descended into chaos. Only Yu Man, with his blue body towering over 2 meters, came sprinting right for Xia Fei at a speed of close to 3 million meters per second. Such a tactic was indubitably the application of an aggressive all-out assault that sought to shatter everything before it. He was charging at his enemy by relying on his brute strength. In scant few milliseconds, Yu Man executed 4 martial technique moves, each very powerful on its own rights. His strongest trump card had not been the fire elemental immemorial mystical armament, or the shocking attack that made the entire desert shudder, but Yu Man's own melee skills. Xia Fei was a speedster, and anyone who allowed Xia Fei to drag them into close combat would be no different from entangling themselves with a ghost. Tap tap tap. Yu Man took big strides with each step, each one with enough force to make the very ground shake. The burly man's figure was similar to a blue tower, completely unafraid of the sand and dirt that swirled madly around. He plunged headfirst into the sandstorm, searching for a chance to get in close combat proximity with Xia Fei. This was entirely due to the tactics Blue Bloods employed. Because the Blue Bloods had 2 bodies, and the energy soul gem beneath their skin was of such purity that their actual selves would not be hurt by flesh wounds, the more chaotic a battlefield blue bloods found themselves in, the more beneficial it would be for them. With a rumble, the entire vast desert descended into chaos. What? Where are you? Yuman bellowed loudly. He had seen Xia Fei executing his powerful moves, but it was just too bad that there was no trace of Xia Fei anywhere. Yuman froze and looked behind him incredulously. The fire immemorial mystical armament on his arm had informed him that Xia Fei was behind him. Yuman was perplexed. Could Xia Fei know magic? How else could he have evaded the human wall and appeared behind him? Bang! A single figure leapt out from the sands. It was none other than Xia Fei. Detestable speedsters! Yuman grumbled under his breath at Xia Fei's cunning. All of a sudden, Yuman was shocked. He realized that the desert was rapidly collapsing, with where Xia Fei was standing as the point of origin. He looked like he was falling into a bottomless pit, with large swathes of desert being sucked into a black hole, along with the insect eggs that Yuman had previously sown. What's going on? Yuman watched carefully, only to find Xia Fei appeared to be stepping on air. He had no idea when Xia Fei had opened up an entrance to dark space. The grains of sand that made up this desert could flow freely, and with how large the black hole was, it had turned into a whirlpool that was seemingly sweeping away the sand dunes that once stood as tall as mountains. Heavens! He's removing the desert, a blue blood warrior gasped in sheer astonishment. This was the power of little Goldie. Yuman might be able to sow all the insect eggs he liked, also he could control the desert, but Xia Fei had retaliated by opening a channel to dark space, removing the desert directly. No matter how formidable those soul-eating black beetles were, the beast that was dark space had just very easily swallowed them all. Rather than dealing with the loathsome bugs, Xia Fei chose to send them on an express ride to their deaths. Little Goldie had demonstrated the extremely frightening aspect of its prowess. Its golden body trembled constantly as it unleashed its spatial control ability. That portal that opened up to the black hole was growing larger and larger, and almost half of the endless desert had been devoured. Black hole. A vacuum similar to a black hole had appeared on the evaluation battlefield. The black beetles could not fly, and could only menacingly threaten Xia Fei from afar, but they had no choice but to follow along the flow of the desert sand. The insects that had just hatched had no choice but to retreat. Yuman gnashed his teeth and shouted, "Crafty human! I will kill you!" Zing! High-grade war armors were all capable of flight, and Yuman very domineeringly charged towards Xia Fei. When Yuman reached the edge of the desert, a bridge suddenly appeared under his feet. It was actually formed by those soul-eating black beetles, a black bridge formed from the bodies of these insects. Xia Fei was flabbergasted. He had not expected the bugs to actually be so obedient, and to actually have the intelligence to work together. Bang! Furball had shrouded himself with energy, and came hurtling past from behind Yuman sinisterly. He crashed through the bridge of bugs upon impact, attempting to sever Yuman's road. But the soul-eating black beetles very quickly formed back up together again. Being small in size had its benefits. The insects were like ants, and it was very difficult to completely eradicate them. Xia Fei chose to fight in dark space precisely because he wanted to avoid the abominable bugs. But now it looked like Xia Fei's strategy was only 70% effective, since the insects were gradually forming up to surround him. Thin black lines that looked like a spider's web extended, with the insect in front biting the next one tightly, while those insects behind were stepping on another's insect's body as they moved inwards. Whoosh! Xia Fei's fiend lock came cleaving down from the sky, trying to smack Yuman into dark space. As long as he could force Yuman in, little Goldie would be able to quickly close the entrance, allowing Xia Fei to beat the dog behind closed doors. Using the specialties of his many trump cards and aides beside him, he could kill him in one fell swoop. Fiend Lock with its 1 million units of energy was absolutely spectacular. It arched like a rainbow in the sky that was smashing down hard to the ground. Swoosh! The strength-based warrior Yuman was a lot more agile than most of his kind. Although having a speed that was below that of Xia Fei, his dexterity and nimbleness could actually rival Xia Fei's. His figure became illusory, momentarily appearing on the left side, at times appearing on the right. He made it very difficult for the flexible Fiend Lock to do anything about him. Kaboom! Fiend Lock struck something, and a blue figure was already flying halfway through the air. It was a very strange blue color. Yuman had shed his blue blood outer body, and had turned into his humanoid crystal form. Most blue bloods were short and squat, and would appear to be like little sprites after they shed their outer bodies, barely reaching Xia Fei's knee in height. But Yuman was a descendant of the blue blood royal clan man, who looked even taller and mightier in his crystalline form. Furthermore, the fire elemental immemorial mystical armament was embedded in his arm. This strange blue figure with a flaming red arm made Yuman look very mystical as he flew through the air. Bang! The ability that the blue bloods were the most proud of, the great strength that was found in the man royalty bloodline, as well as the fiery immemorial mystical armament and killing sound that the fire of Link's sound gave off, were all working in unison. This was a singular blow, with a powerful momentum behind them. Nice timing. Xia Fei, who was similarly an expert in close combat, was not about to back down. He gripped his fiendish blade Nirvana in hand and flung it out like a thunderbolt. The original crystalline form of the blue bloods was extremely sturdy, and the most effective method was to face that hardness head-on. As long as Xia Fei could split Yuman's soul gem with Nirvana, even if it was just the tiniest crack, it would then be able to devour his life force. Yuman and Xia Fei were both putting their all into their attack, strength versus speed. This was the clash between the peak forms of close combat. No one noticed that as the desert was getting swallowed into dark space, a very peculiar substance began to appear from beneath the sands. It was something that had been covered under the dunes for eons.